customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
His release is just astonishing to watch. Everybody knows about it, and when you see it in person, you see it every day in practice, you just marvel of it. You know, I think you guys have heard me say, to me, he's the greatest thrower of the football I have ever seen. And even at 41, that flick of that wrist and that ball comes out, I mean, it's moving, and it is something to see.
Steelers reporter Gary Dulac right there on Aaron Rodgers' arm. The arm talent is still there, PK, but I guess maybe that's why he gets away with all the other stuff, right?
What stuff?
The talent. Going to Egypt when there's a camp, doing weekly interviews that are distracting. But you put up with stuff when there's talent. There might be a distraction here and there, but there's talent.
Did we doubt that?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. McAfee, I mean, who cares about that stuff? I mean, just play football.
But first, get paid. The Broncos reached a deal to lock up Courtland Sutton Sutton, 4 years, $92 million, $41 guaranteed. A day after Chargers left tackle Rashawn Slater set records with his contract extension, Colts left tackle Bernard Raymond inked a 4-year, $100 million contract extension to stay put in Indy. So, money for everybody. How many losers in pro sports, PK?
I haven't found one.
Christian Wilkins, who was released by the Raiders last Thursday, kissed a fellow player on the head, and his teammate took offense to it, according to reports. But it wasn't the sole reason for his release. He was still recovering from a Jones fracture that he suffered in his left foot last October. And he wants the union to file a grievance, and they did. So
for what?
They want to battle over that. The money he was owed, presumably. Yeah.
Because he kissed a player and the player didn't like it.
Let's see.
Yeah. Okay.
Write a song about that.
Thanks, Katie.
The NFL announced that a league employee was seriously injured and is now in stable condition in the Midtown Manhattan shooting in the building that houses the league's offices. 4 people were killed in the shooting, including the shooter. NFL up on the 4th and 8th floor. That was all going down on the ground floor.
You went into your TV news voice there.
My TV news voice? I keep it over here on the shelf for times when I really need it.
Yeah, obviously it's an awful situation.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
We performed a full robot-assisted laparoscopic bladder removal and creation of a new bladder, and I am pleased to report that the results from the surgery are that he is cured from the cancer.
Rick was aware of what was transpiring, and he's been A1 and down there, just a blessing. Came to Texas to see me as well. I always knew I was going to coach again. I didn't realize I was going to coach again. I was always going to coach. It was never in my spirit, in my heart, that God wouldn't allow me to coach again. That's never thought like that.
That's Deion Sanders meeting with the media, flanked by doctors from the University of Colorado, and announcing he had undergone surgery this offseason to remove a cancerous tumor in his bladder, and that since undergoing the procedure, there have been no traces of cancer. He's been cleared to resume coaching, which he will do this fall. The Buffs beginning training camp this week, like so many schools across the country.
Well, it's great for him that he's obviously cancer-free. That's great news. I mean, he plays the God card a lot.
All the time, nonstop.
I mean, what about these people here? What about what you just...
The 4 people who got shot. Yeah.
Questions that I have in my mind?
Yes, right? Florida starting quarterback DJ Lagway has been in a walking boot ahead of the start of training camp as he's working to get healthy after missing spring practices with a shoulder issue. The return to greatness for Florida. They've gotten a little better. Haven't returned to greatness yet. Quarterback injury isn't going to help that. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
After that deal was made, the Mavericks got a lot of criticism regarding it. And then they start to leak out stuff, well, we don't know if he's ever going to be in shape. You should mail him a copy of the Men's Health magazine.
They probably saw it, so I don't have to worry about that.
Luka Doncic on Mavs GM Nico Harrison and Luka's Men's Health feature. Luka says he took a huge step in improving his health and conditioning this summer, adding his whole body looks better after spending the past 2 months in Croatia. Doncic has dealt with concerns about his conditioning and injuries during his 7 years in the NBA.
Okay, why didn't he do that before?
An excellent question.
I mean, it's great that he's doing it now, and he looks lean and cut and buff and
skinny Luka.
He's already a great player when he was not in the best condition.
And that's probably the answer to the question right there, right? He had success as a teenager, and it just continued pretty much nonstop all the way to the NBA Finals. But they traded him, and there were all those stories, and that provided the motivation to do this.
But isn't he negligent? Do you need stories? That you have a form of, I don't know what the word is, loyalty, professionalism to the Mavericks? Had to be this, and then you had to get ridiculed before you did it?
I think the answer to that is yes.
I think the answer to that is it should never
be. It should not be. I think his perspective was, I'm out here winning games, and I'm going to go to the NBA Finals. So all this other stuff, they're just complaining to complain. It's about winning games.
They went to the NBA Finals once.
Yep.
The other times they couldn't get out of the second round. I mean, and circumstances dictated last year. that you had an easier path. But come on, I mean, you need to be the best version of yourself. They're paying you all that money and all that, and they're making you the face of the franchise and everything.
So get your body fat down to 5 or 6%.
That's inexcusable, and he's doing it now, and great, but you do it for the Lakers, but you can't do it for Dallas?
Yep. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
The 1-1. Yelich drills it deep into right. This is way back. Tucker looking. Track, wall. Top of the wall. It's gone. It went over. Oh, my. Yelich, a 2-run home run off the yellow and into the Cubs bullpen.
The right-hander returns. There's a long, high drive, deep in the air to left. I mean, way up there. Dominguez to the wall and gone. 2-run homer. Junior Caminero and 4 batters in. The Rays take a 2-0 lead in the Bronx.
The pitch swung on and looped into left field. That has a chance. It finds the grass. Picked up by Duran. 1 run scores. Here comes Willie Castro. He'll score. And Brooks Lee, on the same day his buddy gets traded to Detroit, ends up celebrating a walk-off victory over the Boston Red Sox.
Highlights around Major League Baseball. The big game in the National League Central. Brewers hit 3 homers. They beat the Cubs 8-4. They take over first place in the division. They are up by 1 game. Also in there, here the Rays walking off the Yankees 4-2. Chicago Cubs legend, Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg passed away yesterday at the age of 65 due to complications related to metastatic prostate cancer that he'd been battling since January of 2024. At the height of his game, PK, he was a legend in Chicago, just a big-time star.
Yeah, I would say in the country, because at that point there was no MLB extra innings and all that, but you had WGN and Casa Grande. I would come. We worked 7 to 11, and then we were off, and then we worked 7 to 11.
Split shifts, morning and night.
Right.
So guess what you were doing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Well, it was around noon. Well, actually, no, it was around 11.
11 when the game.
Because it was Pacific time. We didn't change clocks in Arizona, and that's when I got married. And my wife just loved Ryne Sandberg. So you had that.
Go home after work for lunch and turn on the Cubs game.
And then you had Dale Murphy with the Braves because they had the 2 superstations.
Yep.
And for a kid like me who grew up in the New York area and had the Yankees and Mets every night, alternating.
You got to Arizona and there are no Diamondbacks yet, and you're missing your baseball.
Oh, yeah. I was 30 years away from Diamondback baseball. So I want to watch it on television, and it's hot in the summer. And so, yeah, I at that point, I named you every single player on the Cubs.
Yeah. Not every starter, every player, right? Mm-hmm. Knew the whole bullpen.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Bobby Denier played center field. He did.
You're right. I hadn't thought of Bobby Denier in forever. Philly star Bryce Harper stood nose-to-nose with Rob Manfred during a meeting between the Major League Baseball commissioner and the Phillies last week, telling him to get the bleep out of our clubhouse if Manfred wanted to talk about the potential implementation of a salary cap. ESPN reporting this. Harper was reportedly quiet for the majority of the meeting, but then said if MLB were to propose a cap and hold firm, players are not scared to lose 162 games. Before telling Manfred to leave, Manfred reportedly responded that he was not going to get the bleep out of here, saying it was important to talk about threats to MLB's business and ways to grow the game.
Yeah.
Later, they shook hands when the meeting ended. But Harper didn't answer Manfred's phone calls the next day.
Well, I mean, Harper, man, I think he's a Latter-day Saint. He's saying get the bleep out of there. Who is he? You think he's Tyler Batty or something?
Hey, now.
I've been waiting all day for that one.
Get that one teed up,
ready to go. Save that one up.
Yeah, the salary cap, man. You know, Harper, he's got a $13-year contract, so it's kind of easy for him. But also, he has the cachet, and you need your leaders to speak up.
So he did.
So I think that the game's there's gonna be a strike, lockout, whatever you call it, a work stoppage, and it'll affect spring training and go into the season. Was it next year after next year? And away you go. I mean, every other sport has it, and baseball doesn't want it.
They crashed a World Series over this back in '94. So 31 years later, how long are they willing to stay out?
Yeah, I'm ambivalent about it. I mean, if you want to go, go. And the thing about guys like Harper and all, you don't own the game. We own the game. And what's in the best interest of the game? I think that's what, from the fans' perspective, what's in the best interest of the game? Not how much money can you grab every last dollar. Because you're living lifestyles that none of us can fathom as it is. But at the same time, the values of the franchises are going through the roof, and those people are making major.
The owners are making massive money, just like the players are making massive money.
Yeah. So
I think the one thing is that there was this fear for a long time that a couple of rich teams would dominate the game, but between the injuries and the playoff structure, that just hasn't come to pass. You had the stat once, I don't know if you still have it on your fingertips, about how many different teams had won, and there's more parity at the very top of baseball than there is in the NBA and that there is in the NFL.
Well, I think that's the nature of the sport, though.
Right.
It can be somewhat flukish.
In a 4 out of 7 playoff series, or 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 3 in the wild card round.
Right.
Crazy things happen.
Because you put a piece of lumber in a man's hands, you know what he is?
A lumberjack.
Dangerous. Anybody can get a hit. Swing. You make contact. Things happen. But we're seeing it. The good thing that they did to make it more even was adding more wild cards. And maybe that's what they should do. Make it harder. Because there's no team in the NL West that has a chance to win the division. Except one. Over and over and over again.
Dodgers are doing it for about a decade now.
Yeah. Now, the World Series is harder because of the more teams to get to and just the happenstance nature of the game. So maybe that's the answer. Okay, we'll just add 2 more wild card series or something to try to even it out so the same teams aren't winning all the time.
Manfred says, important to talk about threats to MLB's business. Are there really threats? I guess that's what the question comes down to. I think the players are going to look at the franchise valuations you just talked about and said, you just keep selling them for more, there's no threat to the business. Manfred will point at, hey, we don't have a steady stream of local TV income, which is critical.
Well, what will the fans take? Because they're the ones who will decide. What will you take? It's the same thing with college sports. Mm-hmm. What will you take? How far will you go? Now, if your team wins, we had Locke on last week, and he was talking about how Stanford, he's lost interest because they're in the ACC. And I pushed back. Well, you lost interest because they've been 3-9 for several seasons.
Right, 3-9 in the ACC.
If they were 11-1, would you be? Maybe you're not as interested in a sense, but
you'd be paying attention.
When the Devils are kicking off in the Big 12 title game and against Iowa State, a team that I hadn't paid a lick of attention to for many, many decades of my life, all of a sudden I care a whole heck of a lot. So winning, that sounds good, but if you're winning the ACC, I think you're paying attention if your team is winning. It's the same thing with Utah. And we're all bummed that the Pac-12 went away. I'm right there with you, Utes. And this year, if you're in the Cowboy Stadium and the first Saturday in December, you're into it. And all of a sudden, the fact that it isn't Oregon or SC or whomever doesn't really mean that much. But if you go 5-7 again, you can't score to save your life. This sucks.
DJ and PK.
#golf.
The weekly purses for Live Golf competitions will increase to $30 million in 2026, with the extra $5 million going towards the team competition, according to a report from Sports Business Journal. $20 million in purse money will continue to cover individual stroke play, $10 million dedicated to the team competition. Payouts increased on the PGA Tour. Now they're increasing on the Live. They're not going to blink, and they're not going to go away. Are they going to be able to re-sign the players as their contracts come up? Because that's going to start happening here shortly. Well, they got more prize money.
I don't pay attention to it.
No. But they're not going away.
To me, this is like spring football.
There it is. Go watch it if you want, but I'm not.
I don't really have a lot of interest in it.
Yeah. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. And get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. That's what's trending. Coming up, Brandon Doman, former BYU quarterback and offensive coordinator, is going to join us at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about the quarterback competition at BYU. And JB Long, play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Rams on the NFC West at 9 o'clock. We'll talk with him as NFL camps are rolling too. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. The question of the day is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, he is 33-year-old defenseman Nate Schmidt.
Growing up in Minnesota, it had to be your dream to win a Stanley Cup, and now that dream is a reality. What was it like for you, and have you had a chance to kind of soak that in, spend some time with it? I don't know what your plan was or if you've had that chance yet.
You sleep in the bed next to it. That's what you do, right?
Yeah. No, you know what? It was everything I had hoped and dreamed it would be. I would say this more than anything. Once you've tasted it, it's intoxicating. It's euphoric feeling. I have to have that again. It's not just about, it's everybody that's ever helped you along. It's your parents, your family, everybody. It's all of that. It's not just you. It was, I have a 2-year-old son and another baby on the way. Like it's for him. It's being able to share with people that, mean the most to you, and forever a bond with a city. That really does mean a lot.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We will look definitely a lot different than we have. You know, in the past, 10, 15 years, we've been a lot of double tight, 12 personnel, and we're going to be moving more to a spread attack and RPO, and we got a dynamic quarterback. We love our quarterback, Devin Dampier. Rushed for over 1,000 yards last year, threw for over 2,500 yards, and so he's a guy that is a true dual threat, great leader. And if spring ball is any indication of what we're going to see, he's going to be very exciting this fall.
There's Kyle Whittingham talking about the Utes and the new offense, which brings us to the question of the morning. How do you think Utah's new spread offense will do?
Oh, this is Kyle Whittingham's dream.
Run it some more.
Well, the spread offense, because he's always thought that was the hardest to defend, and he obviously approaches everything from a defensive perspective because his father taught him to do that, and that's what he does, and he's been very successful at it. And so to have one of his own, he's super excited. And the funny thing is here, the Tanavasa transfer just got under Utah's skin, some of the fans and all that stuff. Well, people, all you Ute fans out there who are upset by that, without the transfer portal, you'd be picked 17th in this league. Not 16th, 17th. The transfer portal saved your bacon because all the excitement around this team is centered on Devin Dampier. And he wouldn't have been able to play for the University of Utah this year without the transfer portal. So don't bleep and moan ever again about the transfer portal because you would be just depressed about the season that you're about to have if you didn't have the transfer portal. And now that you have the transfer portal, you are rightfully so excited because I expect this team to be contending in November along with several other teams, and then we'll see what happens. In my mind, they've got just as good a chance as anybody to finish in the top two. But I can say that about 5, 6, 7 other teams too. That's what makes it fun. But don't ever complain about the transfer portal because Dampier, and Tanavasa claimed God sent him there. What sent Dampier there? How about the people in New Mexico? Just they brought you there, and then you flourished, and then you said, see ya, I got a better offer. Who gives a flying what the answer or what the reason is? Because the result is the exact same thing. So there!
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And it's not Dampier. It's not just a one-off. Who are the top 2 rushers going to be on a team that runs the ball a lot? They're both going to be transfers. Utes were busy.
They've always had good running backs. Even if they didn't, they don't need the transfer portal to have good running backs. But they needed the transfer portal to have enthusiasm because that program, offensively, that team last year was dead in the water. And now there's brimming with excitement. And rightly so, as I say.
That is the responses that we're seeing right here. It'll be a lot of extra games. Thinking conference title game.
Yeah.
Thinking playoff. Jeff tried to take a shot.
Senior
it's going to
Bowl.
be a long season for them. Cougar fan, tell him bad.
Why?
And Jason immediately came back with, so a lot of extra games.
Oh, nice. Yeah. They got some good seniors on the team. They've got they're set up to do well. I'd be surprised if they didn't. But yeah, this conference surprised the heck out of us last year, so who's to say? But I think he's going to be dynamic. And the thing about it is that you've got all these pro-style quarterbacks. Now, quarterbacks today, pro-style, is a different phrase and meaning than 20, 30, 40 years ago. The Dan Marinos of the world. I don't think they really exist anymore.
Pro-style no longer means true, lockdown, sit-in-the-pocket quarterback. Even the pros want a little escapability, chance to extend a play at a minimum.
Right.
Tony says hopefully this is going to be much better than last year's offense. That was hard to watch.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. If there's any thing you want to look at in terms of what's worst case scenario, well, worst case scenario is better than last year. That's just worse, but I expect it to be good.
Ben, so good.
I'm excited for it. I really am. It's something new. It's different. And we'll see. It's going to be like, with all these quarterbacks throwing the ball, there's a number of great quarterbacks, another great pro prospects. I don't think Dampier is a pro prospect as a quarterback, but there's several others. And you used to hear like, when we play Air Force, it's the one time we have to change everything, and we have to get ready in a week. I wonder if the Utes can do that a little bit in terms of they have a style that not employed by many teams in the league. So can that be an advantage for them to be able to teams trying to get up to speed on this guy?
Prepare for something that's really different.
In a short time. Yeah. Game week preparations are pretty short. So you got all that going on there. So that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But yeah, Devin Dampier in the transfer portal has just rejuvenated the feeling throughout the program.
There's a lot of energy that wasn't there a year ago.
Right.
A lot of optimism.
Yeah. And it's based on the transfer portal. So don't ever complain about the transfer portal again. I don't want to hear it.
You live by the transfer portal, you die by the transfer portal. James says it depends on how much Witt interferes with the offense.
Well, now, he made a statement in Frisco, Texas, that said he gives the coordinator complete autonomy. Jason Beck has complete autonomy, just like all the other coordinators have had. And I may have gotten a response on that.
Didn't feel completely autonomous to some people who've held that title.
No, and I know multiple.
Don't you think it's completely autonomous until there's something he doesn't like?
Yeah, pick.
Right.
Yeah, it's a pick. Yeah.
Or a couple of 3-and-outs.
Well, you're going to have 3-and-outs. He'll take a 3-and-out.
That's why I said a couple.
He'll I did a symposium with him a couple of summers ago, and I said, "What's your favorite game?" And I listed mine was SC.
Right.
He went to TCU 13-10, and then he went to BYU when he was a coordinator 3-0. So the 3-and-outs, I don't think faze him in the least, as long as they're winning the game.
I don't think you can. You don't want to fully give people up. But there are people in the press box who've been asked what they're doing in pretty dramatic and colorful terms.
Oh, you're talking in the coach's box?
Yeah, to a coordinator.
Yeah, it's the course of the game. Emotions run high.
Yeah.
So he's an emotional guy. I can tell you stories at BYU, too.
Yeah.
It's just,
I know.
It's not.
It just doesn't sound like it's completely autonomous, and I don't think it's limited exclusively to turnovers. If there's a lack of production for a while, hard questions get asked.
Well, that's going to be any program.
As they should, yeah. So when he says completely autonomous, I think until you get frustrated. And the turnovers will frustrate him first, but I just don't think those are the only things that frustrate him.
Yeah, but that's every coach. So his statement then applies to every single coach. Nick Saban screams at Lane Kiffin
Yes,
and it does it in a public manner.
On the
Kyle's never
sideline.
done that in a public manner to an offensive coordinator.
No, it helped that the coordinator was standing on the sideline, and most of them are up in the booth. So a lot of times that's going to happen on headphones, whereas Nick could just turn and let loose.
Yeah. Right.
A butt chewing, as he called it.
No, he called it ass chewing. You're not going to get
did.
fired.
Okay. He called it an ass chewing.
The image is protected. You're
Yeah.
okay. That's exact, because we played it for Norm Chow when we used to have him on, and Norm just busted up.
Norm.
Yeah. They asked Nick Saban about that discussion, and he said that wasn't a discussion. That was an ass chewing. Yeah, and we played that coming into Norm's interview, and he just let loose as we all did. I mean, it was funny when he said that. So I can't criticize the Utah coach for doing something that everybody does, but this complete autonomy. I think that that he has to. Because that would be like you heard the story of the great Bob Gibson when the catcher would come out to talk to him. He'd say, "Get back there. The only thing you know about pitching is you can't hit it." And Kyle, the only thing you know about running a spread offense is defending it. So you have to give him autonomy.
Give him autonomy.
Yeah.
And all the tight ends transferring, that was a sign of things to come.
Now, that's your story. You got that. So why don't you explain it?
I talked to the father of one of the tight ends, and they just didn't. It was nothing as coaches. They just didn't believe that they were going to play much. They didn't believe they were going to be thrown the ball. They didn't think they were going to be able to show their talents. And although they didn't say it to me, what implied was there has been NFL talent at tight end on this roster, and there is now, and they're not going to have a chance to show their stuff. That was the implication of what he said.
I understood. And so with that in mind, because you had told me that,
yep.
I went and did some conversing, and for what it's worth, they felt like that was untrue.
They do feel like that's untrue.
And that's one of the reasons
Yes.
why they're going to move Barton and let him play some tight end. And I saw the young man play in high school many times, and he was dynamic.
Right.
But you could put him anywhere almost with his body type that will allow him to play that position, and he would be dynamic. He's phenomenal at that. I saw him play basketball. I mean, he's incredible. He can play tight end.
I think that this is one of the things to watch. Well, it doesn't really matter. If you move the ball and score points, who cares who's on the field, right? It matters if it's your kid or your brother or if it's you, but it doesn't matter to most of the fans. Just get your 30, 35 points a game and whatever.
Win.
But they do feel, the Utes staff feels like some of the players who left went to places that are going to use them less. And we'll be able to chart that. We'll be able to, we know the players and where they went, and we'll see if somebody blows up and has a great year, and we'll see if somebody's really productive here.
Okay, you do that.
Okay.
I don't care.
It's gonna be right in front of you in some cases.
Well, it's obviously Carson Ryan.
Carson Ryan at BYU.
About. I get it. But I mean, I'm not gonna do that related to the U, because
no, they'll be running a different offense, and they'll either get their 30 points or they won't.
Yeah, Ben Olsen left, but they had Max Hall, and who cared that Ben Olsen left?
Because you got the points and you got the wins.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's just the world in which we live in, and so be it. I'm not going to criticize a young man for leaving or whatever they decide. That's what they decide. It's life's too short to be worried about that stuff.
Yeah.
The point being is that Utah has talent at tight end, no matter who left, and if they want to go to another place where they think their talents will be better utilized, fine, because nobody owes it to them to throw them the ball. They owe it to the team to win games, and so that's all that matters. And we'll see how things develop too, because the best laid plans don't necessarily come out. That's football, man. And when you get out there and everything is live, then that's why I'm so curious. I'm grateful that the Utes got Dampier because he's injected more enthusiasm from me. An old dude who doesn't, my money stays the same, win or lose. But I want to have fun. I've always viewed sports as fun. And he has the opportunity to entertain me. And that's what I want to see. And I am so excited for this first game because they're not playing a dog, you know. They're playing a legitimate team that got better as the season went on. And now they got this hotshot quarterback from Tennessee, and how's he going to play into it and all? You know, I mean, and then they're trying to say, oh, he's coming home. And meanwhile, I'd heard, well, wait a second, all his family had moved to Tennessee. He's coming to a situation that it's they all try to couch it as pure. You know what I mean? This is a business, man. I don't care that he's 20 years old, 21, 19. It doesn't matter to me. This is a big-time business. And he's going to a situation where he'll know he'll play and make money. It's not coming home because he was from the Long Beach area and his whole family had already moved to Knoxville and blah, blah. It's a bunch of crap. This is a business. Just spell it out. It's not about what. Oh well, I'm going to transfer to Westwood because they've got an excellent engineering program. Stop with that. That was all a bunch of crap. Always. Now we all finally know what I've been saying for years, and so he's going to be there. Utah's coming in, and man, what a first game! An old rivalry, even though it's relatively new. You know, they haven't been playing each other for 50 years or whatever. But still, there's some familiarity there, and it's the Rose Bowl and blah, 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 the Rose Bowl setting anyway. And, gosh, I'm super excited for that game. We'll be down there covering it for the station. And I think that we'll see right off the bat how good this offense can be. I mean, I'm not going to make season-long conclusions, although we can't help but do it. Yeah,
yeah, we will.
Right. If they win 45-10, we're going to be fired up.
We won't make season-long conclusions because we all thought we knew going into the season. We thought we knew something, and a month into the season, the Utes are 4-0. We still think we know it.
Oh, heck yeah!
So we're going to know this year. All right. Well, 1-0 is great, assuming they win the game, right? And we'll make these. But we'll still be like, you got to get through October and November. Let's see. But it's still going to set expectations.
Right, and we overblow things, and I'm right there in the front of the line doing that stuff, even though I tell myself not to. But if they look awesome, I'm going to be jacked for them and think, oh, this season's going to be great. I can't wait till we get to conference season, or at least week 3 against Wyoming, and then it starts. Who's their first conference game against? Is it Texas Tech? Help me out. Your schedule, boy. What do you got here?
Stand by.
Ready? Come on. Both of you are racing to see. Come on. Let's go. What do you got? Who's got it first?
You had it first. It's Tech.
Yeah. And this morning, I'm driving in. You know, they put out a thing. It's funny that I don't know if you guys, but I was actually on my computer yesterday afternoon, and the emails from BYU and Utah came within seconds of each other.
Yeah, okay. I actually meant to bring that up like off air, but does that feel like a coordinated thing?
Yeah,
with the Big 12?
It did because
The Big
we've
12.
been waiting. Normally they send it out a week ahead.
Correct.
Here it was like basically 2 days ahead, and we were talking about, have you seen one? Have you got one? Did I get my name get eliminated like the Jazz did for me, and I don't get the injury report anymore because they don't like me? And then it came boom, boom, back to back.
Yeah, I think it's coordinated by the conference.
Right. I figured it must have been something. It's just too coincidental, and that's fine. And so BYU's going to have their observation period in the last, 15, 20 minutes of practice. Utah, it's the same thing war is good for.
Absolutely nothing.
Say it.
You will not see anything.
Nothing, man. And if you peek around that corner, I think they got sharpshooters on the roof. Not real bullets, but just like, just to stun you.
The rubber pellets.
Yeah, back your way. And
buckshot.
So you won't see anything, nothing. The first snap we will see will be right there with all the fans on August 30th 1 month and 1 day from today. And so I'm driving in this morning, and I got my Sirius satellite, and I'm flicking around, and I get to the College Station, and they're introducing Joey McGuire, the coach at Texas Tech, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, sweet, I'm going to settle in and listen to this interview, right? And he's very media savvy, and they like interviewing him because he's super friendly and engaging.
He's a talker.
Right, big time, right? And he's got the twang. He knows how to play it really well. Yeah. And so he says, he's talking about, God put me on earth to be on the practice field. You know, he's just selling it big time. And this is awesome. And it's 2 ex-jocks who do the show, so they're just loving it, right? And as we would, and I'm not an ex-jock. I've never played a thing in my life. And so, and he's going through the routine and his staff, and he says he's got staff members that monitor what's going on at other places.
Mm-hmm.
And the first school he mentions?
Utah or BYU?
Utah,
okay.
So I thought, okay, I can see Paranoia the Destroyer up on the hill because Joey McGuire is just saying it. He says, and they do it twice a week, and they give me the stuff, and I look at it. And that's always been Kyle's big thing. Kyle takes it to the extreme, I think.
Okay, but there's 32 NFL teams. Aren't they all tracking?
Right,
Aren't the Broncos
but nobody
tracking
is in
what
college,
the Chiefs
right?
do?
So it's all wash, though.
You don't think anyone in college, Kyle, doesn't have people tracking these other schools?
Yes, but you have to do it on the sly. So prevent them from the NFL. Everybody.
Yeah, everything's open.
But the rules are all the same. It's not you're acting like it's the same thing. No, everything's the same. So it all flushes out. Am I better than you? Well, in college, Majerus told me one time, he said he was driving home and he's flicking around. He used to drive an Explorer, and he comes across the station at Albuquerque, and it's the coaches show with Dave Bliss. Mm-hmm. And he's sitting in the parking lot, and it's fading and it's scratchy. And then he says to himself, this is ridiculous.
That's the correct answer.
I know, but they can't help it.
That's the correct answer.
I get their mindset. Do I think he's over the top? Yes. But do I understand why he's over the top? Yes.
He's talking himself in circles, or thinking himself in circles.
Sure. And yet he's had 4 conference title appearances in 5 years.
Right.
So you're going to tell me it's wrong? Even if it's stupid, in his mind he thinks it's right. What about, why did coaches, they can't do this? They got to stand over here. They got to do this. They got to do that. Van Horn had to have a sleeve on between his ankle and his knee on the right side of his calf in layup line, and then he adjusted it during the game. Is that stupid? Yes. Van Horn was the second pick and made millions.
I think there's a coach that you have a lot of respect for. And I think, well, I do too. I think probably Yock does. And I think a ton of high school coaches here do. And I think he told you once, what do I care where the media stands? He repeated a quote that he gave to his then head coach. Well, what do I care?
Okay.
Yeah. So that coach won a lot also.
I understand.
Okay. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up top of the hour, Brandon Doman on the Cougar quarterback controversy or battle or intrigue or whatever word you'd like to use. Find out what word Brandon would like to use, and we'll do that at the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An earlier crash on 500 South on-ramp to southbound I-15 has been cleared. Also, lane restrictions between Kimball Junction and US 40 up near Park City have been cleared. But the right lane remains blocked coming out of off the summit of Parley's Canyon, heading into Kimball Junction if you're up in the area this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Game, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid, dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans, yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Keary here. If you're tired of weight loss journeys and never really finishing them, get with the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss like we did.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days.
Give Salt Lake City Fat Loss a try. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard Lendon at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Band of the day today is Rush, lead singer Geddy Lee, celebrating his 72nd birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Geddy Lee, is that his name?
Geddy Lee.
This guy is a major baseball collector.
Oh, yeah?
Major.
All that money he's made in music, he's turned around and spent on
he's got,
jerseys, bats, balls, and gloves.
Dedicated rooms in his house.
Yeah, I saw a thing, I don't know, 60 Minutes or whatever it was. I can't. One of those news shows. I don't know, maybe, what's his face? Dan Rather does these things on the Access Network where he interviews celebrities, a lot of music stars. And, man, this guy, and he's a Canadian, and obviously he's got Toronto there, and boy, he really has a ton of artifacts. It was like a museum. His house was literally like a baseball museum. It was super cool.
What was the best thing you remember from the story as far as
just the fact that he did it, and he's in the room, and it literally looks like a mini little Hall of Fame. All the stuff that he had, and obviously he's got, as you referenced, the resources to do it, but that he would do it and be way into it. I was fascinated by watching that. I'm not a fan of their music. It's fine. I don't care.
Oh, my gosh.
But all the stuff
I just read a thing. It was Dan Rather on Access. You can see the piece on anywhere online. You can Google it and find it. He said he donated 200 baseballs that were signed to the Negro League Museum, and that just gives you an idea of the scope of his collection. Like, yeah, I got 200 of these. I can give them up. I still have my own personal museum.
Yeah.
That just gives you an idea of the volume.
Right.
Wow.
Right. That was way cool to see, and they talked about it and his interest in that.
Got a question up on our Facebook page along the lines of baseball about Bryce Harper telling the commissioner to get the bleep out of the clubhouse if he wanted to talk about a salary cap. Should Major League Baseball have a salary cap? And Scott said, nope. Do you have a salary cap at the job you work at?
Yes.
Gary says,
they're not going to go higher than I want.
There is a salary cap. It's not negotiated through a CBA. But there's people capping it.
No matter how much I plead with them, it's not happening.
Gary, yes, the NFL model works, and other leagues should follow.
That's interesting because I was talking to my wife about that last night, and she asked me, well, is the NFL, they're the only ones? I said, no, baseball is the only one who doesn't. Although they do have some revenue sharing and all that. But I hate to get into that because I'm a baseball fan. I'm not a financial fan.
They're all different, but there are caps everywhere. And the rules get super arcane and hard to follow. And I thought basketball had the rules that were easiest to follow for a long period of time. And now I think they've gotten super complicated.
Yeah. Once you introduce, let alone the first apron, but when I get to the second apron, I am O-U-T. That's for beat writers and the capologists and do all that stuff. I don't care about that. I care about when their first exhibition game this next season, when Filipowski goes the line, I'm going to stand up and chant MVP. And nobody could deny me that right because he was Summer League MVP. And I have the right and the facts to back it up, to chant MVP. I want to see what this guy can do. He had a phenomenal summer. That's what I'm looking for. Not the second apron. And I know they have to worry about that, and that's fine and all that. But, when I see guys signing for Booker $70 million a year, $70 million a year. I mean, Maron, that's just unbelievable. One season is life-changing generational money. I don't want to hear about any of that stuff. And more power to them. The WNBA took a bunch of heat with the players, pay me or what we're worth or whatever. Do I think, I don't know what I think about it, but they want to get more money? Go do it. Go get more money. I got no problem with that. And they lose money. I don't care about that. If they think they're worth more money, I support their decisions to think they're worth more. Whether they get it or not remains to be seen. But I'm for everybody getting more money.
Well, that's the issue
Except
here.
you.
The owners want more money.
Then let them get more money.
And they'll get that by having a cap. And I think the players are going to say, you want to expand. Billionaires aren't lining up to lose money.
Okay, but are they saying that for the opportunity to make more money, or are they saying that for the competitive balance? Because they're not going to couch it as we want more money. They're going to couch it the competitive balance that there is 20 teams. If you add up their payroll, doesn't equal what what the Dodgers make. Mm-hmm. And so they're going to spin it as competitive balance. And that's back to my original point. What is best for the game? That's what I care about. The game. The actual game between the lines. That's why I'm a sports fan. The games. All of the games. From whatever to the lowest to the highest. To RSL beating the Earthquakes to the Yankees and everything in between. And I don't care. I care about the games. What is best for the game?
Well, they're going to point to the Dodgers and all the division titles and say, see, there's a competitive balance problem. And then the players are going to say, well, that's fine for the NL West, but now look at the AFC West. There's a salary cap, and the Chiefs have won every division title for a decade. So that's not going to do it. That's an excuse. And they're going to go back and forth. And that's why I think your prediction that spring training will be lost and games will be lost has got a pretty good chance of coming true. Because they can keep pulling out the isolated facts and see, we have a case, we have a case.
And that bites for the fans.
And they're super stubborn. And that's why they're F-bombing each other in the clubhouse. And how long is left on the CBA? Is it half a season or a year and a half?
I think they've got next season okay.
Okay, the year after. So there's a year and a half that we should have baseball, and then it'll be on. You know, and the argument will be, well, the Dodgers are dominating. It's like, well, the Giants' problem is they're one game over 500. You know, if the Giants win 100 games and they can't win the division, fine, but the Giants are mediocre, so don't tell me about the Dodgers winning the division.
Well, right, they're mediocre because they couldn't afford to do what the Dodgers
did, and if they had Shohei, then they'd be
Blake
way over.
Snell, and the Dodgers gave them more money.
And this is how they're going to go around and around, but unlike the horse races you always talk about where they get to the finish line, they're just going to take another lap around the track because they've been having this argument. I mean, we always point to 94 because that's when the World Series didn't happen, but the same thing happened in 81, and they lost a third of the season and had a bizarro playoff thing, and this just keeps rearing its head.
I know.
If anything, the scars from losing a World Series kind of kept this under control for 30 years, during which other teams in the NHL lost an entire season. Now, we didn't have the NHL here at that point, so it didn't matter to a lot of local fans, but plenty of people who follow the NHL are like, yeah, I remember. I mean, it's been almost 20 years now since they lost it. But all right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Brandon Doman, former BYU quarterback and offensive coordinator. He was in quarterback competitions as a player. He refereed him as an offensive coordinator. And now he can sit here and watch A-Rod and three quarterbacks try to figure all this out with Kalani. We'll get his opinion of how things are shaking out in Provo, and we'll do that next right here on The Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Freedom Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day this Wednesday for your chance to win.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out your service pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle at cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle at cedarhillsutah.gov.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He's a rebel and a runner. He's a signal turning green. He's a restless young romantic, wants to run the big machine. He's got a problem with his poisons, but you know we'll find a cure. He's cleaning up the systems.
DJ PK, don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you can win tickets to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ PK, it's time to welcome in Brandon Doman, former BYU quarterback, former BYU offensive coordinator. Brandon, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
We are doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I think you guys have been doing this for 40 years now. How long you guys been doing this? That's pretty good. It's awesome. Come on.
Let's see. We are in year. Hold on. I can do the math here. We've done 23 years. We're in our 24th.
Well, he said it seems like.
I'm just saying. You guys kick butt. You're doing a good job.
Well, thank you. You were one of the first names across our lips because camp's going to open here, and there's 3 quarterbacks vying for a job, and practice isn't real because they don't let quarterbacks get hit, and nonetheless, they have to figure out who the best quarterback is. And it's just such a flawed system, Brandon. And I was thinking, I actually went back and looked it up because BYU's website, they've got some awesome stuff on there. Lavelle has a quote after the CSU game when you get to come in at quarterback at halftime and you haven't been playing and the team hasn't been scoring points. They'd only scored 20 points a game one time in the last 5 games. And you come in and it's 38-0. And you score 3 touchdowns. And a game story says short fields, block punts. I didn't remember any of that. You scored 30 points or more and won the next 2 games. And you started the next year 12-0 and you scored 30 points in 10 of those games. And Lavelle says at CSU, he says, something's wrong and I can't figure it out. And the answer is literally you standing next to him on the sideline as the next 14 games are going to prove. And he can't figure it out. And I'm thinking, that's because quarterbacks don't get hit in practice. And he didn't know how elusive you were and what a playmaker you were because you couldn't really show it because practice isn't real. And now at BYU and at other schools around the country, they're going to run out there at practice and try to figure out who the best quarterback is. And I'm thinking, it's a flawed system. You played. You're an offense coordinator. Do you have any answers? Is there anything that could be done better to make sure you get the right quarterback? Because you're a great example of this system's flawed.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's so hard because you get into a practice setting. It's scripted. You're doing routes on air. You're throwing one-on-ones. You're constantly comparing who's got the best arm strength, who can throw the best ball, and it's almost impossible to simulate game-like scenarios. Not just game-like scenarios, but 65,000 fans in the stands, all the pressures leading up to the game, the experience during the game, and some guys just play better on game day. Some guys get into the stadium and their blood flows differently and they compete differently. The teammates respond differently to them. And so it is uniquely challenging to find a guy. So you're constantly looking for ways as a coach, both in the off season, during the spring and obviously during fall camp. How can we best simulate that environment in every way possible? And I remember as a coach trying to figure out how do we put these guys into real life game-like situations where we're moving the ball, we're getting into, where they have to truly move the chains, first, second, third down, fourth down stuff. Can they create drives? Can we put them on the 25-yard line and make them drive the ball? Can we put them in, scenarios where there's enough mounted pressure where they can respond appropriately? And then it's really hard in practice to know how these teammates can respond. So you get a feel throughout the off season and in the fall camp. Most of the leaders on the team begin to gravitate to a particular guy, and you hope they're not gravitating to the most popular guy, rather than gravitating to the guy that they believe is going to help them win. And you just have to pay very close attention to all those details.
I like what you would do with Max Hall in the team sessions. If a guy, because the quarterback's off limits, he got within 5 yards, you'd blow as a sack, blow the whistle, and Max would yell at you and you'd yell back. And that was always entertaining to see that. You try to frustrate him because during game action, things don't go the way you want it, and you're going to have to overcome frustration. As far as from an offensive coordinator perspective, how do you go into tailoring the practices to make sure everybody has an equal opportunity, certainly in the beginning, and then work your way towards, as August rolls on, of narrowing it down?
Yeah, you can't wait long. They're going to have to make a decision soon. One of the things Bronco did years ago, and I think most programs probably don't do this anymore just based on injury, but we would get to a Thursday night, and we'd call it Thursday Night Lights, and we would let our underclassmen play. We'd turn on the music and play a game, and quarterbacks were live, and it gave us an opportunity to find out, one, that Max Hall was legit and that he was a fierce competitor, and he captured the heart of the entire team during those Thursday nights when he was redshirting or ineligible to play that year. So have they done their homework up to this point? Do they really know what McKay Hillstead can do? Do they really know? I say McKay Hillstead because they've had him now for a long period of time, and he seems to be the front runner. In my opinion, have they had enough time to see this kid compete in enough settings to where they know how the team's going to respond to him? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. If they've seen him in enough live bullet scenarios, and for the quarterbacks going into fall camp, the only way I can see them being able to do that is as quickly as they can early on, giving enough first team reps over that first week. Each of these guys, fair amount of reps, but quickly you're going to have to pick a guy and just dump the reps into him because they just don't have enough time.
When we do interviews, I've stood next to Bronson Kafusi and to Star Lotulelei and Luther Ellis, and I feel like a very small person. And you know how tall I am because I've stood next to you doing interviews, right? Now I'm going to stand next to McKay Hillstead, and I'm going to stand next to Devin Dampier, and I'm going to tower over them. Is that a good thing for Ute and Cougar fans, or should they worry about the diminutive stature of their respective potential quarterbacks here?
Well, it's a challenge. Yeah, I mean, they have a disadvantage without question. Even 2 to 3, 4 more inches, you can get to 6'2", and I'm 6'2". I walked in the NFL and I felt like a shrimp. Mm-hmm. I just felt like a little man, and so being 5'10", 5'11", you certainly are at a disadvantage. So offensively, the scheme has to change. You have to create spaces in the run game and what you call the run, the RPO system, run pass option system, running zone read stuff, creating pocket movement so that you can create space for the quarterback to see it. And there have been a lot of quarterbacks that can play this game that are 5'11", that can see the field, that can throw the ball well. But the system has to allow for it, and you do that through the scheme. And I think Aaron Roderick understands the scheme. I actually think the scheme is very good for a guy like McKay that's a little undersized. He has all the skill in the world to be able to do it. He's just undersized, and I think Utes and Cougars are hoping that that these offensive coordinators can create enough spread and enough scheme to enable these guys to do well. And as much as it is on the quarterback, it is on the offensive play caller and the scheme.
Over the years, we've talked to a lot of different quarterbacks as they headed off into the real world. One of the guys that we've had on many times over is Robbie Bosco, and he likes to say in a laughing manner that when he got on campus as a freshman, it never entered his mind that he would anywhere near taking a snap in a game for 2 years. And they felt like, and we know during that time, that's what they had. And that quarterback factory, as guys sat, learned, and then it was their time. They go on and flourish. Now you got this kid, Bear Bachmeier, who, in a crazy world that we live in now, participated in Stanford's spring ball, and here he is at BYU just a few weeks later. Do you see any way that he could be prepared enough, given such limited time, to be able to be the starter this year?
Yes, I do think he could be the starter this year, but he won't be the starter at the beginning of the season. He just hasn't had enough time to be in the scheme and develop the camaraderie, and they don't need to play him at the beginning of the season. They've got again, I keep saying McKay, but I think they got enough of a talent there, a guy that I think the team has had enough reps with and surrounded by to go in there and give him the opportunity to play. If by chance he's not playing well and is having a hard time, then you need to make a decision for the next 2 or 3 years. And it seems to me that you would begin dumping all of that time into Bear. And he does have significant upside, but he's just limited in the amount of time he's had. And Stanford was down, and so therefore he was in the mix immediately as a potential starter for them. And all of a sudden here he is again. But I think it would best serve BYU and Bear to give this guy an opportunity to get down the road a couple months.
Former BYU quarterback, former BYU offensive coordinator Brandon Doman joining us. Do you think that high school coaching and high school offenses has improved so much that you really can't compare freshmen now to freshmen from 10, 20, 30 years ago, all the 7-on-7 drills. And I've even heard video games have taught 12-year-old stuff about football that you didn't used to learn until you were 19 or 20. Is it just completely different now for someone learning to play quarterback?
No doubt. The training is so good. Skill development training. You've got guys that are, the likes of John Beck and others that have accelerated quarterback training. We have local trainers, Dustin Smith and others here locally that provide these kids off-season training that dads can find a million reps for their kids. And you're right, high school coaching has improved significantly. Schemes are better. Quarterbacks are getting more and more whacks at seeing real life, passing game offense and schemes and understanding the game of football better. Light years different. And that's why oftentimes you'll see some of these rookies get in the NFL and can be successful pretty quick because of the amount of reps they've had. Some of these guys have had 3 years of college reps, 3 years of high school reps, and they've played a ton of football by the time they get there. And I just didn't have – I had played a lot of football. When I was gotten to that age, I just hadn't seen enough of what I was going to see at BYU, so I was behind the eight ball. And I think these guys are way more ready.
One of your great accomplishments, and certainly I don't think it received the attention that it deserved as a coach at BYU, was dealing with the psyche of players. I mean, you basically had to take it down in the dumps, John Beck, and build him back up to the player that he was, and he goes on and just has an incredible senior season. And when you got him, he was just psychologically not in a good spot. And then you had to do the same thing a little while later with Jake Heaps and all that. So for Aaron Roderick and Kalani and the other offensive coaches, how important do you think it is to be able to keep these guys basically just have the confidence level, because you're going to be in this battle and everybody wants to start, and it's almost going to be like series to series, if not play to play. It could be a fickle thing.
LaVell Edwards was so good at creating a culture for quarterbacks. And it didn't matter who the guy was. If he picked a quarterback, the culture surrounding that quarterback enabled him to become a confident person, a confident player, and in so many ways the leader of the football team. And as goes the quarterback, so goes the team. And so you have to develop a plan, a practice plan, a locker room culture, a team culture around this quarterback that enables him to truly become the guy that you want him to. And your team leaders have to understand that culture, and your coaches have to understand that culture. You can't have multiple coaches talking to the quarterback during practice. I mean, there's so many different little nuances to develop the mindset of a quarterback. And I was fortunate enough to be raised in that environment at BYU. And then I went off into the NFL, and I was in the same environment with Steve Mariucci, and Bill Walsh was there as a consultant. And those guys all had the same mindset. It was a kind of a Mike Holmgren-esque mindset. And those guys, Andy Reid is now the leader of, in my opinion, of all quarterback cultural training. He's the best in the world at it right now. And it all stems from the same environment. And you have to create a mindset and an environment and a culture for that guy to be successful. And if you can do that and you got the right quarterback, you can have great quarterbacks back to back to back, because it becomes inbred in the culture. As long as you're recruiting right, and BYU did for so many years. If you recruit right and you coach the culture right, it truly can be a quarterback factory, and that's why some people figure it out, and it just keeps happening time and time again.
You mentioned only one voice. That wasn't an accident. You just didn't throw that out there. Is that why quarterback coaches went away? Because I always thought that what PK was talking about with you and John Beck, I thought in the 90s, Robbie Bosco did a good job of that. I heard some specific stories about guys who were on the verge of melting down during games. And Robbie could say stuff to him because he played this. But then you also have the OC talking to him. So is that one of the reasons QB coaches went away?
Well, I'm going to tell you a story. Brett Favre shows up at the Green Bay Packers. He's a brand new quarterback. He's a young, budding superstar, and they know it. And so Mike Holmgren, in one of the very first staff meetings, He said, I want to make something very clear at the beginning of training camp as we go in. There will be one person talking to Brett Favre. And then he pointed over to Steve Mariucci and he says, it'll be that coach right there. And if anybody else is going to talk to him, it would be me. I don't want any of you talking to our quarterback ever during practice. You want to address him at lunch or something and just be his friend, you can, but you do not get to talk football with him. And during practice, he hears one voice. We don't want a quarterback looking left and looking right and trying to. And oftentimes you get into practice and you might have an offensive line coach or a head coach, and then all of a sudden the receiver coach decides he wants to chime in. And those are cultures that fail. They fail at coaching quarterbacks, and we pay very close attention to who's coaching the quarterback and what voice is he listening to. And when he makes a throw, when he makes a decision, or when he's looking for any kind of positive reinforcement or a correction, his head should go one direction, and that direction should go to the exact one voice that he's being coached by. And Robert and I enabled that for me as the quarterback coach, and here he was the offensive coordinator. And again, I said Lavelle was about as good as it got. And maybe that came from Doug Scoville and through Mike Holmgren. But those guys created that years ago, and it is a living, breathing culture today all the way through the NFL.
How much do you think that Aaron Roderick might change things in terms of the game plan? Because he was talking about with Jake Retzlaff coming up that, you could give him everything. He'd been in the program for 2 years and had 15 games of playing experience, whatever it was, and so they felt confident that whatever they wanted to do, he could handle it. Well, now it's reversed. Whoever's going to be playing has never taken a snap in a live game for the Cougars. So do you think that changes things from the game planning and scheme perspective?
Yes. I think they'll have to, back off a little bit and give this guy an opportunity to truly settle in. Fall camp will say a lot about how this quarterback plays. I think one of the things that you need to do a good job of going into the game plan is make sure that the quarterback's living in that game plan, that he's participating in the game plan, that he's got his favorite plays that he feels most confident in third and medium situations and red zone situations, and that it's not your playbook, but it's our playbook, and that the quarterback is completely bought into and like I said, living and breathing within those concepts so that he can be successful. And it might be a shortened playbook, but that's okay as long as he can execute the plays.
Brandon had been referencing you as a former BYU quarterback and offensive coordinator. For people who followed you a long time and wonder what you're doing, are you in the entrepreneurship space now? Are you doing something else? What are you up to?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but when I left BYU, my older brother Bryce had been partners with my dad in business. My dad's now almost 88 years old, so he had all but retired 12 years ago, and so he was looking for a business partner, and I ended up joining Bryce, and we have a few different businesses that we run together, and here in Utah, we people kind of know us for developing residential basketball hoops and pickleball nets called the Dominator. We've done that now for quite some time, and that's been a great blessing. That business has continued to grow, and then we got into the trailer hitch industry, and we now have a business called WaySafe, when we manufacture and develop different types of trailer hitches for that industry, and it's been a lot of fun. I can't believe it's been, 2012. So what? 13 years ago is when I last coached a football game. I'm out of coaching much longer than I was in coaching. So it's amazing how fast time goes.
Well, congratulations on that move, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road. If they let us do this another 40 years.
You will. Okay. Keep it up, guys.
Say hello to Verl for me, okay?
I'll tell him hi. You got it.
All right. Thanks, Brandon.
Take care, guys.
There's Brandon Delman, former BYU quarterback and offensive coordinator. Coming up, more football. Top of the hour, NFL football. JB Long, play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Rams, will join us. We'll talk NFC West with him as football starts ramping up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Willow County drivers have had a rough commute this morning, starting on SR 36 from Stansbury Park to the I-80 interchange, and also on the 201 freeway from the between Mountain View Corridor and 900 West. Also, I-15 northbound here in the Salt Lake Valley is slow from 2100 North all the way to I-80 interchange in South Salt Lake. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Cody's had back-to-back 20-point games. He just looks more aggressive, and he's got to get stronger still. It's going to be the thing for Cody for a while, but he just looks more aggressive. He looks like he's playing with some direction, which I think is important.
People could probably identify this. Did you ever play in a sport up a couple of levels?
Mm-hmm.
Like you pick up basketball game when you were 10, but you were playing
with
against
my older brother's
14-year-olds.
friends.
Yeah. Like, you're so intimidated by it, and I'm not saying Cody Williams is intimidated, but like, it's new, and the people are big, and you're just a wallflower, right? And the only thing you do is what others allow you to do, and then try to play hard on defense. I felt like that was Cody Williams' rookie season. So if he's coming in and throwing his weight around, being commanding, being like, I'm here, I'm aggressive, I'm better than you, I'm tougher than you. That's what that guy needs. It's like that's the switch that needed to flip. He needs to go out there and have a presence.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222, or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to... Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Folks, man, hey, you got a product? You want it to be endorsed by somebody you know? How about me? Yeah, give me a chance. I want to endorse your product. Here's what you do. You text PK to 57500. And our sales staff will be in touch, man. Let's get together. Let's make beautiful music together, you and me, huh? Text PK to 57500, and let's help you make money.
We just had Brandon Doman on talking about the quarterback competition at BYU and how he thinks it'll play out. Were you surprised that he was so definitive in his anticipation of how this was all going to work its way out?
Well, the consensus, the general consensus of opinion, to be redundant, is that
general consensus. Okay.
The belief is that Hillstead is the leader. But I also was surprised that he was emphatic, believing that Bear Bachmeier can play and be successful this season. Not that I was surprised that he said yes, but he was pretty strong about it. And he obviously knows about these guys. You know, he lives in the area and is a football guy, and
it's his alma mater.
Guys on his on the staff are his peers, so I'm sure he knows them and all that stuff. And so. This is something that he went through both as a player and as a coach. And, you know, you bring up a good point is that they never believed in him until they believed in him. And practice is one thing and game is another, and he finally gets his chance. And when he and Luke Staley started, they literally did not lose a game. They won every freaking game.
Awesome.
I think they were, 13-0? I think Luke sat out one game one year. He won the last two, and then they won the first 12. But I think he sat out the New Mexico game or something.
You are correct.
So, and then when he got hurt.
And when I mentioned one of those games where they didn't score 30 points, it was a New Mexico game.
Yeah.
And when he got hurt at the end of the Mississippi State game, they lost to Y, and then they lost the bowl game.
Yeah. And so that combination obviously was very, very impressive.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So, you know, you have to evaluate all these things and who the players gravitate to will be an interesting situation to see how that plays out. Is there time enough for a Bachmeier who is around now? Now he'll be in the locker room and with the guys. Before, he got there so late, he was kind of with them in the summer, but who was there, who wasn't there, that type of thing. All that's out the window, and the kid's got enormous skill. Can he get guys to follow, or is it the two guys who've already been there and have been paying their dues and all that stuff? How is that going to play out? It's going to be fascinating to watch it develop. And I understand the Hillstead, but I'm wondering if we're sort of leaning towards him because he's local. And Bourget's down there in Tucson and then goes over to Western Michigan, so he wasn't been around.
We saw Hillstead in high school.
Right.
We saw him at Utah State.
Right.
And we know.
All of us have
We got a
seen.
much better feel
Yeah.
for him than we do for the other two.
And I'm wondering if that's why we're leaning towards him, just because of the more familiarity of a local kid. And, you know, the kid's been through some difficult things in his life. I don't know it's been out there as public knowledge, so I'm certainly not going to say it. But I know of it. And he's still out there battling. So it shows that he's got some ability to persevere through some trying times and is a tough kid.
Players often rally to that.
Yeah. And so what does that mean? And Bourget, I wouldn't sleep on him either. He's been around a little bit, and his brother was the walk-on at ASU and got in the game and persevered. Now Dillingham put him on the staff, and he is going to be some level of assistant or whatever they call him now, because the staffs are so much bigger. And I'm assuming that Bourget views himself as a football lifer too. They also have a receiver on the team down in Tempe, and I think their sister is a softball player, maybe. I know she does play something at the collegiate level. So it's obviously an athletic family. And the point I'm making with Bourget is if he's a student of the game, he's been studying it, and so he has that ability to process, and maybe he's the opportunity. He sees the opportunity, because they'll all get opportunities, but man, the time is so short. Everything is truncated, and it literally starts for real tomorrow. And the idea of summer workouts, and that's all important and everything, but once a practice starts, then and they chart everything and they film everything.
Yep.
I mean, I think the only time you have any privacy is when you go to the bathroom, when it's time to go, and everything is reviewed 1,000 times over. So, and it's a BYU quarterback. That is the BYU quarterback. It's been this way for only 50 years around here. How it's such a big deal, and we get to see it, man. I'm excited to see how it. We won't see a lot of it, but I mean, we'll get to monitor it, and then when the games start, we'll get to see it.
I thought his point that he seemed really convinced, and maybe it is the local bias, but he seemed convinced about the starter, but also between injury and performance, the door's wide open for Bear. And the way he talked about Bear, it's like he believes in the talent.
Yeah.
He just thinks this compressed time is too much to get your arms around all the offense, build a relationship with all the players. But if there's, poor performance week 4 and injury week 6 or whatever, he seemed really confident that Bear would just
adamant. Yeah,
step in and go. And that also, because he is a freshman, the pressure isn't on this year. We were talking about this after the show yesterday. Look at the win total last year and look at 3 of the last 5 years. This coaching staff, if it's a 7 or 8 win season, there'll be a ton of confidence that they can build on that with a returning quarterback.
Yeah, you can live with that under the circumstances, because they obviously got dealt a big-time curveball that they were unprepared for in many different ways. And so the thing that I still go to, though, if you believe at some level Bachmeier can be a starter for you this season, I don't like the idea of let's wait 2 months, because that's in the heart of the schedule. I like the idea of now. They were able to do that with Zach Wilson because as an independent, everything was up front and the back end was much easier.
This is why Aaron Kalani get paid a lot of money, because they can be in that gray area that you're starting to reference here. Like, he doesn't, to Brandon's point, he doesn't have the arms all the way around the offense, and he doesn't have all the relationships, but he's got a lot of them. And he's got a lot of talent, gifts. So you just roll with, hey, it's going to be a little bumpy, but it's not going to be terrible, which can be really frustrating. And that's a tough call. If the team sees, well, McKay's the best player right now. And players, man, Pablo tells us about this all the time, and we can ask him this Friday when he comes on. Players, they're not looking ahead 2 months. Pablo, I've talked to Pablo when they're playing 3 games in 8 days, and I'm like, okay, but this guy's going to play Wednesday and Saturday, and he just looks at me and goes, players only think about the next game. It's very rare for a player to think about anything other than the next game. And so you go with one quarterback because you see the arc of where that's going to put you in a month, 2 months, and a year and 2 years. And meanwhile, the players are like, well, that's the best guy today.
And they owe it to the team, the seniors and all, who have done all the work and helped you have that phenomenal season last year, blah, 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 to try to win as many games as possible because you're a senior. Well, hopefully now going forward, you're a senior only once. It seemed like you were a senior for 5 times in recent years. But to look at it, when they had the Zach Wilson, they could target a landing date for him, and it worked. I don't see a landing date here. Tell me why. And I called up the schedule in front of me. Tell me a thing. Oh, we can foresee a circumstance of sliding him in there. Tell me one. I don't see one.
The first quarter is the easiest quarter of the schedule. The next quarter, games 4, 5, 6 are tougher, and the next 3 look tougher, 7, 8, 9. So to your point, the schedule just keeps getting tougher. It's not the independent schedule where you could say week 6, he'll be better and the competition's less and he'll be able to handle it. That was then, this is now. Here, it just looks like if you graph it, it starts and then it gets tougher and tougher
week 11 after week. At Cincinnati.
It's
too late.
There are Cougar fans. That'd be Brandon Doman. Halftime of week 10, start week 11.
Well, they didn't plan that. They
fell into it.
Yeah,
they fell into it out of desperation. It was 38-0. Yeah, play Brandon. It's 38-0 at the half. Why not?
The only conference game that I could say, wow, you put him in there and he's going to win it, is UCF, and that's the last game of the season. And
there are definitely Cougar fans out there. One of them will always, if he can find me after an RSL game, he expects to start 6-0. He's like, this is not a hard schedule. And I'm like, your arch rival Utah, and he's just totally
BYU doesn't have a
dismissive.
hard schedule?
Oh, yeah, he thinks they're going to win, and he thinks they're going to stack up wins. He's only moderately slowed
Utah,
down by
Iowa
Iowa
State, Texas Tech, TCU?
That's exactly what I said, PK. I'm like, that's not an easy stretch. I mean, Iowa State and Texas Tech are back-to-back. There was a bye week in there, and he was dismissive of the Utes. And I'm like, the Utes had the worst offense.
Never be dismissive of the Utes.
The Utes had the worst offense we have seen from them in the 30 years we've been here. You probably have to go back to before Scott Mitchell. And it was a 1-point game that went right to the end. I don't think that's going to be an easy game.
And they got jobbed.
Well, they're not even happy to be in the league. At Iowa State, at Texas Tech, that screams difficult. So to your point, later in the season, the games look enormous. Those are games 7, 8, 9. TCU's 10. That looks like a really difficult stretch. That looks like the whole season right there. But can you afford to lose games early on when 6-0 sounds like a lot? 6-0 sounds like a lot, but in one game at a time, none of those 6 look impossible.
Man, if you want to contend, I can make an argument you better start 3-0 because you can go 0-3 in those next 3. You start 3-0, I could see this team being 3-3 after 6 conference games.
Oh, 6 conference games. Okay. Oh, yeah. Right. So you need to start 6-0 overall, 3-0 in league, because then the schedule gets really difficult.
Right. I'm just looking at the conference.
Mm-hmm.
What game is a gimme? I just don't see it.
The teams that are at the bottom in the preseason, and we know last year that was all wrong, but Colorado, a lot of new guys, new quarterback. West Virginia, offense will probably be pretty good. Defense terrible. They got to travel cross country and play on a Friday night in Provo. That seems like scheduling advantage BYU.
That is, yeah.
And then at Arizona, they were scrambling last year. They got a lot of stuff to put together to get back on track.
And an experienced quarterback with 2 years of starting. That's dangerous.
That is dangerous. And it's in Tucson.
Yeah, it is.
And they could be up against it.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. More, and we pivot to the NFL at the top of the hour with the NFC West, Rams, Niners, Seahawks, and Cardinals. How's that all going to shake out? Coming up at 9 o'clock, we will talk with JB Long, play-by-play voice of the Rams. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays remain northbound I-15 all the way from Lehigh into Murray this morning for headed towards downtown Salt Lake City. Also, 1100 south is closed both eastbound and westbound at 5600 west, due to a rolled semi-truck in that area. Obviously, going to be some delays stacking up out in the west side. This update is brought to you by Deseret First Credit Union. DFCU is turning 70, and it's now their turn to say thank you with special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit dfcu.com to learn more today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, one of our favorite people, former quarterback from UCLA. He's on the broadcast, the game day broadcast team. Wayne Cook.
Kyle Whittingham's one of the best coaches College football's ever had. I really think about, like, when people judge, instead of a retread, a new hire. And I think about our coach, Deshaun Foster, and I think about how good our running game was when he was the running backs coach before he became an assistant. And I think of Kyle Whittingham and Utah as a perfect example. First of all, a guy replacing someone who's become a legend and ended up becoming a legend himself. I just think it's really cool when really good assistants get an opportunity. And I've always liked Utah football. I've always respected Utah football. They've always been a team that I'll root for when UCLA's not playing them. So I hope he gets to go out on his own terms.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, AnyHour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from AnyHour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, AnyHour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Life moves fast. A new home, a new baby, a new chapter. But without an estate plan, your future's still vulnerable. With Trust and Will, you can name guardians, start a trust, create healthcare directives, and more. All online in about an hour. It's attorney-designed, state-specific, and built to protect what you love. Plans start at just $199, and every plan is safe, secure, and kept completely private. From families with young kids to adults caring for aging parents, Trust and Will makes it simple to take control, without a law office, paperwork stress, or court delays. Go to trustandwill.com and use code RADIO to save 20%. Start your plan today. Don't wait for life to force your hand. Estate planning is one of the smartest, most loving things you can do. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it. Use Revive now. It works.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Here of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Here of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Question of the morning up. How do you think Utah's new spread offense will do? You want some positivity, PK? Reed says it will do very well.
Okay, man.
There are people scoffing, saying it won't translate. Oh, that was the Mountain West.
It was.
Ah! Well, they did play non-league games.
They played Arizona and Auburn, I believe, last year.
Arizona, Auburn, and Washington State. Washington State.
Oh, that's right. That was later.
It was later.
Yeah.
And they won that game 38-35. The Auburn held them to 19 points. Arizona, that was... I stumbled into that on TV.
Slugfest.
That was 61-39. Let's go. I need a 100-point game. Who's going to help me out?
Yeah, but how good was Arizona? I can understand you can have some form of... reticence and concern because he did do it against a bunch of defenses that we assume will be better here in the Big 12. So if you want to go along those lines of thinking, I can buy that.
Bigger, stronger, faster players. Except he does have this 3-game sample size.
Okay, yeah. Whatever you want to think. You can make an argument any which way.
Yeah.
I can't sit here and say, oh, this kid is just going to be contending for Offensive Player of the Year because he's just going to put up incredible stats. If he puts up the stats that are remotely close to last year, he will be in contention for Offensive Player of the Year. That's a fact. But can he do that? That's what remains to be seen. And how will it all shake out?
That is why they play the games.
I am very confident in saying that if health is there, they should be able to move the ball on the ground. A very good offensive line. Most of the guys are back, or they've been in the program. That's a fact. But I'm high on the Parker kid. I think that he was a proven commodity. He had an excellent freshman season, and put him in a run-oriented offense
behind a really good line,
and give him a bunch of carries. That if they can't move the ball on the ground, then they are just in a world of hurt.
I am curious with the spread how much they throw it. And looking at last year's number with Dampier, in the games they won, they averaged about 24 pass attempts. When they lost, they averaged about 38. I mean, they will line up and throw it. I mean,
that's just because they had to, because they were behind.
Exactly. 40 attempts per game. in like 3 of these games.
You don't want that. That's not.
That
good.
means you're losing.
No, like, he's not good enough to do that.
The Auburn game, 22 of 44 for 291 yards with 2 picks. So 50% completion and 2 picks. Not good enough.
Right.
And hence a 19-point game.
I mean, they can be all excited about him and promote him and all that. Great. But you also have to be honest. If he is put in a passing situation consistently and repeatedly, they will struggle. This is not his game. They can talk all they want. It's not his game.
Limit the passing attempts. Yeah. Throw it when they're expecting the run.
Well, throw it when you want to throw it, not when you have to throw it. And in that situation, I think he can be fine. But if you are in a situation where you enter the fourth quarter and you're down 17, then it's a bad situation, as it would be for anybody. But I don't think that there is a proven track record of him being able to just drop back and work his wet magic as a passer. It's not who he is. That's why he was at New Mexico in the first place. If he wasn't, he would have been in the Pac-12.
Right.
Because he's an Arizona kid.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's the way I see it.
And the interceptions follow those not only the losses, but the games where he's thrown it 40 times.
Yeah.
He has 2 picks. He's getting picked once every 20 throws, and that's going to make Kyle's head explode.
Yeah.
Because Kyle believes that leads to losses, and last year's New Mexico schedule shows it leads to losses.
Yeah. I mean, these are all facts.
Yep.
It doesn't
it's
take...
just like it's locked in.
You don't have to draw it out and come to some form of conclusion. It seems to me like it's already there. It's available to be seen. So with that in mind, that's what we have here. But they know that, and Jason Beck knows that. Everybody knows that. That does not mean that they can't have success throwing the ball, because I think they can. And they're not a big throw the ball team anyway. They've really never been. It's just not who they are. So it's not going to change now.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. The NFC West next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Freedom Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day this Wednesday for your chance to win.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hands and Scotty will be live Wednesday from noon to 3 with Kenny from Kenny J's Barbecue. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for your next event. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined now by JB Long, play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Rams. JB, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitations, and it's good to be in good initials company.
Exactly. DJ, PK, and JB. Here we go. We've been doing a little division-by-division profile here, going through the NFL. You know, we're obviously not an NFL city here, but the NFL is big everywhere, and certainly people follow the Utes and the Cougars. And does Puka Nacua just blow everybody's mind in L.A.? Does he just come with an energy that just catches everybody off guard?
It's a good question, and it's a timely question. I just caught up with Puka after practice yesterday, and by caught up with, I mean I had to wait for about a half an hour for all of his adoring fans to finally relent and let him come over and hang out with us. As you guys probably know from following his career as a prep all the way through a collegiate and now a pro, the smile seldom leaves his face. I think he plays the game with a childlike joy, but with a grown man's intensity and violence, and it's a really unique combination. And given our sports culture and especially our football culture, it's no surprise that someone with his charisma and then also with his statistical profile burst onto the scene as a rookie, set all sorts of rookie records, and won a lot of you listening your fantasy football leagues, I'm sure. And as a result, his stardom has only grown and exceeded that of just here in Los Angeles. So, yes, I think he has become the face of the Los Angeles Rams. I think he's probably the Rams' biggest star since Todd Gurley, which is saying a lot. And it's crazy to think that he's where he is going into only year 3 and 24 years old.
We do a thing at the station where they rank the college players going, gives you some summer programming and something to talk about in a segment here and there. And going into his last year at BYU, I said, well, I'd rank him number 1. And there's no doubt in my mind. And he's that type of player. And, I'd heard from the BYU coaches and all. And plus, we saw him in high school, blah, blah, blah. Know the family, watch them play. And the thing about it is I just couldn't understand how he lasted until the 5th round. It blew me away then. It blows me away today. And maybe to the degree of the success that he's had in the NFL is a little surprising. But in my mind, the fact that he's having success is not a surprise.
Well, good on you. I hope you were just as good in your stock picks and you were in early on Apple and Google and Nvidia too, because you're probably closing in on retirement.
I am closing in on retirement, but I don't know anything about that stuff. I've watched 40 years of football, 40 years of college players.
What I love about the story that you just told and how it pertains to the Rams is, yes, they are ahead of their growth curve because they landed someone like Puka Nacua in the 5th round, and they should be congratulated for that. And yet they say it with such humility and almost like a bashfulness, because even though they were the one team out of 32 that drafted Puka Nacua, he was the 20th receiver taken in that draft, and he was the Rams' 3rd 5th round pick. So if they were as confident as you were, they tell themselves all the time, and they say publicly, they certainly would not have rolled the dice and waited that long to draft a generational star.
You say he's the face of the franchise. Normally that goes to a quarterback, especially if you have a veteran quarterback who has won a Super Bowl. Does Stafford not like the spotlight? Does he just kind of shy away from it? Or it's just Puka's charisma is just undeniable and cannot be stopped?
Yeah, well, first, I think there's room for more than one, and Sean McVay is certainly one, and there's plenty of others, Jared Verse, the Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I think I'm kind of classifying certain things, and you're right to tease that out. Matthew Stafford going into year 17, 37 years of age, right on the cusp of I believe one more good year should cement it. Yeah, QB1 is always going to be that guy, and Matthew Stafford has been the big man on campus since he was a prep too. Big-time recruit at Georgia, number 1 overall pick. So definitely he has that brand name recognition. But I'm speaking to the young audience that crowds the hedges and the fences at training camp and will wait for hours for a picture or an autograph from Puka Nacua. I think he's just captured the imagination of the next generation of Rams fans. And he also has this pop culture vibe. Because of who he is off the field, some of the crowds that he runs with, his love for LeBron James and the Lakers. I think just the imagination of Los Angeles, he has been able to capitalize in a different way, a unique way relative to the quarterback who made the confetti fall at SoFi Stadium a couple years ago.
What are the chances that Britton Covey makes a team, because he's another beloved local here?
Yeah, I'm happy to be ask that question today, because I think the odds are growing by the day. I continue to watch the way that they're using him in their offensive huddle and the groups that he's running with, the personnel packages, and we know what he's capable of on special teams. The other great thing about the way that McVay and the Rams run their operation is, Devontae Adams went through walkthrough yesterday. He's completely healthy. He's in great shape. But then he's in sneakers and a ball cap during, the first day of pads, and they're kind of just deloading him and giving him the Sunday day off, followed by the Monday double up day to keep him fresh. So Covey and others capitalize on the rest days for Puka, on the rest days for a Devontae Adams. And so they're getting more than they typically would, I think, in other organizations. I'll be curious to see if he plays in the preseason and in what capacity. Because if he continues to have good moments at receiver, I think there is room for Covey on this team as a wide receiver 5 or 6 who brings special teams ability. That's probably why they targeted him in late veteran free agency.
Are the Rams the pick in the division? There are people who would say the Niners. Obviously, they had a ton of injuries in San Francisco last year.
Yeah.
If they catch a break there, do you believe in Seattle or Arizona? How do you handicap that division?
I think the NFC West is right there with the NFC North as probably one of the best divisions in the National Football League and the most challenging top to bottom. I don't think there's a break. I think it's 4 teams that have realistic playoff ambitions, and whoever doesn't make the playoffs out of that 4-team group is probably going to have some tough questions to answer next offseason. And of those 4, I think 2 have legitimate Super Bowl aspirations. Certainly the Rams are one of them. And so long as, Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy and George Kittle and Kyle Shanahan are partnering together, I think the 49ers are very much still in their Super Bowl window. They had to make some hard decisions this offseason. I do think there can be an element of addition by subtraction in the National Football League, as ruthless as that is to live through. And then the other thing about San Francisco is when they have an off year, they really go to the bottom. The Rams have kind of had this steady measure of success. The 49ers have been right on the doorstep of a championship, or they've had a really bad season. And so what that means is they finished 4th last year and they play a 4th-place schedule. So whereas the Rams have to play the Philadelphia Eagles, the Baltimore Ravens, the Detroit Lions as their crossover opponents, all of whom are legit championship contenders themselves, by comparison, the Niners get the Browns, they get the Giants, they get the Bears, and that's got to be worth something in the end in the standings. And I think that's why, in terms of like the betting markets in Las Vegas, the 49ers are the favorite, even though I think the Rams are the better roster top to bottom.
What's going on at running back with Kyron Williams in the contract and all that?
It's funny, as my barber gives me a hard time because he's always, trying to pin down the Rams running back situation for his fantasy football purposes. And he's completely given up on me. He says he's never going to take my advice anymore because, in the post-Todd Gurley universe, it's been really tough to delineate how carries are going to break down and why these backs that the Rams have drafted, like Blake Corum last year, just don't get early opportunities. Kyron Williams has had the monopoly on the backfield when he's been healthy. He's going into a contract year. I think it's a big moment for him. I know they trust him, but at the same time, they spent pretty good draft capital on Corum out of Michigan and then Jarquez Hunter this past year. And it's hard to imagine that if you're going to use those draft assets at that position, that you're not going to find a way to deploy more than one. Now, I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth here. I'm not giving you a good answer. But when Sean McVay finally becomes a running back by committee coach, I'll call you back and let you know I've not seen it happen yet.
You've talked about hard questions being asked if things go wrong with some of these teams. With Arizona, they were like the first 3 years of Kyler Murray, 5 wins to 8 wins to 11 wins to a playoff berth. Everything seemed to be trending properly. And then 4 wins, 8 wins. Now, and maybe that's a sign they're coming back and there were injuries and all that, but that's not much winning for 3 years. They have changed coaches, and maybe they'll change coaches again. Can you put your finger on what is wrong with them and what happened and why what was trending well got derailed?
Yeah, and no playoff success either. And that's where Kyler's getting paid like a franchise quarterback, and I think his skill set is one of a franchise quarterback. But if his results don't lead you to franchise quarterback things, then sooner or later you have to make a difficult decision, whether it's at that position, whether it's another change of leadership. And that's kind of what I mean in terms of it's got to be now for a team like the Arizona Cardinals. I think they're stacking blocks. I think their year-over-year improvement since they got this new regime in place has been solid. I like the way they addressed their defense this offseason. I think they're going to be a problem. I thought they were going to be good last year, and they were. They were on the front end of the schedule, another late-season fade. But I'd be surprised if the Cardinals aren't right there in playoff contention come December and January this year. That being said, if they're not, yeah, I think they have to take a real serious look in the mirror because they've cleaned up a lot of things organizationally. I think they're taking good strides. But if they can't get over the top of Seattle and San Francisco and Los Angeles, then they got to try another avenue.
McVay, I don't even think is 40, and he was very young when he got the job, I think at 30, and had success, obviously. But then there had been in the last couple of years talk of retirement. I haven't heard much this year. Has that calmed down?
Yeah, I do think Sean's had the blessing and the privilege, and he's earned it, of kind of reinventing himself and finding the next chapter or chapters of his coaching career. Let's face it, most coaches don't get more than a year or two, and seldom do they get a second or a third opportunity. Sean, because of his rocket ship ascent, it's hard to believe that he is going into year 9, and you're correct to point out he's not yet 40 years old. I do think he has the skill set to be a great broadcaster and will be an analyst at some point. But I also think he's found peace and an equilibrium as the head coach and the leader of this organization, be it through delegation and having the proper coordinators in place, being at ease with replacing the coaches that get picked off his tree year after year after year. Or even, another way to say it would be, I thought there was probably a window where Sean's first coaching tenure was tied to the career of Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp and even Matthew Stafford. And so long as that nucleus was together, he probably couldn't walk away from it. Well, Aaron Donald retired and things are looking pretty good in the pass rush. Cooper Kupp is now a Seahawk and things are looking pretty good with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. And I'm a believer that I think Sean's tenure with the Rams will now continue beyond Matthew Stafford, whether that's next year or a couple of years from now. My guess is he's in this for a longer haul than maybe any of us would have expected just a few years back.
Curious where the Rams sit in the LA sports hierarchy now. I watch a Ram-Niner game and I see what looks like 40 or 50,000 people in red. I don't even know if that bothers them or if they just say, hey, thanks for the money. How does that all work?
Yeah, everyone's money is green, so that all cash is the same. And the more they can send the Niner fans home disappointed after collecting their cash, the better in terms of the long-term horizon here in Los Angeles. Look, this is an experiment somewhat unlike any other, right? To leave a professional city and the second largest city for a generation and then to come back and try to win those hearts over again. The Rams have done their level best with a ton of success, some just incredible community outreach, building the world's greatest sports and entertainment venue. But it's going to take time. It's going to take at least another generation before some of those Rams season ticket holders outnumber and outbid those from every other competing fan base that wants to come to LA and see their team play and see SoFi Stadium. Or, let's face it, LA is the ultimate melting pot in our country. And I love living here because of all the different cultures and all the different people domestically and abroad that come here to raise their family and to make their living. So I can't love and relish that and bemoan the fact that those people all have fandom, right? And so it's real easy for a Pittsburgh transplant to live and work here in Los Angeles and to pour his or her resources into one game worth of tickets and parking and concessions every few years, as opposed to the commitment that it requires of a Rams season ticket member to spend all those resources to be there week in and week out, so, some 10, 12 Sundays per year.
When Matthew Stafford, he's 37, so he's coming to an end. Quarterbacks can play longer. We've seen that. But when he retires, what is his wife going to do to keep her name in the public?
I got nothing for you there.
Wise answer by you.
Yeah.
It's a good answer.
Kelly and their daughters have been wonderful to have around. They really support Matthew in a unique and wonderful way. They have also really invested in this community. One of the most impressive things I've seen them do, Kelly specifically, is when the Fires knocked the Rams out of Los Angeles last year for their wild card game against the Minnesota Vikings. That game was played in Glendale, Arizona. Kelly rallied the community and paid for the transportation. There were numerous buses taken from LA to Arizona so that the Rams fans could be there and to support. And I think that's one of the memories I'll cherish most from my first decade with this organization. And without her efforts, I don't think it would have felt like a home game.
How about that high school battery mates of Stafford behind the plate and Clayton Kershaw on the mound?
It really is something, right? And I think that speaks to just what an athlete Matthew is. He's a good tennis player, too, from what I understand. He's a pretty good stick on the golf course. Like I said, he's the man. He's been that guy since high school, but he wears it really well. He's easy to be around. He's got this wry sense of humor that's absolutely hilarious. And for someone as accomplished, someone with his earnings, someone with his resume, he doesn't hit you over the head with it. He's a great teammate. I know his offensive line and his teammates will go to bat for him any day.
JB, we appreciate the time. Thanks for bringing the initials and bringing all the knowledge.
Hey, anytime. Have a good rest of your show and preview throughout the NFL. Thanks for your interest, even from afar. I know we got a bunch of great NFL and especially Rams fans in the Salt Lake area, especially because of Covey and Puka.
Yeah, well, we've certainly seen a lot of Laker fans at Jazz Laker games, and we saw a lot of USC fans at USC Utah games. So if the Rams ever make it up this way, there's probably Ram fans waiting for you, I'm sure.
Hey, we just did training camp in Maui. Maybe we'll come to Rice Eccles or something soon.
I bet the team votes for Maui again.
See you guys.
Thanks, JB. JB Long, play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Rams. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake.
What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you can
we
still
won't.
listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the home-style sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Wednesday on KSL, Amber Alerts.
The sooner a child is recovered, the more likely they are alive.
Designed to grab your attention and save lives.
That played a huge role in bringing those kids home safely.
But what happens when an alert is issued by mistake?
What did we learn?
And why didn't officers have timely information the KSL investigators uncovered in minutes?
We went back and looked to see how can we improve.
KSL investigates Utah's Amber Alert system, Wednesday at 10.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nine a.m. Slacker Read Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 801-899-7600 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Question of the morning, PK. We're getting a lot of reaction. Expectations for Utah's new spread offense. And it largely seems pretty upbeat. I mean, there's stuff like, depends on how much Witt interferes with the offense, but they're going to be running the ball a lot. He's going to love that. Why would he want to interfere? This is what he wants.
This spread is going to be better than the Thanksgiving one at Grand America.
Ooh. Now you're talking my language.
Yeah.
More food comparisons, analogies,
That's
similes,
how
and
good
metaphors.
this spread is going to be.
There's nothing else to say. That's it.
Yeah.
You've topped the Grand America holiday spread. You're good to go.
Do they even have one?
I don't know. It must. I mean, realistically, you have to. I haven't been to it.
The Country Club's Christmas spread that they
Now
have.
you're talking. I wouldn't know.
Well, I cleaned there afterward. So, yeah, I knew.
Back in the kitchen helping yourself to leftovers?
No, it's not. You know, one time we were in Maui and we had a late lunch. And this was before Lahaina got burned down. And we were walking and we saw a little pizza place a little off the main drag there. And we were going to order just a slice, right? Mm-hmm. Can't order pizza because you can't take it home. Well, we're in line, probably about 5 deep, and it's a small place. So the people right next to us, when we're in line, they got the thing that's up, and then they got the round pan and the pizza's on it, and they got up, and they left 2 slices. And I said to her, well, why don't we just take these? Can we do that? I said, yeah. They're not. You don't take it back to a hotel. And we watched them eat it, so we took it and then just got a drink, and saved a lot of money. And it was a big long line, and we took care of our needs.
Made sure the food wasn't wasted.
Right. I
Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't do that.
Idea.
A lot of people think it'd be like Germany because they were all breathing all over it or whatever.
Breathing.
Should we put that up? Would you take somebody else's leftover pizza?
Well, you're in a vacation situation. If I was at home, I could take it and then take the leftovers and put it in my refrigerator, right? Well, they weren't selling it by the slice, which I don't understand. East Coast, everybody sells it by the slice. And so there were 2 slices.
Sold by the slice here in the Mountain Time Zone.
No, but not everybody.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
The places I go, not that I go to a lot, so I guess maybe I don't know. Yeah.
Plenty of places. No. You have to call and ask. Do you sell the slices? If they have some available, yes. But you go on the boardwalk in Jersey, and they all do it. Yeah, it's just understood. So we did that. And I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I thought it was a shrewd business decision.
What would you call that, a pie pan that they left it on?
That's probably as good as anything.
Uh-huh.
You know, the round thing, and it's not aluminum, but it looks gray.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it is aluminum.
Yeah, I thought it was aluminum.
Okay, yeah, you're right. But I understand those spreads at some of those places because we get emails like golf courses that we've been to. Come here and we'll they have upscale restaurants. It's not just like a burger thing at some of them, and they send them to you and they look just incredible. And actually, I did go to one. A friend of mine invited us to what's that private course? Entrada, yes. And I did go to one, And that spread was awesome. And that's what I expect Utah's spread to be. I expect it to be awesome.
Nice way to bring it full circle.
Well, that's how I started it. So, yeah, I'm eagerly anticipating their spread offense and what it can do.
Well, with the line and the quarterback and the running back, and they want to run the ball, what could go wrong? Quarterback injury. Okay, give me one other thing that could go wrong.
But any injury, they can have 2 injuries to the offensive line.
I get, but I want to preempt it before somebody says that. So,
well, but that's understood.
It's all lined up. Why wouldn't it?
Well, because as we talked about, the engineer of it, the architect, did it in the Mountain West. Now he's going to have to do it in the Big 12. He's never played this many power opponents. He will have 10 power opponents this year. Power 4. It's never happened. So you're asking him to do something that he hasn't done. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but you're still asking him to do something that he hasn't done. Same thing at BYU. They had Retzlaff. Well, he'd already done it. You'd feel much more confident. Now you're asking these guys, whoever it is, to do something they haven't done. Well, there's a certain level of mystery there. And what can go wrong? A million things can go wrong.
Seems like the basics are in place. Expectations should be high, and they are.
Yeah, but you're not looking for the basics. You're looking to get to the playoff, and you're going to have to win some big-time games. It's not about the basics.
Well, if you reset it to get to the playoff,
yes, well, that's what they're thinking. Bar. No, that is the bar. You go up there.
Playoffs or bust.
Why wouldn't it be? It's not playoffs or bust, no. If you finish 11, BYU, was that bust? No, not at all.
That's why I wasn't assuming playoffs. I'm
not assuming anything. You don't assume a goal. If you assume a goal, then it's not a goal. You don't have to work for it. Sorry to be a wordsmith here, but you know who I am. This is nothing new here. What are you laughing at?
Because you're funny.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion.
No,
I amuse you?
Am I funny? Like a clown?
I mean, come on.
Probably the most uncomfortable I've ever been in a movie scene. I knew it was a movie. Didn't matter. It made me uncomfortable.
No, I think when McCluskey and Salazzo got their heads blown off.
No, I was fine with that.
They had it coming.
They did. And that was tense. But it was a whole nother level of discomfort because Joe Pesci is crazy.
Do you think the people, when McCluskey got his head blown off, and they're sitting there eating and just continue eating? Or take it home?
I think it's time to go.
Can we get a doggy bag?
Or did they leave and someone else went over and took the last 2 pieces of pie?
I don't know. You got dead people on the floor.
It seems like it's the end of the meal at that point. It does. It really seems like, my appetite's gone.
You can pick up Froyo on the way home. But I clearly think that their goal is playoff. And I don't have any problem with that. But I don't think an 11-2 season that didn't include the playoff is what I classify as a bust.
Okay. All right. You can make that distinction. That's fine.
Only one team gets an automatic berth. Now, I hope, obviously, that the Big 12 gets 2 teams in.
Yeah, it'd be great to see 2 or 3 in, but don't hold your breath.
Not with 12. With expansion, then it's on. But with 12.
3 of the 12 seems high end. Got a lot of quarterbacks. Got some marquee games. Got to go out and win them these first 3 weeks.
Right. But that's the great thing about this conference is there's several teams that legitimately can say, hey, we're thinking of playoff. And you should think about that. Think about what Urban Meyer did, man, that going into his second year. Mm-hmm. They were talking big, and they backed it up. I think there's a difference between talking big and talking outrageous.
Give me outrageous.
We're just going to slaughter everybody, man. We're so good.
Undefeated is outrageous.
No, I don't. I don't think undefeated is outrageous. If it's, we're going to have to work at it, and then they're going to give you the 1 week at a time cliche. I get all that. But you could be bombastic, but you can also be realistic. I mean, look at the Blue Bloods in college football. They're all thinking undefeated. My gosh, if Ohio State loses a game, Ryan Day, they should want to fire him that night. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that's what they all think, and they should think that when you have that kind of money and that kind of talent, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
I thought he got it more for the second loss. I didn't think he got hit that hard for the first one with Oregon. But, man, after the Michigan loss, it was on.
I'm just saying generally.
Okay.
Not
yeah, after the Michigan thing, it was on. Because they were anticipating a third one in the playoff, and it never came. They won it all.
Yeah. I just mean generally across the seasons that you have to win all those games. But I think Utah should be thinking we can get to the title game.
That's different than playoff.
But if you win that title game, you do get it.
You're in.
When you get to the title game, then you must be thinking playoff.
Agreed.
Because you're only 60 minutes away.
Agreed.
And you probably, if it plays out anything close to what we anticipate, you will not be playing an opponent that is so overwhelming. Maybe so, but I don't anticipate that. We saw it last year. I don't think there'll be a big difference between the levels. Now, the Devils smoked Iowa State, so that kind of blows my argument.
But it doesn't, because before kickoff, no one was really anticipating that.
Not to that
there
level.
Was a 4-way
they got
tie.
a bunch of turnovers in the third quarter. And the ball bounced their way a little bit. I mean, they created the turnovers. Good on them. So it did become a little bit of a laugher. We understand that. But whoever gets those two teams, when we get to that end point, should think, we're good enough. And Utah right now, I think they're good enough. They think they're good enough, and I've got no problem with them thinking they're good enough. So, and maybe they don't even say it. Maybe McLeod says, don't be talking about that. But they talked about that a few years back. Remember when they had 32 of like the 35 votes? And Kyle talked about how he talked to the team about handling these that incredible expectation. Nothing wrong with that, right? So they're acknowledging we're really good and we're going to be the favorite. And how do we deal with it? How do we handle it? How do we make sure our edge isn't lost? All those things that go into it.
Those were all facts. He knew the votes were in, and he knew what people were saying. So again, it wasn't.
Well, the votes were going to be in. They were talking about it in the spring. Yeah. And was that the season? I think that was the season. I'm not sure that they lost the first game to SC. And then he said, we can go win the rest of the games. And I know SC is not going to go undefeated because nobody's gone undefeated in this conference. And that's exactly what happened. And they got the job done. All that is reasonable.
At BYU, who will the starting quarterback be? We had Brandon Doman on earlier in the show, and you can get it wherever you get your podcasts, or you can go to the website, whatever you want. It's available everywhere. Doman is I would say he's leaning heavily towards McKay Hillstead. That is his expectation, and he thinks that's how it stands right now. He likes Bachmeier, but he doesn't like him at the start of the year because it's just too much too fast. But thinks the talent is there and would not be surprised at all to see him start, whether it's injury or performance, at some point during the season.
Well, I want to see. If you think that, then you need to play him early. I'm not necessarily saying start
him, but play him.
I mean, this kid's got a world of talent. I think that the key for Bachmeier is Bachmeier on heaven's door. That's how good he's going to be.
See what you did there.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be Baching on heaven's door?
Perhaps to fine-tune it, yes, Yak, it should be.
Yeah, but Baching, that sounds like bocce ball or something. You know what I mean? Bachmeier on heaven's door.
Okay.
Yeah, and, BYU is a religious institution, they tell me. So, heaven, I mean, so your way.
Uh-oh.
I mean, you
What's
can't
my
say.
way?
You like almost offended that they would say that we're thinking playoff. Well, dude, I'm thinking heaven.
You're thinking much bigger than playoff.
So can I say that? Isn't that similar? Playoffs, heaven, playoffs?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
You really are a wordsmith.
Right. Bachmeier on heaven's door.
For the Baching part.
Baching? No, I don't Baching, no.
Just because you're a baseball guy.
I don't like. No, you're talking the umpire screaming, balking!
Balk! They always come out from behind home plate, high energy, arms high in the air.
This is their moment.
It's never just a walk out, kind of roll the fingers like, everybody, let's go.
Right,
Let's wave.
Hey, he balked. You get to move up a base. Okay, let's go. Start the pitch clock.
I'm stopping everything.
Yeah.
And then they're pointing, and then they're gesticulating with the bases, like, you go there, you go there.
Like they don't know where the next base is.
Yeah, because it's T-ball all of a sudden, and somebody's going to run from first to third across the pitcher's mound.
They point emphatically, first baseman over first base, second. Like he thought, well, maybe I can get 2 bases. Maybe I can slide it under. They won't notice.
Just keep going. Just keep jogging.
That's a good point, Yock. They do that. They have to come out and then point as if their life depended on it, like everybody else.
Did you get
what do we do now?
Did you get that with catcher's interference at the end of the game? Did they, point to home plate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Like, it wasn't a come on down. It was point and then point to the plate. Yeah. And then the Philly fans, we was all celebrating.
We was.
Yeah. And then I think somebody, who was it? Who they play? I think they played the Reds, and Francona went into the umpire's room afterward, and the crew chief said, "Get the F out of my clubhouse."
No, Bryce Harper. We talked about that this morning. They're just going to go round and round. I thought we did a good job of a mock argument that will play out over 2 years.
Argument.
A mock argument. So the commissioner goes into the clubhouse, and Harper is just quiet for most of it, and then somehow they get around to the labor issues and the salary cap. Get the bleep out of our clubhouse if you want to talk about a salary cap.
Why swear?
Making a point about how adamantly opposed he is. And then Manfred said, I'm not going to get the bleep out of here. So quickly.
You think he said it back aggressively?
Quickly, I hope so.
Or very, low-key?
I'm not going to get the bleep out of here. Oh, that'd be taunting him, actually. That might be even more devastating. Suddenly it was, recess getting out of hand in the clubhouse there, and they were all back in the 5th grade. Get out of here. I'm not going to get out of here.
It just seems like whenever these things rear their heads, and they do from time to time, it seems like once a generation across sports, that what's in the best interest of the game is not paramount. It's in what's in the best interest of my wallet, which is already, I can't even carry it in my back pocket because it's so freaking huge.
Agreed.
And the fans
millionaires
are
and
over
billionaires,
here
and the fans are like, could you just play the game? And the answer to that is no, we cannot play the game.
Right. We want to watch. And then I always boil it down to the shut-ins who look forward to the games on television, and they just don't have the mobility to do things in their lives like they used to.
Can't drive at night, can't get around. Yeah.
There's probably, if you live long enough, we're all going to be in that situation. And I've had people talk to me, older people or friends whose parents. I go to that story of a friend's mom dies, and on the weekend, the dad wants to watch the BYU game with Utah, and it was on the mountain or something it was on, or Pac-12 or whatever, and he didn't get the game. And he'd been doing it for 30, 40 years, and that gave him an opportunity to forget about the loss of his spouse for a few hours. And that's out because you're squabbling over money. Think of that, guys, when you do that.
No, they'd rather squabble over the money.
Yeah.
And some people are just in it for the fight. MLS had one of these things, and, Trey, the PR guy, and they
like
have
a brother to me.
They have a photo of 11 people after the deal is signed, and there's 11 people beaming. There's one guy scowling. And I pointed out to Trace, is that the guy who wanted the fight to go on, who loved the fight, and he's disappointed they're actually going to play games and start the season on time? The lawyers get paid by hours? And Trey laughed and goes, I don't know, but I get your point. I don't know who that guy is. Because there's always somebody in the crowd who wants the fight and who will look for anything to keep the fight going.
And what is the point?
When they're all awash in money, just keep playing and keep making the money.
Yeah, if there was an implementation of a salary cap, would these guys need to get second jobs?
No. And the owners, people are lining up ready to expand. Nightingale's writing about it all the time. You're telling us about it all the time. Salt Lake and Nashville are getting mentioned all the time. The Millers aren't lining up trying to get into some business that's failing, where there's a great chance of red ink.
Wouldn't seem to make sense.
And they leverage not just the stadium and the game, but they leverage into these huge real estate deals. And it's worked in San Diego. I saw the before and after pictures. It's like that part of downtown has been completely transformed. You've been to the Battery in Atlanta. That worked.
Awesome.
People are making money out there.
Just simply awesome.
Yeah, over and over.
Yeah.
Like the plan is there. So everybody's rolling in it. It's strictly about who gets the most. And the competition element is worth talking about. And the Dodgers are dominating. They are outspending everybody. And they've won the division for a decade. And they're up 4 games again this year.
Yeah, and they
but
are.
But the Chiefs are over here with a cap, and they've won it for a decade.
I went to 3 games on my vacation in 3 different cities, 2 different countries, and every game was sold out. And it didn't involve the Dodgers.
Right. Now, I think the baseball owners would come back with, well, yeah, the game is healthy at the gate, but the revenue stream around local TV is really damaged. We got a real problem there. I'm just telling you, man. No, I know. It's like, okay, well, you didn't give those tickets away. You know, those tickets were top dollar.
Yeah.
You know, the days of the $8 general admission tickets, gone.
Yeah.
What does it cost to sit around? You tend to like to sit down the lines a little bit. You don't have to be behind home plate, but you don't tend to want to be 300 feet down the line either.
Yeah, you're going to go.
If you sit off the third or first base bag in the second deck, you seem to be okay.
100 to 150.
Yeah. And to me, that seems like that's probably a median price for it's a median seat. You know, there are better seats. There's worse seats.
Oh, I had great seats for all 3 games. It was awesome.
All right. Well, that's there'll be more labor news coming, and I'll read it in What Is Trending, and PK will roll his eyes and
bugs
scoff.
Me.
Yeah, I know. All right, your feedback coming up next. A lot more people weighing in on the Ute offense and the Cougar quarterbacks. We'll get to that coming up. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. With the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis. It's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they
FedEx.
should do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They play it in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
We take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store and Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
At Shamrock Plumbing, we are serious about plumbing. We want you to know that we hire only the best plumbers. We want the guys who are the best at what they do, even if it means they are boring. As a matter of fact, once we interviewed a guy who came across as just a little too charismatic. So he says, "Do you love me?" And she says, "No, but that's a real nice ski mask." Right. When you call Shamrock Plumbing, we dispatch one of our experts. We promise they will not be entertaining. No jokes, no smiles, no charisma. Will they be male models? Sure. But no unnecessary jocularity will be sneaking its way into your toilets when Shamrock Plumbing is on the job. Just listen to our commercials. Solemnity is in everything we do. In fact, Solemnity was my great-grandfather's middle name. Ernest Solemnity Flannery. What a guy. So I guess you could say it's sort of in our blood. Shamrock Plumbing. We're serious about plumbing.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Hey, go Utes, Devin Dampier on top, baby.
Play that one more time.
Hey, go Utes, Devin Dampier on top, baby.
What's that?
It sounds like a young kid.
Yeah.
It says the age range is 13 to 17 years old, coming in from Ty.
All right. Ty's on board. Fired up.
I'm on board, too. It's about time you get on board.
Why am I not on board?
I don't know.
No, why do you think I'm not on board?
That's not what you said.
It was implied, and you know it. If you were here for the last segment, which you were, I was talking about them going to the conference title game. You upgraded to the playoff. I think if you think a team can get to the conference title game, you're on board.
So I think if you think, okay, I'm thinking along the same lines with you. Why would you think otherwise? I don't understand
because of what you just said.
Right. I don't get it.
Okay, stop.
You know, if I think I was Manfred, the commissioner, and he said, get the F out of my clubhouse, I would have said, why don't you make me, Bricey boy?
Oh, put some hands on me. I got lawyers. So the question of the morning, which is getting quite a bit of feedback here, is this is also getting a lot of feedback. How do you think Utah's new spread offense will do? Captain Cody says it's got to be better than the Ludwig run, pass, punt garbage. Okay, was it my imagination, or while Ludwig was here, did they go to 4 Pac-12 title games and 2 Rose Bowls?
Just my imagination running away with me.
Now Ludwig stuff is garbage. That seems like a pretty harsh turn.
What have you done for me, man, lately?
Lately?
You know, Francisco Lindor is my new favorite ball player.
Because?
Because his walk-up music was, I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. And you can't fit it all because then he gets in the batter's box and they got to stop. And the Mets crowd
keep singing? Nice.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff, that kind of game management is like what they'll call it inside a club. Really important, the experience, because you can't control the strikeout or the home run, the win or the loss, the touchdown or the interception, the dunk or the three or whatever, but you can control that stuff. And people are going to games largely to have fun. I mean, there's some people who they do it because they have to, and they're doing it for business, and they're entertaining clients. There's probably some gamblers who are tied in knots, but they're the minority. The majority of the people are just there to have fun. And when you get that stuff done,
yeah.
You know that legendary Freddie Mercury Band-Aid, and he does the whole warm-up thing, and he's at Wembley, and he's walking back on stage. He's doing the vocal warm-ups to the crowd, and then the crowd does them back to him.
There's someone in this town who thinks that is the best 20 minutes of live music ever.
Yeah, there's people all over the world who think that, and so, I'm not surprised there's somebody in this town.
We've had that discussion.
I bet you have.
And I said, no, I go Beatles on the Roof.
So one of our bosses here, Nate Dowdle, sends us, usually we call the road games off the TV for RSL. They send us to the road playoff game in Minnesota. And on the Jumbotron, right before the game starts, they play that, and the crowd does it, and everybody gets revved up. And you can't control the goals and the winning and the losing, but clearly the 20,000 people in that stadium were having a blast doing that. And they clearly do it every game.
But the player's got to like it. It's his choice.
Yes, that's the cool thing about the walk-up music is you get your individuality in there, right? Every player sets their own tone. You told a story about eating pizza, PK.
You did.
Why buy 2 slices when they're not selling slices, and you just watch that family get up, walk away, and leave 2 slices on the pan? Would you eat that? 91 votes in. 81% of the people would not. 46% to no. 25% to absolutely freaking not.
Yeah, but see, you didn't put the context. You're on vacation. Everybody's on vacation there. Mm-hmm. You're in Maui.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't go buy a pie because you're not that hungry. But a slice will do it. But they're not selling slices. You have to put the entire context. Again, you just look at the raw numbers and derive conclusions. You don't have no contextual balance into this situation.
Braden, dude, if you need some pizza, I'll send it to the press box. Just don't mention beer with it. That causes some hoopla. Calvi, it depends. What kind of pizza are we talking about here? See, he wants more context. Matty Casey, depends. Is there pineapple on it?
I was in Hawaii, but I do not believe there was a Hawaii pineapple on it.
Doug, what's next? Walking over and picking up an egg roll from somebody else's table in a Chinese restaurant? Man, he's got Seinfeld. He's got the it was all the Seinfeld setup.
I was at a restaurant a while back, and there was a man sitting there, and I walk up to him. Hey, how's it going? And I thought it'd be funny, and I took some food off it. Turns out it wasn't the guy that I thought it was his twin brother, and I did not know he had a twin brother.
And the twin brother didn't know you?
He figured out that I thought he was
the twin because he's gone through life with these mix-ups. So that's super awkward.
Right.
More context, Fit 38. Well, it comes down to how hungry are you? See, again, context. People need context.
I wasn't famished, but it hit the spot.
Jake and Ben are going to hit the spot next right here on The Zone.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish. Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports newsletter.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals
professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
My baby born a Birkin. She's been telling me all night long. Gasoline and groceries, the list goes on and on. It's 9 to 5, ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm...
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. How's it going over there, Ben?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. The gal from the Ozarks is going to play Madonna, apparently.
Yeah. She's had to audition for her, right?
That's a good cast right there. I could see that.
Why are we making a Madonna movie?
I don't know. Did she live an interesting life?
Yeah, probably.
Probably? I
don't know.
They're making all sorts of... you're not a has-been singer if you don't have a biopic about you.
Yeah, but Madonna's 66. Like, shouldn't she have a third act still in front of her? What are we talking about?
No.
Cher's still out there going, right? You make a biopic, you might as well put me in the ground. Picking up on DJ and PK's bit of every show's one closer to death.
Okay, I hear you. I mean, Elton had one, though.
And his career is ending.
No, right? It's over. He played did his last tour or whatever. I think you can get him off the couch for like $1 million still. But
yeah, he did that crossover with, was it Britney? Who did he do? Kesha? Who did he do a crossover with? I can't remember who it was. Anyways, neither here nor there.
But I don't know. I guess Freddie Mercury's been long gone.
Yeah.
Jim Morrison was pretty dead when the Doors happened.
Yeah.
Although the rest of the band wasn't.
Bob Dylan's still alive. He just had his biopic come out.
Oh, man, last time I saw Bob, which was a few years ago, it was not...
Great.
Well, not inspiring hope as to his long-term health.
It was with Dua Lipa, Elton John.
Elton, on the other hand, I saw him on his last tour, and yeah, maybe he wasn't bouncing around the stage, but he was still creaming that piano.
Elton
You know what I mean?
John. Elton John's 78, so he's got 12 years on Madonna. So I just think it's a little premature.
All right. Well, I probably,
Madonna biopic.
But that's not a bad as far as casting goes. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
That's all I'm getting at, Ben.
Yeah.
The Material girl.
Yeah.
Married to Sean Penn, right?
Madonna?
Wasn't she?
I think she's been married to several people, including Dennis Rodman, right? For a minute?
Yeah, but one of those people was definitely Sean Penn, I think.
Okay. Do a biopic on him and his career.
Well, he ended El Chapo's.
Didn't. It's strange.
That was a strange twist to that story.
Who's going to interview him? I like that Madonna's exes have the golden ticket to go anywhere in the world. Rodman can go talk to Kim Jong-un.
Oh, that's a good point.
Sean Penn can talk to El Chapo.
Guy Ritchie can probably talk to somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, who else has Madonna dated? Michael Jackson?
Well, dated or
in
married?
the 80s?
Carlos Leon.
I don't know who that is.
That sounds more current.
95 to 97.
Oh.
Oh. It's like, yeah, he's got a one-on-one with Putin.
I'm pretty sure she's dating somebody very young. Right
yeah,
now.
I think you're right.
I think she's trying to tour or something. She does not look like herself.
No, she's jumped the shark a little bit, which I get it. The goalposts move a lot, but she seems like she's jumped the goalposts even.
Aging naturally is fine. You should.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that whole thing. All right, Ben, you doing?
Julia Garner's really having a moment. Speaking of the Ozarks woman.
Is she? How so?
She's in Fantastic Four right now. She's in the new movie. I think she plays the teacher in the movie Weapons that's coming out. That's supposed to be magnificent. So
sounds
now
violent.
Yeah, absolutely. Now she's Madonna. So good for her.
Well, she was good in Ozarks. I mean, I don't care about the Fantastic Four, but
did you ever watch Inventing Anna?
Yes.
That was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah, same girl.
She's got a lot of range.
She does.
She's got a lot of range, Ben.
Yeah.
But you good? You morning good? Doing all right? You're dressed all in black for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't mean to.
You went Johnny Cash on it today. I didn't even know notice your watch is black.
It's gold.
Shoes black. Pants black on black on black.
It's kind of cloudy. Yeah, hold up my $18 Casio.
What's going on?
Honestly,
were you in a gloomy mood this morning?
Actually, it was a little gloomy outside. I like the clouds. Anyways, neither here nor there.
You're leaning in.
Yeah, sure.
Don't be surprised if you get stopped on the street and somebody goes, "Is everything okay?
Everything all right?"
Is everything okay? Do you need a hug? You look like a guy who needs a hug. All right, Ben. Camp's open this week. We're going to talk a little Utes. DJ and PK played this clip on their show, and let's lead off with this. What one of the big stories? I mean, locally, we talked about it yesterday. What is the offense at Utah going to look like? The other big story is who's going to play quarterback at BYU.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle Whittingham with CBS Sports addressed one of those, the one he's
nothing to do with BYU.
he's not throwing out his hot McKay Hillstead take or something. Talking about the Utah offense. So let's lead off with that.
We will look definitely a lot different than we have. The past 10, 15 years, we've been a lot of double tight, 12 personnel, and we're going to be moving more to a spread attack and RPO, and we got a dynamic quarterback. We love our quarterback, Devin Dampier, rushed for over 1,000 yards last year, threw for over 2,500 yards, and so he's a guy that is a true dual threat, great leader, and if spring ball is any indication of what we're going to see, he's going to be very exciting this fall.
Going to look a lot different, Ben. They've been doing it the same way for the last 10 or 11 years. Going to look a lot different. What does that mean? Read into that for me. What is he talking about?
Zero throwing the ball. Absolutely no willingness to throw the ball. Look, Utah at their best, I would argue, over the last couple of years was largely driven by good quarterback play, pretty elite tight end play, which I think really helped. He's talking about 12 personnel and the way they use their tight ends certainly figured into some of that. Really more, though, over the last 4 or 5 years with Brant Keithy and with Dalton Kincaid and how effective they were, and then Cam Rising being as effective as he was. So I think there will be some who rue the idea that some of that will go away, though obviously you still use your tight ends in the spread. But I just think it's going to be a heavy ground attack. And it's kind of boring. It's not that exciting. It ends up with some truly treacherous possessions because you just can't move the ball, and everyone says, you got to move the ball. You got to get the ball down the field. You can't just sit there and try and run at the defense over and over. But the idea is over time it breaks through. And I thought in our conversation last week, and I will let you talk, in our conversation last week,
you're on a roll.
Bartle mentioned that he thought that Wayshawn Parker, the running back, reminds him, if of any former Utah running back, of John White IV. And as we said, when Utah had John White IV, their entire offensive model was just run at him until they get tired, essentially. Hence, John White IV had to have averaged half of his yards in the fourth quarter.
Here is the key difference, though, and I'm actually glad you brought that up because it kind of illustrates the question that I have, because you say they're going to run a lot more. Who was the offensive coordinator when John White IV had his best year?
Who was it?
Sir Norm Chow.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
What kind of offense did Sir Norm run? Pro style.
Yep.
He's a pro style guy. He was at BYU. He was at USC.
Hence him getting on campus at Utah and saying, we need different quarterbacks immediately. We need more and different.
Yes. He brought the fullback back, for example. There were more tight ends. It was a pro style, what he ran at USC offense. That they ran the ball an incredible amount. You are correct about that. The difference is what they're doing this year is not going to be that. Not even close. Right. In fact, about as opposite from that as you can possibly get. The guy who's had a bad summer is Fred Whittingham, because his position group is going to disappear.
Yeah.
Because they're going to run a full spread. The idea is, the thing about a spread option offense is it is a math equation. It's almost like It's almost like spreading the floor in basketball. It's very similar.
You're just trying to generate 2-on-1s.
You're getting people out of the way, and you're trying to figure out how to get the math to work in your favor. And that decision is whether you keep it or pitch it or hand it off or whatever. That's the whole kit and caboodle. So will they run it more attempts-wise this year than last year? Yes, they will. But it will look way different. Way different. And I think that's why Coach Witt is illustrating that so almost dramatically, because it's not just, we ran the ball 55% of the time last year, and we're going to dial that up to 65.
Yeah.
That's not what he's talking about. And what I still want to see is the pace. Is it going to be, we're going to run as many plays as humanly possible on offense? Because that has the potential to upset the Utah equation. The whole protect the defense mantra that is on the dang wall up at that practice facility. That's what puts that in danger. And I wonder how that's going to be married. Let's play the clip again.
Yeah, I want to play it again. I want to hear it again.
We will look definitely a lot different than we have, the past 10, 15 years, we've been a lot of double tight, 12 personnel, and we're going to be moving more to a spread attack and RPO, and we got a dynamic quarterback. We love our quarterback, Devin Dampier. Rushed for over 1,000 yards last year, threw for over 2,500 yards, and so he's a guy that is a true dual threat, great leader, and if spring ball is any indication of what we're going to see, he's going to be very exciting this fall.
I certainly am curious about the total passing yards. 2,500 would eclipse Cam Rising's second year at Utah. It would not eclipse his third year at Utah in 2022 when he had 3,000 yards. But certainly Cam never ran the ball like that.
Well, like that. No, he did not. But his second year, he didn't play any of the non-conference.
Right.
So he was 3 games short his second year. So the stats would probably have been.
He would have been up over 2,500. I mean, he was 7 yards short.
It probably would have been similar.
Yeah.
No, I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see a lot of short passes. I mean, you want to talk about the passing game. I don't know how much pop the top off the defense is going to be a thing.
Well, RPO doesn't really allow anyone to get down the field.
No, it does
so
not.
You can't take the top off anything.
And the way the offensive line is forced to play, you can't hold the ball. So, it's going to look different.
Do you have feelings on the RPO?
You know what? I don't want to sound like a geezer, but it's a little gimmicky, and the way it requires the offensive lines to play, I think, is unproductive. And that's something we could talk about. I mean, the Utah has its best offensive line ever if you listen to Coach Witt, and this is not an offense that's really go let the O-lineman eat.
It's not designed to emphasize the O-line.
It's a zone blocking kind of RPO, stand up and don't move kind of, not really a road grader, go get it done type of Norm Chow kind of thing. So you hope it doesn't negate what should be an advantage for the University of Utah. So it's the fit of the offense is critical. And the way that Witt put it there, I think, I mean, he doesn't get dramatic, obviously. That's probably as dramatic as he can get. But he's probably sitting there watching them put it in. And he's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, that's
different.
This is going to be different. And what happens when the offense stops protecting the defense? How does that go as far as dynamic goes? Because Dave Christensen tried to do some things different when he was the. Can we find his? As long as we're talking about him, can we find his bit where he's yelling at Troy Calhoun?
Probably.
Have you heard that, Christian? You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, do you remember that game where Utah blew a lead against Arizona State at Arizona State, where in protest Dave Christensen refused to throw it? Refused for like a quarter and a half.
I think you're going to see that.
Unbelievable. A tantrum like that.
I think you're also going to see a lot of procedural penalties because that's what happens with the RPO, right? Everybody kind of has to be in sync.
Well, the O-line,
from a timing perspective.
The O-lineman gets too far downfield.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. It's really difficult. That's the hard part about it. You do have to have not just a special quarterback, which I believe Devin Dampier can be a special quarterback, and had, if not a special season last year, certainly special games and special moments last year. So transferring in, I do believe they have a quarterback who should be able to do what they're doing. He did it last year. He's doing it at a higher level now, but he did it last year and should be better at it conceivably in his second season. But yeah, everybody has to be working together. And yeah, if we know if there's one thing that Witt is going to hate, it's either short drives or procedural penalties or, anything of the sort. So I will be curious Witt's patience with this.
Well, heaven forbid you fumble.
Because fumble,
the fumble likelihood in an RPO, for example, is pretty high.
A 5-yard penalty on first down, and the drive is essentially over before it starts in a non-big play offense. Not that you can't generate big plays with the RPO. You certainly can, but not designed to make up that type of ground easily.
So when you stop protecting the defense, how does that go over internally? And honestly, what's Morgan's opinion on that?
Yeah.
Because that's very relevant. I mean, Coach Witt brought up Morgan in every single interview.
Mm-hmm.
So what's his opinion on protect the defense and this balance with what's going to happen offensively? For those that don't know, he was the head coach at Wyoming.
Dave
Christensen. And they lost a game against
Air Force.
It's funny. This actually plays into the top because Dave's whole thing was go fast, go hard, and Air Force couldn't keep up defensively, so they faked an injury, which happens, which you see all the time. It is kind of dirty pool, but Dave was
frustrated by it.
Dave was not happy. Can we play the whole clip? Do you have the whole thing? Maybe we'll try and find it. But Dave's daughter or wife, I can't remember which it was. I think it was his daughter yelling at him like, just stop it.
Come back.
So funny. Oh, man. But, yeah, that lunatic was at Utah for a year.
I do think you have to
take it didn't go well.
A big picture approach to it. You cannot go small sample size, frustration with inevitably drives getting blown up because the RPO has malfunctioned.
Yeah.
Which it does. Like we said, it's a lot of difficult timing. It's not necessarily going to emphasize every strength Utah has on offense, which is, we talked about how good their offensive line could be. There are probably going to be times when Witt would prefer you just draw it up to hand the ball off to Wayshawn Parker or whoever the RB1 is going to be and go pick up 3 yards when they need it, and they run RPO and it doesn't work, and Witt just says, like, why are we overcomplicating this? But over a long enough period of time with a big enough sample size, it should even out and should be beneficial if it's being run well. But I think Witt could lack that patience.
Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com is coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show on a Tuesday. Tuesday. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. With the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis. It's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they
FedEx.
should do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They play it in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
we take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
1, 2, 3, My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door? Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now.
Jake and Ben, want to remind you can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, coming up tomorrow, I've got tickets to see Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. All right. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, sponsored by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where should we start today?
Number 1, a scary situation in New York yesterday as there was a shooting at the NFL headquarters building.
Ben, I'll read right here from the report from ESPN. A gunman who killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building before killing himself was trying to target the headquarters of the NFL, but took the wrong elevator. This is according to Mayor Eric Adams of New York. Investigators believe, and I'm not going to use this bozo's name, was trying to get to the NFL offices after shooting several people Monday in the building's lobby, but accidentally entered the wrong set of elevator banks. 4 people, including off-duty New York City police officer Didral Islam, were killed.
The shooter played high school football, long history of mental illness, which he is accrediting, or apparently in his final note, credited to CTE, and said, study my brain, essentially. Which becomes a huge, it's the reason he was targeting the NFL. CTE has been a huge story, and it seems to come in waves and ebbs and flows a little bit as far as how we talk about it with the NFL, and we'll get some high-profile concussions, a la Tua Tagovailoa, and then it kind of goes away, and the next one comes, and we see an ugly fencing injury on the field, and it gets talked about. This is, I guess, the latest and most unfortunate chapter so far in that process.
With all due respect, well, let me put it this way. I have many things to say about CTE and the behavior of the NFL in particular in regards to subject. I've talked about it at great length. But I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it today, frankly, because that's just what this guy wants by committing murder.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give it to him. We can talk about it some other time, but that frankly is not relevant.
Okay.
It doesn't excuse this kind of thing. It just doesn't. It's not relevant.
Of course.
I don't care. We can talk about it down the line. I'd be more than happy to. But this sort of thing being prevalent in our society, it's these wingnuts who want to get their message out so badly. They do these horrible things. Yeah. And I'm not going to. You know what? CTE is very serious. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Very serious. And I'm, again, more than happy to have a conversation about it at some other time. But I'm not going to give this guy his due. That's not. Nope. You don't get to do that. You don't get to go into office buildings and shoot people. You don't. Sorry. I'm sorry that you have CTE. You know, I am.
If you do. That's the thing.
If
we
you
don't
do
know.
or whatever, I'm sorry. But you know what? You don't get to walk into buildings and shoot people. You don't. End of story.
Agreed.
And, again, we can talk about it some other time, but not today.
It gets filed in the CTE conversation. Certainly, we will see if he actually had CTE. We don't know if they'll even be able to study. I have no idea how he ended his life. But, there is a history of generally violence towards oneself when it comes to CTE, not generally others that we've seen in the NFL, whether it's Junior Seau or some of these other horrendous stories. But I think that's totally fair. I think what you're saying is fair.
Yeah. Can we stop walking into buildings and shooting people?
Yeah, right.
Is that too much to ask?
Correct.
So, anyway, let's move on.
Number 2, Taylor Hendricks apparently making progress as he rehabs from his broken shin last year.
So the NBA Players Association, or the National Basketball Players Association, not the NBAPA, hosts these summits, these getaways. This one's hosted by The Sanctuary, which you've seen. It's kind of famous ones, which one is held in New York.
Wasn't there one in Santa Barbara for a long time?
One in Santa Barbara, yeah. It's this company that has trainers. They invite team trainers out. I think Isaiah Wright, who you would know from the Jazz, was there this year. And they go and a bunch of NBA players get together. It's a way to stay in shape. They also, I think, try new things with some technology, hyperbaric chamber type of stuff that's, well monitored. Obviously, it's not a testing lab for these guys.
Wait a minute. Who was didn't Antonio Brown freeze his foot off?
I think Antonio Brown did. I don't think it was at the Sanctuary.
No. But Antonio Brown was doing what? The free, what do they call that?
Hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had it on his foot? Like nearly lost his foot? Because he burned it so badly?
Frostbite.
Yeah.
But this summit they do, the Sanctuary, it's for Hoodie Mello, if you remember that meme coming out. And Jordan Clarkson's been there. If you're a Jazz fan, historically, it's just a way for these guys to go and play together. And most importantly to this topic, Bryce Sensabaugh and Taylor Hendricks were there on this trip, and it's the first time we have seen Taylor Hendricks playing both 3-on-3 and 5-on-5 basketball. Obviously, he was not cleared to play in Summer League, but he is playing with this group. And I would assume it's not full intensity, but it's full contact. I mean, you've got other full NBA players out here, and everyone's really playing. So that's a very good sign for his approach, considering that injury occurred in late October, and it's late July, and he's already back on the floor.
People know the reason why NBA players do this sort of thing, or the run in Miami, or there's stuff all over, as you were alluding to, right? Because you've got to play a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
You've got to play. You've got to stay in shape. You've got to get better. You got to work at the stuff you got to work at. But you can't just go down to the sports mall.
Right.
Because you're going to get hurt.
Right.
Because
Thurl Bailey playing at Westminster Park is not a thing anymore.
yeah, because NBA players are worried about getting hurt. And there's a code in the NBA.
Right.
That only Kelly Olynyk is allowed to go outside of, where you don't slide under me. You don't.
Yeah.
And if you're playing with amateurs, they're not doing it on purpose, but all of a sudden
They're not athletic enough. They're not quick enough, so they're going to foul you.
So the people that play at these are very high level high school, they're college, and then mix in with NBA guys. And there's kind of a, I don't know if it's a call list or whatever, because some of these are more formal than others. Obviously, this one's quite formal.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's in Andalusia. It's not easy to get to.
I think the one in Miami, I think you have to get on like the
one in New
phone
York
list
is
or whatever.
one of the most famous buildings in New York that, like, famously Madonna tries to get an apartment in, and they're like, yeah, you're not special enough to get here. But whoever has this place and has built this gym has access to let these NBA players in. Neither here nor there.
So these can be really cool opportunities. This is how players get better in the offseason.
Yeah.
This sort of stuff. And Taylor himself needs to play. We've talked about it a zillion times on this show. He's got to get more skilled. He's got to work. He's got to hone his craft.
It's pretty crazy to think that Taylor Hendricks has still only played 43 games in his career.
Yeah.
I mean, the Jazz brought him along extremely slowly as a rookie. He played almost entirely in the G League until the trade deadline. And then they brought him up. And once they brought him up, he played the second half of the season. Then he got hurt right away.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's going to be starting over near square one. The advantage is he's so much bigger physically now. You can see it in the videos than he was coming into the NBA. And that will be a plus for him. But I imagine this is going to take a while.
Yeah.
I think he'll be in the rotation day one. I think he's going to be back. I don't expect him to start.
Well, big, strong, and athletic is pretty useful last time I checked in the NBA.
Good combo.
And then if you can put some skill to it, then you're talking about something special.
Yep.
And that was always the point with him. And it sucks. That's the worst storyline about last year.
Yep.
Was him
a major setback.
Was him being hurt.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, what's next?
Number 3, BYU officially opens camp tomorrow. When do you think they'll name a starting quarterback?
The day after game one.
I'm really eager to see who's worked on their smile in the offseason, because that's what we're going to find out day one. Like, who was really working on, that showing their pearly whites. Yeah, they're going. What do you mean? When are they going to announce who won the quarterback? I don't know. I guess Kalani did officially do it the week before last year, right?
They did.
So maybe that's another situation. Brandon Doman, the Skyline Eagle, was on with DJ and PK this morning, and he's feeling Hillstead.
I think that's where everyone's leaning right now, and I understand why everyone's leaning that direction. I always fear the dual quarterback option and the idea that you haven't been able to separate the two out, and it does sometimes just take players to get on the field, and it could be particularly appropriate for BYU this year, unfortunately, because Hillstead has played and Bachmeier has not played. So you may not actually know how some of these guys look until they are taking live snaps in an actual game. And so maybe Hillstead plays well or looks more experienced and seasoned than Bachmeier, but Bachmeier's upside is higher. Physically, he's better. So maybe he gets to play the second half against Portland State, and then you end up with this bleeding into week 2, and I think that's always the danger there. But I can see it being very realistically happening. I don't expect BYU's day one starter to finish the season.
Ben, you're talking as if we didn't live through Riley Nelson and Jake Heaps. There's no putting it to bed in week 2. It's going to be weak all year.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it a zillion times. The star Frosh doesn't get the job. The average, no, I shouldn't say that because I don't know that about Hillstead. But the guy that's a little bit more senior, but you're not really sure of, the conversation is always there until the Frosh replaces the upperclassman, or in this case, I guess Hillstead's still a true sophomore, or not a true redshirt sophomore. So it's not like he's a senior. And then you know what happens, Ben? The freshman struggles.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, you're going, well, maybe we should go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
And then that hits the team at some point, and then it's really bad news. But I don't think it's going anywhere. We've seen this tale as old as time, Ben. So, yeah, I mean, offensive coordinators like Brandon Doman want to go with the more experienced guy, the safer pick, because they still want to win ball games. But then the pressure just mounts about the Frosh. So when do they succumb to that pressure? Depends on how good Hillstead is.
It may depend on how good Stanford or East Carolina is, which is week 2 and week 3. Portland State, again, Jake Scott could start, and BYU's going to win that game. But if Stanford or East Carolina can put up a fight against you, and you have the wrong quarterback, you could potentially drop one of those games. I wouldn't bet on it, but you could potentially lose one of those games. So, yeah, the question then becomes, like, do you have the guts to start Bear Bachmeier in that situation?
Man, I'm trying to think of examples of quarterbacks that got midseason opportunities and then just took the job, and no controversy from here on out. Alex Smith is definitely one.
Would you count Cam Rising?
Once he finally got on the field, yeah, I'd throw Cam Rising in there. I was thinking of Brandon Doman himself, because Lavelle did everything he possibly could not to play Brandon Doman. And then Brandon finally played, and it's like, wow, this guy's got something. And the next thing you know, he's playing for the Niners. But most of the time, it's wobbly. Who was the quarterback that Coach Witt was just dying to bench Travis Wilson for? Guy started against UCLA at the Rose Bowl until he got hurt. You remember who I'm talking about? Transfer guy?
Kendall Thompson.
Kendall Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah,
With
Kendall Thompson.
Hitch in his throat.
Man, they tried to bench Travis Wilson throughout his entire career at Utah. And we've seen it. We've certainly seen it at BYU, too. I mean, Riley Nelson is certainly the first one that comes to mind. But back before John Beck got the job permanently one offseason, he and, man, it eventually was Jason Beck who was John's backup, but he battled with Matt Berry to get that starting job. I mean, it just the quarterback decision is so important, yet we've seen it go so many different ways. But the safe thing to do is go with Hillstead and then try out Bachmeier and see if what you've got, exactly what you laid out. That's the safe thing to do. But it always is controversial. To pretend like it would go away week 2 is not going to happen.
It's just really difficult to commit to once you make that switch that has to be the rest of the way. It's difficult to do because inevitably, like you said, the freshman is going to struggle.
Unless Hillstead is Alex Smith.
Yeah, sure.
Which
Maybe Hillstead just steps in.
Really doubt. But
well, his problem is he's 5'10" and he's 180 pounds.
But Ty Detmer was short too. I mean,
correct. So was Drew Brees.
And
Rusty Wilson.
And Rusty Wilson.
You're right. There have been short people who have played quarterback in the NFL
Cam
at
Rising
extraordinarily high level.
Cam Rising wasn't that tall.
He's over 6 feet tall. I mean, Zach Wilson's not very big either, but compared to Hillstead, I suspect
No,
they're
I
quite
get you.
large.
I'm worried about his size too. I understand.
And the problem with Hillstead is he plays like he's 6'3", right? He sits in the pocket and wants to take hits or will run into somebody thinking he is bigger than he is.
He runs, which A-Rod will like.
But Bachmeier is, 6'2", 220? He's a big man. That's his advantage.
But can he sling it? I mean, that's...
Yeah, right. That will ultimately...
And the problem with the freshman is the speed is so much faster than it is in high school. Unless you're Johnny Football, it's an incredible adjustment.
And I don't think BYU's schedule is particularly the murderer's row of the Big 12 this year, but it's good football teams regardless. I mean, even if you're not a big believer in Colorado,
but it's
which
not
we
Olympus
litigated
High,
yesterday.
West
Virginia may not be great. Arizona's not probably going to be very good, but, Utah's okay. I bet Utah's going to be fine this year. So, yeah, if that's where you are mid-season and you don't know if you have the quarterback or not, or you're throwing the freshman out there, I mean...
No, that's the danger of all this, because BYU...
You could make a 2-hour-long highlight tape of Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scalley torturing opposing freshman quarterbacks. It's just one of the worst things you can do historically against Utah, and Utah's not the only team that will take advantage of them.
BYU's got a really good team. Really, what could possibly be the wrench in all of this is Jake Heaps v. Riley Nelson. That's what throws it all off. That's the crazy part about going into this year for BYU, because they should have a really good team.
Yep.
And now it's, well, this guy's not great. Maybe go with the Frosh. And then the Frosh isn't great. Yeah. So do you go back to the delicate stuff, buddy?
No, it would be a huge advantage if one of them is so obviously, and we don't even need to limit this to just Bachmeier and Hillstead, but if a quarterback steps up and is obviously the guy by week 2 of camp and can run with it, that would be most beneficial.
All right, more straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first- and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Wednesday on KSL, Amber Alerts.
The sooner a child is recovered, the more likely they are alive.
Designed to grab your attention and save lives.
That played a huge role in bringing those kids home safely.
But what happens when an alert is issued by mistake?
What did we learn?
And why didn't officers have timely information the KSL investigators uncovered in minutes?
We went back and looked to see how can we improve.
KSL investigates Utah's Amber Alert system, Wednesday at 10.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can nominate the esports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Christian has booked us a Broncos guest at 11:05.
He's trying to get inside info for his fantasy team.
Our friend Jake Shapiro, he's an analyst for Denver Sports 104.3. He's going to jump on with us. We'll ask him about the Buffs and Dion and Christian. Christian, though, during the break's like, hey, if you guys want to throw in a couple of Broncos questions, I'm sure he'll be eager to answer them.
And I'll be happy to listen. So yesterday, you're talking about nominating the Hercules Hero of the Week. We were talking about nominating a Bozo of the Week.
Yes.
And there's an update to this story. We teased it briefly that it was Marcus Morris Sr.
There had to be an update coming.
Marcus Morris Sr. was arrested in Florida and put in handcuffs over what was apparently a debt of not a super high level, but at least $1,200, which turns this into a felony, where he was apparently writing bad checks at a casino.
Okay.
Okay, and this is I'm trying to gather this, but he stiffed a casino in Vegas, specifically, which is the wrong people to stiff. He got arrested, put in handcuffs. Today, he went to court, assuming that this was just going to be nothing, and was denied bond.
Whoa! Wow, really?
Now, this is a multi-millionaire, so you would understand why they might change some of the bond rules. You know, if you put a bond on me for $500,000, I'm not going to be able to get it. But to deny bond for a bad check would at least imply there's more to this story than just a single, he owes a hotel or a casino, $1,800 and can't get out of it. Morris, who was wearing handcuffs in a jail-issued jumpsuit, according to TMZ.com, did not speak during the proceedings. His brother, Marcus Morris, was in the courtroom offering support. He's got another hearing slated for August. I don't think he's going to be in jail until August, I would hope. I mean, I know that's 2 days away.
Man, I gotta tell you, if I'm out there writing bad checks, it's not like you're shafting, I don't know, maybe you wrote a check for the babysitter or something like that and it bounced. You know what I mean? Like your little league check bounced. You don't do that to a casino. I bet they gave him a marker, and
That's exactly what it is.
I bet he wrote a check to cover the marker.
Do you want to explain what a marker is?
It's a loan the casino gives you.
Yoni Noy, his agent, says, his lawyer, just so everyone understands, there's zero fraud here or whatever crap outlets have said regarding fake checks or whatever the hell. This is due to an outstanding marker with a casino. Apparently, if you have over $1,200, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Absolute insanity. I guess yes, but also, why are you taking out loans from this casino? These markers. You're a multi-millionaire.
Maybe not anymore.
Maybe not, but that's an even bigger bozo situation. Because Marcus Morris, let's look at your career earnings. It can't have been small.
No, he's been in the league, 10, 11 years?
And the NBA is the best paid league right now. If you've been in the league at any point, you're getting rich. And if you're in there for a decade, you're really getting rich because the veteran minimum, even if that's what you're signing, is nearly $4 million a year right now.
But we're talking about pro athletes.
We are, I get it. Career earnings of $108 million. Apparently, though, hasn't made much money since 2023, 2024. Even though he's making $17 million, I guess he got bought out and then got another couple of contracts on 10 days with the Cavs. So he's still making $18 million. He's fine.
Don't know what to tell you.
Should be.
Except for that the account didn't have that amount of money in it when he wrote the check. And, of course, casinos are going to push it to the limit as far as they can go. Of course they are.
Yeah. Especially with somebody high profile.
Yeah, you bet. That's the thing with casinos, duh. They're more than happy to lend you money if you're a big gambler, more than happy. But then when you lose, you got to turn around and you got to pay the piper. That's how it works.
Anyways, and first bozo of the week.
If you write a bad check to Steve Wynn, he's coming after you.
Marcus Morris Sr.
Do we know what hotel it was?
I don't have that info, unfortunately. I would love to.
See, that really matters. That's probably why this is being handled legally and not personally.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is stiffed a casino.
Well, yeah. If you're going to stiff a casino, I guess stiff the MGM and not I don't even know what privately held casinos there are down there anymore.
The lawyers told the judge that Morris was in the process of paying off his debts in Nevada and releasing him would help expedite that. The judge, though, denied the motion for bond and said she would only release him to Nevada authorities for extradition.
Yikes.
Or if the warrants that were issued for his arrest were withdrawn.
That's what it is. It's extradition. That's why he's denied bond, because they got to send him to Nevada, and he's got to appear before a judge there.
I don't want to fly from Florida to Nevada in handcuffs.
I'm sure they're going to let him out once he gets there.
Great. That makes it a lot better.
That would for a lot of reasons, this would suck for him. But wouldn't that suck for him when, you appear before a judge, post bond, okay, I got to get out of here. And then you're standing in Nevada with nowhere to go. Like I started in Florida. How am I in Nevada?
I think that's the plot of The Hangover.
Am I in Reno?
Yeah.
Class D felony.
Yeah, I don't know where the court would be. Carson City? Maybe it's in Las Vegas itself. That's probably it.
Didn't Jokic end? Was it Marcus's or was it Markeef's?
I just Googled it. It was Markeef.
It was Markeef. Nikola Jokic, remember. Markeef tried to tough Jokic, and I know Jokic looks like a doofus, but he is 6'11" and 280 pounds, and he shoved Marquise in the back, and Marquise hurt his back so badly that he's really never returned to the NBA, and it kind of somehow ended Marcus's career as well.
Shoved is not what happened. I mean, he cracked him in the back.
He did, yeah,
it was a really dirty play.
Jokic is a filthy player.
It's just a really dirty play. Shove implies you. All right, stay tuned. We're talking the latest with the Denver Broncos with Jake Shapiro.
Deion Sanders
coming up next.
Colorado.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Freedom Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day this Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's talk a little Colorado sports, right? We got to talk about the Buffs, talk a little Dion, and yes, Christian, we can ask about the Broncos. He is an analyst for Denver Sports 104.3. He's Jake Shapiro with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Jake?
Hey, guys, it's a lovely day out here at Broncos Park. I'm actually actively watching Broncos practice right now. I know we're talking Buffs, but a lot of football here in the Mile High City.
It is football season. I think that's what everyone's excited about. What was the? We know the result now of Dion's press conference yesterday. What was the expectation leading up to it? You know, I know the speculation was that maybe he was stepping away from coaching, and I think everyone's glad that that's not the case. But after the fallout, I guess what the expectation was versus what we learned, where is the state of Colorado football and how are fans feeling about it?
Yeah, I mean, I would have been truly stunned if he had stepped down yesterday. I don't think that was really ever in the cards. My question was this illness going to be something that lasted into the season where he was going to need someone to help him through, whether it be an interim, whether it be, situations we've seen in the past where, coach coaches from the booth and there's someone on the sidelines. So that was more of my main question because he hasn't been around in Boulder. He hasn't been in Boulder in months. And I think it's more of just happiness that their coach is back in Boulder. And the Buffs have a very experienced group of coaches around him. So I don't think that there was necessarily all that much missed in a period where you can't even do that much in college. But Prime needed to be there starting yesterday, and he was there. And obviously he's overcome a great deal of challenges. And I think we're all happy to see that he's come out on the other side still with a smile.
I thought it was hilarious that he warned everybody there was going to be a honey bucket around where he was like, don't be surprised if you see. How is the relationship between Deion Sanders and, Colorado and the fans and all that? And I ask because, it's such a shock to the system, right? He comes in and it's the celebrity and Deion Sanders, one of the more infamous people in sports history. And it's a couple of years and obviously success that the program hasn't seen in a long time. I guess where are the fans as far as expectations and their relationship with Deion Sanders? Yeah, I would say for the most part, the fan base, 90% largely, a large part of the fan base is very happy that Deion Sanders is the head coach of the University of Colorado, is thrilled that he seems to be taking the Buffs in the right direction. The Buffs have only been in full seasons to 2 bowl games since the mid-2000s. It was last year with Deion in the Alamo Bowl. It was 2016, and then you have to go all the way back to 2007. They haven't actually won a bowl game since 2004. And we're talking about a program that has now 2 Heisman winners. It has a national championship. It is one of the most distinguished programs in college athletics. So this is a sleeping giant in a lot of ways. And, Deion seems to be taking this in the right direction. So I would say a lot of the fan base really loves him, but there is a certain sector of the fan base that I think is a little disappointed with the on-field results to this point and wanted more. We all know they're coming from a lot, but I think given the talent of that team last year and it being year 2, I think there is a little bit of a sense of disappointment that they could have accomplished more. And now he's the 4th highest paid coach in college football. And he's talking about championships again and how they're better, even though they lost their Heisman candidate. And I think there's going to be some expectation on this team.
The father-son relationship can be strange. I've seen it firsthand. We've seen it with sports across all levels. Do you expect a change in Deion now that his kids aren't there on the team and certainly not the stars or at least the faces of the team?
I do expect some sense of change. I believe I don't want to call it grieving because no one has faced that fate, but there is, I think, a little sense of grief or sadness that he is no longer doing this as like a family, right? Like this is now his job, and granted, there are figures around him. His sister works for the University of Colorado. There are people around him that still make this a familial thing, but it's not like his son's the starting quarterback anymore and his other son's the starting safety. So I think there is a certain sense of change within the program. But there are also players that have been with him that are still there, that have been there since Jackson State, that he looks at like his sons or like his kids' best friends. So I do think there is still a lot of emotion and a lot of care towards what is going on, both at the University of Colorado as a whole and then individually with certain players there. I don't think these are the disposable assets that maybe they quite seem to be from the outside because of the transfer portal. I do think those players do exist at Colorado, but I don't think that that is true of everybody.
What do you think happened to Shedeur in the draft?
Well, I think that he tried to purposely bomb some of his interviews, if you'd ask me, in order to secure a destination. And unfortunately for him, it went so poorly that he couldn't convince anyone to take him. I think he was playing a game of with a game of fire, and he got burned. Like, you know, you see this all the time. You just saw it with who the Jazz drafted, right? That they were, you know, playing a game of fire and a game of chicken with if that kid was going to come to Utah or not. And he clearly wanted to go maybe to Brooklyn, and, you know, it doesn't end up necessarily the way you want it to work because the draft is out of the player's control. So it's fascinating that Shedeur ended up in Cleveland. It's fascinating that today the Browns owner, Jimmy Haslam, saying it was the GM's pick, not the owner's pick. They still don't seem to have a clear number one for who's leading that quarterback competition, so it could very easily be Shedeur as the starting quarterback. He's a really talented guy. Trust me, I've seen him play a lot. His passing accuracy is great, but he's maybe not as athletic as people think. And obviously has the issues with the sack. So I personally don't know that he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. I never quite had that hope or expectation. But in my eyes, he was the second best quarterback, if not the best quarterback in college football last year. And generally that gets you taken in the top 5.
What's a good season for Colorado this year?
I would say maybe 8 wins would be a good season. You're only taking a slight step back without the Heisman winner and a quarterback that's in the NFL now, right? You know, they're over-under, I think, by our friends down south in Vegas has it at 6.5, so you'd be exceeding that by 1.5 games. They've got a pretty easy start to the schedule, but they've got a really rough schedule if you look deeper into it and how the fall kind of plays out. So I would say 8 wins would be a good season. I think people would be happy with 7 wins. And perhaps even 6, honestly, because, again, like I talked about, the Buffs don't go bowling all that often. So that there's something to be said for just getting to bowls consistently. They haven't been to bowls in back-to-back years, again, since the mid-2000s.
Well, speaking of that, do you think the Buffs will have a little extra juice for the Cougars when they play? I think they open up conference play with each other, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the game that tells me everything I need to know about the Buffs, honestly. If they're going to be able to come out and punch BYU in the mouth, that's going to say a lot. BYU is such a good football team, and I know they've lost their quarterback that a lot of people had hopes for, but you still look around the rest of that football team, it's going to be a really good team. And I do think that when you get embarrassed in a game like that, no matter if the teams turn over a bit, let's say, 60%, 70% of those rosters are still the same, a lot of people are going to feel certain ways, and the coaching staffs are going to feel certain ways about that game. It's just a matter of if Colorado can actually accomplish it with the talent they have. And I wonder because BYU is a lot stronger inside the hashes, right? And Colorado's got some advantages outside the hashes, but it doesn't matter if you can't get the ball out there.
We can hear the cheers behind you. I imagine those are for 7th-round pick Caleb Lohner out of the University of Utah at Broncos practice.
There are a lot of big people. Football players are big, and I can't actually see over them and what has happened right now with those cheers. But I am looking at Bo Nix, who's about 100 yards from me, and they're doing some punt return drills right now here at Dove Valley at Broncos Park. And it's the team is, buzzing because $100 million were given to Cortland Sutton yesterday, and he's one of the better receivers in team history. And, they don't have to worry about that drama going into the season. And now there's a couple other pieces of business they've got to wrap up here before the preseason begins.
What does progress look like for Bo Nix? What does he have to do to show that he's going to be even better? Because I say that because of what a great season he had last year.
Yeah, I think for Bo, and he was really good in the red zone. He was good in winning time. I think it's just about getting off the fast starts in games. He struggled with that a little bit, especially early on in the season, which is to be expected out of a rookie quarterback. But being that consistent guy throughout the course of a game, not having to turn it on late, not in the red zone, but just a consistency factor, I think, with Bo is going to be big this year, as well as the additional weapons the Broncos have gotten. Evan Ingram was one of the best tight ends in football 2 years ago. He was hurt last year. Can he add an element to the Broncos offense? The Broncos had one of the worst running back situations in football last year. J.K. Dobbins is always hurt, but when he's healthy, he's one of the better backs in football. He's here now, as is R.J. Harvey, who we all saw in the Big 12 last year. Was a decent back for UCF. So can Bo successfully incorporate some of these elements into the Broncos offense, I think is going to be interesting because this defense is really, really good. So Bo doesn't need to be Patrick Mahomes. Bo just needs to be a very good game manager, which he's already proven to be. So if he can rise that level even more of taking it from game managing to making great plays, which we saw a little bit sporadically throughout the course of the end of the season, I think the Broncos are going to be a really good football team if that's the case.
Is there a hope that they could actually win the AFC West, or is there a hope that they're a wild card team?
Guys, all the talk around Denver right now is, are they actually sneakily the winners of the AFC West? You got to remember the last time a team won the AFC West that wasn't the Kansas City Chiefs was the Denver Broncos. That happened when Peyton Manning was the quarterback, so it's been quite a while. But that is kind of the feeling here in Denver. Maybe it's fans getting ahead of themselves and fans feeling a certain way just because of, they're fans of this team. But that's the feeling here, is that this could be actually sneakily the winners of the AFC West. Personally, I don't believe that.
So switching to the Nuggets for a second, Jake, I love salacious stuff and I love to read into things. So my question to you is, what is Nikola Jokic's agent doing hanging out on a yacht with LeBron and Maverick Carter? What's going on? Is number 23 coming to Denver?
No, I think it's pretty clear what's going on. Milos, who's Nikola's agent, is one of the most powerful agents in Europe. He owns a basketball club. He represents many, many European players, including Jonas Valanciunas, who's on the Nuggets. I believe, and this is not sourced, this is not reported, but I believe, just connecting the dots, the European Basketball League that Maverick Carter and LeBron James by proxy are trying to start, that this is them courting European agents so that they'll have stars once they launch this league. And I've heard that this league could launch as soon as fall of next year. It would look a lot more like if basketball was on F1 schedule, where they kind of go from city to city over the course of a couple months. So that, to me, is one of the biggest things going on in basketball in the NBA that's not being talked about. The NBA is trying to launch a European league. And then if you look at Maverick Carter, they're trying to launch a separate league that would possibly take away some NBA stars and put them in Europe or on a traveling circuit.
Wow.
I think the Nuggets are going to win the championship next year. Talk me off the cliff. Talk me back from that.
I have cleared out my June, so I'm clearly on the cliff too. I think that this is a really good team. I think they fixed a lot of their issues. If you look at the history of repeating champions not getting past the second round, that's kind of proof that OKC is going to struggle. But in talking you off this cliff and giving you the most likely scenario, Oklahoma City is a unique team because they're really deep, and they have a lot of players who didn't even play all that much last year. They're going to come back with a hunger to make impacts on that lineup. They're not going to be like the regular, reigning champions that maybe just don't have that much to prove but have the target on their back. Guys like Nikola Topic, who hasn't even played in the NBA, guys like Isaiah Joe, who's going to be playing for his next contract, have a lot to prove for that team. So the Thunder are going to be really, really good again, and that's clearly the best team in the West. The moves the Rockets made solved all of their issues as well. They get another big to go with Steven Adams and Alpine Sengun and Clint Capella, who are all very good players. On top of that, they get Kevin Durant to finally be their on-ball late-game closer, and he is still an elite playmaker and shot generator towards the end of contests. And on top of that, he's going to be more engaged on defense like he was early in the season last year with the Suns. So those don't bear out in the metrics. So I think the Rockets are going to be very good. And then the Minnesota Timberwolves, who I haven't even talked about yet, have been in the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row. And then they have completely gotten the Nuggets number, right? The Nuggets haven't beaten them, I think, since Game 5 of the second round in 2024. So you've got a lot of teams just in that group that are very good. I'm not worried about the Lakers. I'm not really worried about the Clippers, although I like some of their moves. I'm not worried about the Warriors. I'm not worried about the Suns, the Kings. Like, there are plenty of teams out in the West that the Nuggets are going to be far better than. But there are a group of teams, especially in the West, that have separated themselves that are going to be tough. And then if you look across the East, I think most likely the probable scenario is the Cleveland Cavaliers are coming out of the East. And that's a really tough matchup for the Denver Nuggets.
I don't know if I'm quite to the Nuggets as the favorite. Maybe I could be talked into it. I do, however, though, feel like they've had a great offseason and have made some terrific moves to make their team better. And that probably has a lot to do with moving on from Calvin Booth. So my question to you is, Just how crazy did it get with the front office and Michael Malone? And what are your thoughts now post-mortem of Calvin Booth?
You had the coach self-sabotaging players on the roster to make the GM look bad. That's how bad it got, right? Like, you had the coach actively putting players in bad situations where they would look poorly to make the GM look bad. I think Calvin Booth's ultimate flaw is he was very insular and he struggled with communication both internally in the organization and externally outside to the NBA world. And it ended up with the Nuggets, who have the best player in the world, and he's been the best player in the world for quite some time, having an inadequate roster. And he was really stuck to his guns on this developing players so they can be cheap, cost-effective role players. Well, Golden State tried that. They called it 2 timelines. They called it a little differently, and we've seen that blown up in their face. So I think it was really misguided to see what the or what the Nuggets did the last couple of years because, frankly, their ownership can be cheap. And I think Calvin Booth was carrying out a lot of what the ownership wanted to do, but he ultimately did a couple things that I know ownership didn't want to do, like dumping Reggie Jackson for 3 second-round picks, and he also had to give multiple second-round picks to move up a couple spots in the draft to take Deron Holmes. I think he was a poor trade negotiator as well, looking at that. But in the same time, he also got the biggest business done, which was keeping Nikola Jokic here, keeping Jamal Murray here, getting Aaron Gordon on an extension. So I think it's a mixed bag. Ultimately, I would side with the negative, and that negative got the best coach the Denver Nuggets have ever had fired. That's not to say David Adelman can't be a great coach, but he is working against who was the best coach in Denver Nuggets history just before him.
Well, Jake, we appreciate you jumping on, especially since you're covering camp, doing 2 things at once. But thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
You ignored that they also had the biggest offseason move of moving on from Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, that was a good thing.
He's a huge detriment, and I'm a Russ fan. Like I will miss Russell Westbrook. I love the chaos that he brings to the NBA. I would never want him on a basketball team I was rooting for because he's so disruptive in a negative way. And as many goods as there can be, there are going to be twice as many bad decisions that he makes. So he's so flawed. And to get him off of a team and then get the toxicity out of the building with bringing Adelman in and the new front office, I think is a positive. And you just add a depth to the best player in the world.
So Jake was pretty defensive of old Mike Malone there, which, okay, I got it. He fell on Team Malone and all that, and I can certainly see why. But you heard what he said right there. Mike was
self-sabotaging.
Yep. That guy has to go.
Yeah, that's worse than Russ.
That guy has to go. You wonder why, why not just fire Calvin Booth and keep Mike Malone? Not if he's self-sabotage. Absolutely not.
Right. He's taken too much power. He's gone rogue. When you start doing that, you've gone rogue. You have to get rid of that person. No question about it.
There was a big report about Donovan and Rudy that came out in The Athletic. I think the
unsalvageable.
That was the headline. But there was a comment from an anonymous source in Jazzland that Donovan was purposely throwing passes that Rudy wasn't going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
To prove a point. And if you start getting there, things that have to change. I mean, for people out there that think, the Jazz blew it up too early and should have kept Donovan and Rudy and whatever. When that stuff happens, you have to change it. That is a sign of a way more significant problem. Probably that Mike Malone's ego can't fit through the door. That's probably part of it. But self-sabotaging a team, that's crazy.
Yeah,
You've got to go. You got to go.
In fact, there's an argument you should never be an NBA head coach again.
I wouldn't hire him.
Yeah, you bring those people in and you create toxic environments, and it's inevitable because of your ego. It's really hard for me to hire you. It's really hard for me to think that you're going to get the best out of us. And look, over and over and over again, quote-unquote genius coaches, what do they always have? Great players. Jokic, he's the best player in the world. He's better than Shea. Shea's great, but why does Danault look like a great coach? He's got great players. Why did Pop look like a great coach? He had great players. It's like, yeah, Adelman's going to look like a great coach too because he has a great player. It's that simple.
The Simpsons, as always, have the answer, and we refer to this moment all the time. Mr. Burns, telling Darryl Strawberry, "You Strawberry, go hit a home run."
You, Strawberry, hit a home run.
Okay, Skip.
I told him to do that.
That's coaches. That's managers. That's coaches. And I'm not saying that it's quite that stark.
Yeah.
But, yeah, what did we talk about? Phil Jackson, greatest coach in NBA history. Well, you have Jordan and Pippen on the same team, and then Kobe and Shaq, and then Kobe and Gasol. Yeah, you're probably going to win a lot of basketball games. Just not being a bozo does not mean that you're a great coach.
Well, actually, how do you undo that? You become toxic. Right. How do you ruin How do the Detroit Pistons win the 2004 NBA championship? Not because they were more talented than the Lakers. It's because the Lakers were so toxic at that point they wouldn't play together. They should have won that title. You know, Carl didn't hurt his knee. They probably win that title. Even without Carl, they should have won that title. But they're so toxic that no one's playing together, no one's looking out for each other, and they get beat by a lesser team. They were toxic last year, and they still took the Thunder to 7 games. So you get Jokic out there, you get him happy, you get Jamal Murray happy, you have Aaron Gordon happy, you have players like Michael Porter Jr. and Russell Westbrook off the roster, and you're going to play better. So I'm buying the Nuggets.
Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake. What is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you can
we
still
won't.
listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job,
your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kenny J's Barbecue will be live with Hans and Scotty coming up tomorrow from noon to 3. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. That's kennyjsbbq.com for your next event. Speaking of Hans, did you see the lovey-dovey tweet that he sent out with his wife, Amanda?
I did.
I have never seen Hans Olsen wear sunglasses in my entire 20 years knowing him. And he's wearing sunglasses. In fact, I've played golf with him a bunch of times, and he talks about how he doesn't wear sunglasses. I couldn't believe that Hans was wearing sunglasses. Anywho.
People change, Jake.
I guess. Speaking of love, Ben, and we don't need to spend the entire segment on this, but it is a story we followed on the show. And that is the breakup of Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom.
Oh yeah, there's a new man.
There's a new twist that I felt like we need to cover. Now, if you haven't been following this story as closely, Katy Perry went to space, kind of, and Orlando Bloom said it really embarrassed him, and so they broke up.
Yeah, got the ick from my fiance going to space.
Then there was the battle over who was going to go to the Jeff Bezos wedding because Katy Perry went to space with the bride.
Uh-huh.
And Orlando Bloom won that one where he was photographed canoodling with Sydney Sweeney.
Sure.
And so we brought up at the time.
Got her own problems right now.
We brought up at the time, like move on relationships, right?
Yeah.
Like bounce backs and how
rebounds.
it's sending a message to the former spouse or whatever we want to call it in this situation, as much as it is for you, right? You know, you're like, well, you're gonna canoodle with the world's most popular actress at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Well, Katy Perry now has gotten revenge, Ben. She was photographed going out on a date with none other than the former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Who has been separated from his estranged wife since 2023. But that's got to be sending a message back to old Legolas, right?
Legolas. Sure. What was
hey,
his
you
character?
elf! I've moved on!
What was his character in Pirates of the Caribbean? Will Turner.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
He was the boring
Bootstrap
one.
Bill. Yeah, that was his dad, I think.
Boring.
Anyways.
He's the boring part of that movie.
He's the boring part in Legolas, too. He's not the more interesting character there.
No, but
the elves are bland.
But I love the character of Legolas.
Why?
I don't know.
He's
I just
boring.
always liked him in the
No,
books.
he's too clean.
Well, anyway, I think this is an interesting message to send back old Legolas's way.
How's Trudeau being celebrated post PM run?
I have no idea.
Where he kind of collapsed.
I don't live in Canada.
He was a little bit of a gold boy and then had quite the collapse, but didn't lose all the power for his party.
Have you seen the rumor that he could be Fidel Castro's son?
I have heard that.
Love that rumor.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
So
Who are you
yeah,
dating?
that's kind of funny.
Castro's kid?
Castro's kid? The Canadian one? But yeah, there you go. That's a good bounce back. I think that probably outdoes Sydney Sweeney, right?
I don't know.
Former Canadian Prime Minister?
I guess it depends on. I don't know Orlando Bloom's politics. Like if he was like secretly like hardcore MAGA guy, and you get back at
And
him
you
by
move on with
dating
Trudeau?
is
Okay.
very funny to me. But there's also the part of where, like behind the scenes, Orlando Bloom's like super hardcore, like social justice, lefty guy.
He is a Hollywood person.
And
yeah.
then you're like, oh, you thought you were left? Watch this.
Watch
Wait till
this.
you meet my new boyfriend. His dad's Fidel Castro.
His dad is
communist.
Okay, that's funny.
So either or you know what? The way this works, why Trudeau is such a funny character here is because even if Orlando Bloom was like, yeah, I'm not really a politics guy, dating the most or one of the most political or high profile political figures is also a sign that you're not that. So going politician is very funny from Katy Perry.
So I continue to like this story.
However, and I told you to go see the movie Addington. I thought it was hilarious. Katy Perry even catches a stray in that movie. So I wonder if this is just going to be bad news for Trudeau.
Listen, this all started with, okay.
I don't think Trudeau repairs Katy Perry's cred.
No,
You
probably.
know, that's the thing.
No, because listen, the thing that Amazon does with the weird shaped rocket is not the same thing that Neil Armstrong did.
Correct. You did not orbit the moon.
This all started because you came back and kissed the ground and demanded to be called a hero.
I've done it.
It's not that.
No.
William Shatner did that. He's like 95.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. No, literally Tom Hanks did it when they are filming Apollo 13. Like they take you up and they drop the plane and it's weightless for a little bit and it's very similar.
You get technically by definition, I guess, to space kind of because you're in the last layer of that whatever.
Yeah.
But what you're doing and the person spacewalking, not the same.
I was on the
it's
space
not
station.
the same.
Where
So
you-
you can't come back down and go, well, I'm an American hero. That's where this all started. I don't blame Orlando Bloom for being embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed too. You basically went on an oversized roller coaster and you came back acting like you were General Patton.
Christian, what's the better get back? Justin Trudeau or Sydney Sweeney? Sweeney's controversial right now too.
Depends on who your audience is. Like if you're just trying to get the other person to be jealous.
Yeah, that's it.
I'd probably go congressperson or a politician, I guess.
Now, see, I might go, like, because we talked about this in an unrelated story, but Sydney Sweeney is like the pinup model, right?
Yes.
That should make her like the number one get back relationship possible.
And that's why I worded it like that. Like if Orlando Bloom wants kids and the youth to think he's cool again, then oh yeah, Sydney Sweeney's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Orlando Bloom carries much cachet right now. I think he's pretty out of it because those movies came out 20 years ago.
He hasn't done anything since.
Yeah, as did Pirates.
Yeah.
Like those movies are 15 at best years old. I think the latest Pirates that came out might have been 15 years ago. And maybe longer. So he's relatively irrelevant.
Well, she's currently on a like tour that is super struggling. So I don't think she's real relevant either.
But Orlando Bloom is 21 years older than Sweeney. Trudeau's only 13 years older than Katy Perry. Can I float a different theory to you?
Okay.
Do you remember who Katy Perry dated before Orlando Bloom?
Well, her ex-husband is that Russell Brand guy.
Russell Brand, and you know what Russell Brand has done. You know what his turn has been post-sexual assault allegations. He's gone hardcore red-pilled. He's cancel culture guy. His whole identity is like, the world is coming for you. You know, the cabal is coming for you. Maybe she skipped Orlando entirely, and she's trying to make Russell Brand jealous by going far left with Trudeau, and maybe it's an entire ploy to get back together with Russell Brand.
I gotta
She's
tell
trying
you,
to catch his attention.
I don't know if I trust her taste in men.
I think it might be her problem.
I don't know if she has the best taste in men. I'm not even kidding. One of the smartest, most accomplished people that I know, and I'm talking about accomplished. I could give you her resume. And thank goodness now she has a spouse that is like really, really good.
Okay.
But she had the worst taste
This
in
is
men.
a personal person.
This is a
This is
personal
not Katy
person
Perry.
I know. Like one of the smartest people. Like good-looking gal, although I'm not trying to go down that. Like
How good
a
looking?
total catch. A total catch. And she dated the worst guys, dude. Like a guy with Thug Life tattooed on his knuckles.
Well, that's cool. I would do that.
And this is like this is like 2000. 2001. I said, Thug Life on his knuckles? What do you mean? Where do you find these bozos? Anyway, bad taste in men. I don't know. Maybe this is a Katy Perry problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orlando Legolas doesn't seem like a real great guy.
I don't know. Maybe he's fine. I don't know. He doesn't have any major issues.
I don't think he has any controversy at all. I think
That might be his problem.
He's pretty boring.
Dweeb.
Nerd.
Yeah, nerd.
Well,
certainly. If you're not marrying him, you don't want to be dating him. Marry a nerd, that's fine. That makes total sense, right? Life settles down. Things are easy. Consistency day after day. But maybe Katy Perry's still not done, walking in space.
Well, Orlando is obviously a hack because he was in 2 major franchises that were successful not because of him and then hasn't done anything after.
Really hasn't. He's probably got $1 trillion.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's just living high on that Katy
He gets
Perry
a
money.
Marcus Morris situation?
I don't know.
He's cashing bad checks.
He played 2-bit parts in 2 movie
He played
franchises.
huge parts.
How much could he have actually made?
I bet you by the end of those Pirates movies, making $15 million a movie at least, I would hope. It doesn't go as far as it once did.
Inflation.
Estimated net worth of $40 million.
That's it? Jeez. Chump change. Katy Perry, what's Katie's net worth?
Well, I'm sure Legolas didn't get points off the movie, so he probably got paid about 10 cents for the first movie in both franchises, and then made money off the sequels.
Katy Perry's projected net worth is between $300 and $400 million.
Yeah,
She
because
was sick of a broke boy.
She gets royalties off her music.
Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Bloom's initial salary for Lord of the Rings was $175,000 for all 3 films.
Bingo.
But what about the Disney money? He didn't get more from
Pirates was close to 12.
Okay.
$12 million.
All right.
He made $100,000 a movie for all 3 Lord of the Rings movies.
Trudeau.
Wow. No. $175,000 for the entire trilogy.
For the entire thing?
That's $30,000.
Wow.
Didn't they shoot them consecutively?
They did. Yeah.
So I mean, that's like a year's worth for $175,000, which is, we know people who make that.
No, yeah, I mean it's fine, but it's not the millions of dollars you were just talking about.
No, but it's like a good mid-level job now. Yeah.
Yeah.
175.
Yeah, he didn't go hungry, but you're talking about he's
no. I was
zillions
surprised.
of dollars.
I'm surprised he's not done better.
Well, he was a huge bozo before those movies, and
Trudeau.
apparently you've been a huge bozo after.
Trudeau worth about $96 million. So still compared to Katie,
double.
Little broke boy, but
Well,
double Orlando.
He's not the true communist his father was.
Well, how did he get his money from his father if his father was a true communist? Oh, the Castro.
Yeah.
Well, Castro was a true communist,
That's
right?
what
That's
I'm
why he
saying.
had all the money. That's why he had so much money.
Stay tuned. We wrap up the show next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, boop, boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring the engaging their thoughts. Jake's got wisdom beyond his years. Ben's got stories to make you.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Listen, do you have a product that you're passionate about and would like to have it endorsed by the Jake and Ben Show? It's very simple. All you have to do is text JB to 57500 and our sales staff will take care of the rest. JB to 57500. And I'm sure we'll be passionate about your product too. So let's make it happen.
Come hang out, meet you, endorse your biz.
Ben, did you see this, the latest controversy from the WNBA?
I did not.
Some gal's, I guess, wig or extensions or something fell off.
Okay.
And then she ran back to the locker room to fix it. But a fan was kicked out for making fun of the player.
Okay.
First of all, whether it's fingernails or wigs, the WNBA needs to get its fashion accessories under control.
Under control. Okay.
I don't know what the rules are. I can't believe there's not a rule against long fingernails. There absolutely should be. That's like a safety thing.
Sure.
I don't know. I know wigs are more complicated. I know you can't wear a hat in the NBA.
Sure, you can't wear. Yeah. Your headband can only be so thick.
Could you wear a tube?
Probably. I'm sure players have.
You think?
A piece? Yeah.
I bet there are current NBA players that have a hairpiece.
That have a tube?
Carlos
I would not be
Boozer
shocked.
painted his head with shoe polish.
I know, but that's different because the shoe polish, yes, melted, but it's not going to come flying up like a tube might. There's got to be a rule against that.
I doubt there is. I will do my best to ask.
Will you?
Because I love the question.
Can you wear a tube in the NBA?
There was a meme going around. I think it was disproven of a very popular NBA player getting a toque put on, and his face was covered, but you could kind of tell who it is.
Is it LeBron?
It was allegedly Devin Booker, and it was kind of disproven.
Wait, hold on.
It was another guy who looked like Devin Booker.
Yeah, like he
toupee.
covers his eyes and his nose and his mouth, but from the side features and his eyebrows, kind of,
It
it's
looks
like,
like
oh,
Book.
that looks like Devin Booker.
Wow. Let me look into it. Oh, I don't think that does look like Devin Booker, actually. I don't know who that is. Maybe.
I will say that certainly NBA players have not always had their own hair, I would imagine.
That'd be a big risk to go tube, though, for the reason that the wig falling off.
Agreed. But it feels like some guys have gone to like dreads really quickly in a summer, right? When like you can't grow dreads in a summer.
Okay.
Like I think there have been.
It's a dread
certainly
tube?
has
No.
been. Yes, there has been.
No.
At least extensions.
Like, are you telling me what Jay Crowder's rocking might be a tube?
No, I think Jay has had them his whole life, right? Some guys grow them out their whole life. Some guys come back to practice and they have longer hair. Well, I mean, Jimmy Butler's straightened hair was obviously not his hair that he wore in his day one emo.
Yeah, but he didn't play with it.
No, he didn't play with it.
That was just media day.
But that was just media day. But yeah, I am sure guys have worn hair pieces of one sort or another.
But then the other.
I mean, Michael Malone, you talked about when got plugs during COVID.
He did. Yes, he did. Came back with hair. No, I guess no judging. This has like a competitive impact, though. You know what I mean? But I got to say, my other thing with this story is, listen, if someone's making fun of somebody from the crowd to the floor, get over it. You don't need to throw the person out. I guess if they're using really inappropriate language, okay.
Yes, because obviously hair can have racial implications. It can.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the story
But when they
was
just said and say in the story, making fun, come on. I mean, the WNBA wants to be taken seriously as a league. Well, you know what? That means dealing with fans who are sometimes huge bozos.
I do think fans get kicked out of NBA games a lot more often than people realize. Luka gets fans kicked out seemingly everywhere he goes.
Well, Rusty did. I don't know about...
Well, Rusty deservedly here. Luka has gotten lots of fans. Not banned, but he gets them kicked out of games pretty often.
LeBron's done it.
Yeah, LeBron, people do it. The Jazz, Jazz have had players recently do it. On the road, people get kicked out.
I know, and you know what? I don't often agree with that, honestly.
I think that's fair.
It depends on what yes, you should be able to have a work environment where you are not called horrible things.
Yeah,
I agree with that, but being sensitive about being made fun of or cheered against or something like that, come on.
Do you think maybe Steve Nash was wearing a wig?
Like Andre Agassi style?
Yeah.
Could be, I guess.
Pete Maravich. He had that big mop.
Is there a theory out there about Steve Nash, or are you just shooting from the hip?
He had famous hair. And I kind of wonder sometimes, guys, when you fall in love with your hair and it starts to thin a little bit, if that was part of the issue. If he's changing a wig at halftime. Get back to it.
I cannot believe that story about Andre Agassi is true. No, I can believe it, but
it is true.
It is true, but it is wild.
Yeah, if Agassi was rocking the mullet hairpiece for as long as he did, he's not the only guy. Hair's a great way to set yourself apart.
Hey, Andre Agassi is the ultimate of my point that you outgrow a gimmick.
Yeah.
Or don't get famous for a gimmick.
But
you
good
know
for
what I
him
mean?
for doing it. Good for him for ditching it.
Yeah.
Because he could have been like, I'm 70 years old. But he still got the long hair in the back.
He did conveniently ditch it, though. Like, he didn't ditch it until his career was basically over. And then when he made his comeback, he came back as...
Yeah, he still won another major as a Baldy.
No, he won way more majors. Yeah. But you remember that point in his career.
Correct, right.
His career was over.
He had collapsed,
he came back and turned into one of the greatest tennis players of all time. He won way more than one major. I think he won several. But the Brooke Shields period of time, he was basically out. Those were his crack years. Read his book. It's in his book.
Was it crack?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was something different, but it wasn't good.
What, like PCP or something?
Other toxins.
I don't think he was a meth guy.
I thought that's what it was.
I'm going to Google it now.
Agassi only won one title wearing a wig. 92.
Yeah, the Wimbledon.
With the piece.
And then he came back and...
bald and was awesome.
Yeah. It's one of the great stories in sports, honestly.
The wig?
The redemption story. The Andre Agassi, I guess, what would you say?
Absolutely.
Second act of his career.
Yeah, no question.
But yeah,
someone's wearing a wig. Guys are rocking wigs.
There's not tubes in the NBA.
There are definitely
toupees. I'm not buying it.
There definitely are.
Coming up next, Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Stay tuned. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Christian.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett Ciancia, Pick 6 previews. Where did you have BYU when you thought Retzlaff was going to be the quarterback, and how far did you drop him once you realized, okay, they're going to be breaking in a new starter here?
I had him as a fringe top 25 team in that 25 to 30 range, and then when the quarterback uncertainties came about, that really shook up the room and the offense. Now you're turning to two former non-AQ guys and Bear Bachmeier, who I think might end up winning the job. I think he's got the highest ceiling, and he was getting some first-team reps at Stanford before he transferred, so I'd probably go with him, but you're still talking about an 18-year-old true freshman. That's such a tough ask, especially without a spring ball or a winter conditioning. He's coming in with really 6 weeks till kickoff. That worried me. I got them right around 40th, but a little bit lower than I expected.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are up today in Logan, where it is Football Media Day, and, essentially. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic, and today is one of my favorite days of the year where we make our pilgrimage up here to Logan, and we settle in for some great conversations with coaches and players, and this is more unique than any year that we've ever really come up to Logan because of the mystery that surrounds this program, and we get an opportunity to ask these coaches, hey, so what you got here? What's going on here in Logan?
Yeah.
So I'm excited because there are so many questions that we have for these guys. And it's a lengthy drive. Eagle Mountain it's tough to get from Eagle Mountain to Logan.
Yes.
At 8 o'clock in the morning. So, but we're here and we're overlooking Merlin Olsen Field from Maverick Stadium, and we've just come out of some meetings with coaches and players, and it's just awesome, man. It's a reminder of how close we are to football season.
Yes. In fact, they've got a countdown. This is we're coming to you live from our radio booth, and there is a countdown clock to kickoff. 32 days, 5 hours, 40 minutes on the dot.
And I made every player in there promise me that they would whoop UTEP because I got no love for UTEP.
That's one of your hangovers from the old WAC days, isn't it?
Texas El Paso was just miserable. And the way they painted their field and kept their field, it was to create complete misery for anybody that came onto that field and into that stinky bowl. And it's just a horrible place.
Everybody always talks about, it's an iconic stadium.
No, it's not.
It's
no.
a dump.
It's a
Just
place
because it's old doesn't mean it's great.
No, it's a place you don't need to visit.
It's carved out of a mountain, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's kind of carved into stone, but it's fun. It was fun to get to meet some of these Utah State guys and to get to reunite with some of them. A guy like Bronson Olivao, who is the son of one of my all-time favorite teammates and people, Kautai Olivao, and that family is as good as it gets. And I loved having that conversation with Bronson, but you get to hear these conversations, hear from these coaches, and Scotty, I would say that, if you just take a big picture look of what we just went through and what we've heard and who we've talked to, if you made me say, are they going to be better than people thought or worse than people thought? Is this team going to be better or worse? And I know that nobody really has any preconceptions. Nobody has any standards really set because everything's up in the air. But coming out of these interviews, just looking at who their quarterback is, and then forgetting that they brought in guys like Miles Davis.
Yeah. Yep.
BYU running back that I thought was a really good running back, but just never caught and was never that leading back, and he's come here with a chip on his shoulder. To 3 or 4 other guys that we've had an opportunity to have a conversation with. If I had to say better or worse, I would say that this team's going to be better.
All right, so I'll give you the Vegas line, 4.5 that we saw down there.
I would say better.
Yeah, I would take the over on that too.
Now, it's tough because you've got a couple of non-conference games that are Power 5 and Texas A&M at College Station. That's going to be tough. Are you excited for that one? At least to go there? Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been to that stadium. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, that's one of the perks of doing Utah State, and I know it sucks when you play these bye games. But it is always kind of nice to go to some of these stadiums that, like Wisconsin or Alabama or LSU, and now Texas A&M. It's kind of fun to cross some of these off the bucket list. And I know they're also playing Vanderbilt, which I'm not overly thrilled about going to Vanderbilt, but I am loving Nashville. I'm a big fan of Nashville.
Yeah, Nashville's going to be a blast. And I would love to go in and just be there because I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But I do think Vanderbilt is a game that's winnable. They've spent a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Vanderbilt has spent a ton of money on their roster. They're trying. I think that there's been SEC mandates handed down on them.
Oh, yeah. Like if you're going to be part of this, you got to spend some money.
Yeah. Pick up your venues, pick up your resources, pick up your recruiting, and pick up your production because Vanderbilt, and just in the recruiting process of everything that I've been through over the last year, Vanderbilt was putting some money out in people's pockets.
Did you see that Texas A&M spent $51 million last season in NIL?
No, that's unbelievable.
And the salary cap is now 20.5.
That's unbelievable. That little window for guys that were pretty good college football players, and made a big chunk of change. Man, did they capitalize! Holy cow, did they pull in some amazing dough! But it's great, Scotty. Had a great date with my wife yesterday.
A little Toad the Wet Sprocket?
Yeah. I call it Frog the Damp Tire, but no, I don't actually call it that. It was really good.
Were you not a Toad fan back in the day?
Oh, I was a huge Toad fan. My wife is a gigantic,
which is interesting. I wouldn't have thought her as a Toad the Wet Sprocket.
No, me neither. Because she's all about Snoop Dogg and
Yeah.
Ice Cube and all that kind of stuff. Like, she was born and raised in Southern California. But I guess there was a bit of Toad the Wet Sprocket that was big in California. I think they're a California band. I think they sure sing about California a lot. But it was so much fun, man. We've got incredible events here in this state. I'm just telling you, man, Utah's a great place to live. As long as you're not trying to drive from Eagle Mountain to Logan at 8 a.m., Utah is a great place to live because we got great venues. That Red Butte Gardens.
I've never been there, which I'm ashamed to say. I've not seen a concert there.
See, I'm a big fan of the Sandy Amphitheater.
Yeah.
Any concert that comes through there, I'll try to get a ticket to because I love it. Obviously, the premiere is, what is it, Utah First? I think it's the Utah First Amphitheater.
Yeah.
Was USANA?
Yeah.
I think it's Utah First Amphitheater now. That's the premiere. Any of the big guns that they bring through, they're typically in there, the Delta Center. But Red Butte does a heck of a job with their concerts. And they let you bring in a little cooler. So you've got yourself a little picnic. They let you bring in some blankets. They let you bring in some low-top chairs. So you've got all the comforts of home, and you've got a little bit of food, and you can crack open a drink, and everybody's really laid back. And it's just a classic concert venue where you can kick back on a summer's eve, and you can have a little bit of fun. I was going to tell you, maybe your first opportunity to get out to Red Butte, the end of the summer, ZZ Top.
Yeah, hard pass.
Okay.
Look, I like I don't mind ZZ Top. I don't have a pure, undying hatred for him like you do.
Yeah.
And so if they're on, I'll be like, oh, okay, how. But I'm not. There's no. I'm not a huge concert goer.
Yeah.
Like there's 2 or 3 bands that I will go see in concert, and then other than that, no. I'll listen to them at home. You could not pay me enough money to go see ZZ Top.
What about Jenny? What about your wife? Does she have? Are there?
Oh, there's bands that she likes, and she and my my middle son will actually go to concerts together.
Oh,
because they have the same taste in music, which is not my taste in music. And so I'm like, it's like Amanda with you and Neil Diamond. Like, take a friend and go.
Oh yeah, that was awkward. That was awkward, but it worked out.
Yeah,
it worked out. I mean, it was 2 Neil Diamond freaks that went and bought shirts and had front row tickets and got on the big screen.
And didn't you throw a purse at him?
Well, I was holding the purse and I went up on the big screen and I had my Neil Diamond purse. I had a listener build me a Neil Diamond purse out of his vinyl. So he cut out.
Is that Crusher?
No.
Okay.
No, it was somebody else. He did a particle board, and then he plastered Neil Diamond vinyl records onto the outside. And then he did a sealant, like a clear coat sealant.
Yeah,
and then he used beads on the edge of it around the vinyl. And so you've got 2 you've got 2 hard covers, and then you've got a little leather pocket at the bottom end of it, and then he had this big old looping handle that was really cool. I took it to the Neil Diamond concert because I was trying to get Neil to hold it so I could take a picture of Neil with it while he was doing the concert, but he was acting all busy and everything.
Yeah, it's tough. That's the kind of listener, though, that might dig a pit in his basement and have you in there so that you could lose enough weight so that he could wear your skin.
As long as he's playing Neil Diamond albums while I'm down there, we're good. We're good. I'll put the lotion on my skin.
Oh, man, there's fandom and then there's that.
I thought it was a pretty nice gesture.
Even Crusher thinks that's going a bit too far.
Oh, Crusher. I haven't seen Crusher in a bit.
Yeah, Crusher's – yeah, I don't know where he's been.
I hope he's still around. I kind of miss him from time to time.
You think may not be with us anymore?
Oh, he's still with us. He's still with us. He's unbeatable. He is unbeatable. But it was a fun concert.
Toad the Wet Sprockets.
And a great date night.
Sixpence None the Richer. Yeah, that takes you right back to high school right there.
Yeah, they had a band up there called the Jayhawks. I didn't know them.
And you're like, hurry up. Nobody's here for you.
Like, come on. What's crazy is I thought the Jayhawks, because I'd never heard of them, I thought they were going to open and that Sixpence would be second but Sixpence opened.
Oh,
and they've got some real jams.
Yeah, so you had to listen to the no-name band in between.
In between.
Oh, that sucks.
It does kind of suck.
Yeah.
Because you want to get juiced up and rocking and rolling. But Toad killed it. They absolutely killed it. It was a fantastic concert.
I would have if somebody would have said to me that, hey, did you think that Toad the Wet Sprocket was A, still a band, and B, still touring? I would have said no on both counts. But that's a show that I made fun of ZZ Top. If somebody would have given me tickets to Toad the Wet Sprocket, I absolutely would have gone to that.
Yeah.
Because that's just pure 90s nostalgia right there.
By the way, it primed me up, and now I'm looking for Weezer on tour.
Weezer would be – I would pay money to see Weezer.
Yep. It primed me up, and I'm like,
because Toad's a poor man's Weezer.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
You know about 5 or 6 of their songs. You go to a Weezer concert, you'll know 15.
Yes.
You'll recognize all 15 of the majors that they play, as long as they don't we've been working on a stage in Southern Virginia with 3 other artists, and it's like, just shut up and do California. Just shut up and do Sweater.
Give me the Sweater song.
Come on.
Give me Buddy Holly. Come on.
So we've incorporated some steel drums
in
our set and a flute. I don't want to hear steel drums and a flute.
There is nothing worse than a band that you love that all of a sudden feels like they need to make an artistic change. And you're like, no, I didn't like you because of this. You know I love my Guster, and Guster's going through that right now.
Are they?
And it's like, no, like their new stuff is garbage. Last 2 albums, I'm like, I don't want to hear any of this stuff. Get back to the old stuff.
Luckily, Toad the Wet Sprocket didn't do any of that.
No.
But shout out to Red Butte, man. Look, hey, if you are looking for a place to drop your name and be sponsored, the Hans and Scotty Show would love to represent you.
Somebody from Red Butte, all you got to do is text the keyword hands to 57500.
Yeah, we'll
That's
be back in touch.
57500.
Hell, man. I'll get on board. They've got some really good bands outside of ZZ Top. Jeez, don't waste your summer. Don't waste the last days of summer on that.
Well, I'm surprised that ZZ Top's spending the last days of their lives actually touring, because those guys have got to be getting up there.
Oh, man.
I mean, that beard.
It's a weekend at Bernie's on stage.
Well, you could, honestly, if some guy just grows a big, long beard
and
puts a guitar and holds a guitar, you're like, oh, that's a dude from ZZ Top.
Knocks out a few teeth.
Yeah. And go, how. All right, Hans and Scotty, coming up throughout the show, you're going to hear from some Utah State players and coaches. You'll hear from a guy that you know very well because he was part of the recruiting process and development of your son, Mario Acatelli. This is the first time I've had a chance to meet and chat with him. I know you've had a lot of conversations with him through Rock, and really impressive O-line coach. Kevin McGivern, who's the offensive coordinator, Nick Howell, who was the defensive coordinator at BYU and has followed Bronco to Virginia, back to Albuquerque, now with Bronco. Here's the defensive coordinator at Utah State. You'll hear from him coming up a little bit later on as well.
The BYU ties are pretty interesting. Felt like everybody that kind of came through our office had some type of BYU tie. The coaches have BYU ties. You know, whether it's Jan Jorgensen or a handful of these other coaches There's quite a few BYU ties. And the one thing that was very consistent, everyone on staff has some type of relatability to Bronco Mendenhall and either played for him or has coached for him. And that's fully by design. And Bronco hasn't told me this, but the way I perceive it is that he thought, well, I'm going to come into Logan. I'm going to do it the Bronco way. If I'm going to do it the Bronco way and I'm really going to get this done fast, I need everybody to understand the Bronco way. So you've either played for me or you've coached in it. Now, there's a couple outliers.
Yeah.
But being able to implement the Bronco way, and there is a Bronco way.
Oh, yeah.
As unique as we thought he was at BYU, I think he's more unique now. Don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
I think he's more unique now.
Different unique, but more unique, yeah.
A bit more guarded.
Yeah.
And he was guarded at BYU, but I think he's a bit more guarded. And I think that Logan and Utah State is part of his plan. It's like, people don't get in your business in Logan like they get in your business in Salt Lake City or they get in your business in Provo. At Utah State, if you win and you're showing consistency and you're showing growth, people kind of stay out of your business in Cache Valley.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bronco can take his family to Angie's, finish the sink, and nobody's really going to bug him.
I think so.
Because they're pretty protective of their own.
I think so. And I know that there's people that are like, oh, you guys are out of your mind.
Yeah.
No,
that's kind of how this community is built.
It feels like that's how it's been. It's how it was for Gary Anderson. It feels like that's how it was for Matt Wells. And Matt and Gary were winning at a high level. And they could have been a problem. And same for some of the big players that have come through here. Whether you're talking about Bobby Wagner or the running back
Robert Turbin,
or you're talking about some of the great linebackers that have come through here outside of course, Bobby Wagner. Guys, you really can slide under the radar here, and people just kind of stay out of your business. You don't get a reporter in your face, and you don't have a daily show that you've got to be a part of, and I think that's by design for Bronco.
Yeah, and I think
he likes that.
I told Bronco when he got the job, and we're sitting down talking about media obligations, and I'm like, look, I'd love for you to come on with Hans and I once a week, and we do a coaches show once a week, and that's it. We'll talk pregame and postgame. And he's like, that's it? I'm like, that's it. That's all. There's no TV. There's no daily, anything like that. Like we keep it to a bare minimum. And he's like, okay, I like that. I'm like, I knew you would.
I could see him flourishing and loving it here. Problem is, if he wins big here, everybody's going to come after him. You know that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
If he strings together 9 wins here, let's say he beats Vanderbilt, beats UTEP, Air Force's first game.
Yeah, first Mountain West game.
First Mountain West Conference game.
Yeah.
Say he kicks things off against Air Force, plays them really strong, gets a nice win. Let's say they put together 9 wins here. They're going to be beating down his door here in Logan to come rebuild another misfit program that's lost its way. Because out of the 130 major college programs, there's always a misfit program that lost its way. And they're always looking for a Bronco Mendenhall or a Kin Niumatalolo, or they're always looking for that guy to restore the order. And I go back to some parts of the recruiting process for my son and him committing here. And we talked a lot about it. I said one of the greatest things I had as a college athlete was familiarity and consistency in coaching staff. It's a huge difference. It's a gigantic difference because they understand your social life, they understand your background, they understand your decision making. They get you, and And I know change can be good too, because it does make you reform and it makes you sit up straight and makes you do the hard things. But when I talked to my son, I was like, you got to find a place where you believe a coach is going to be around for a while. And when we had that initial conversation with Bronco and we went through the recruiting process and I talked to some of the coaches off the record, it was like, we think that he's settled in here. Like, we're pretty sure, like, this is the place he wants to be. He wants to build it, and he's going to be here for a while. Now, things took a different turn because my son ends up on a 2-year mission out of nowhere and came fully unexpected to me and his mom. But, you know, even with the 2 years in there, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when he comes back, he plays for Bronco, because he committed to Bronco. He likes Coach Acatelli a lot. He wants to play for Bronco because he knows Bronco wins, and there was a large part of him that believed that Bronco would be here for an extended period of time. Now, a lot of that was me behind the scenes saying, I think he's going to be here, because Bronco's just different enough to fight the dogs off at the gate.
Yes. Yep. And I think if Bronco's done he's done the BYU thing, he's done the UVA thing. I think that if he goes to a community that embraces him, that embraces his team, and feels like his family is happy, I don't think he leaves. I think there's a lot of Stu Morrill in Bronco.
You were at his opening presser. What were some of the initial thoughts in that opening presser?
Mostly it was about how he's just dying to try to get some level of stability in terms of, look, if we're paying guys crazy amounts of money, fine, but just give us some guidelines. Give us some, Bronco is a very structured person, and college football right now is not a very structured sport. And I think Bronco just give me structure on how to run a program right now, because there's no structure whatsoever. And I think that's driving him nuts. He did not say it as bluntly as I just did, but I think for a man who likes to know, I can do this, I can do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can do this, and there's a clear-cut set of rules on what you can do and what you can't do, and he likes to live in those rules, and there are none right now in college football.
Were there any questions in regards to the president and athletic director?
He met with the interim, and there was some other conversations off the record about this, but he did talk about on the record about how he met with the interim and was yesterday and was very pleased with the amount of dedication to not only coming in and helping him out immediately, but also setting the stage for whoever gets it. And I think Utah State's going to hire a new AD by September 1.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to go very quickly.
Can it be this woman?
No. She has made it very clear to people in this organization that she is not a candidate, nor does she want to be.
Just a temporary hold.
Yep.
Same with the president.
And I think there's actually rules in place that the president cannot be a candidate.
You can't lift interim tag on the president.
No. So he will not be president, but that's not going to be settled until December, January, February on the president. The AD is going to happen very quickly.
Well, I need people to understand the importance of a president and an athletic director, because of all the minutia. It's the stupid details in college football where a coach is, he's looking around and I don't even know what the simplest form of detail. Okay, I'll give you just a simple form of detail. Just something stupid and petty, okay? Okay, so we're having Pepsi in our coolers for our kids to pick up before they get on the airplane to head on the road. We don't want Pepsi in there. We want non-carbonated products, and we want a high-end product. And what I'd like it to be is Under Armour or whatever.
Vitamin water or something.
Vitamin water. Yeah. Now, that's a really stupid detail. But if you don't have an athletic director or you don't have a direct contact, those stupid little details just seed at you. And there's hundreds of them. Mm-hmm. And if you got an athletic director that you're on the same page with and you're like, hey, get this, why are we handing out Pepsi to these kids? That athletic, if it's a good one, the athletic director, the next time you go to get to that plane, the athletic director has already delegated that job down to whoever to fix that crap. So that when the coach shows up, his kids are getting the proper liquid and electrolytes and hydration that he wants. And it might not even be that big a deal, but it is in his mind.
Yeah.
And those are the stupid little things that these coaches have to deal with. I told you guys, I don't want that high stream bus. It's too crowded. The seats are too close together. Can we get a bus where the kids can stretch out a little bit? We don't know who to go to on that, Coach. Like, we don't know what chain of command to take that up. When you got an athletic director that you can say, get this done. And I will tell you, I think that's largely why Brian Santiago got the job. Because Kalani can say, hey, Brian, I don't like how this is running. Brian will go fix it. He will. He's an aggressive fixer. I have been impressed with a lot of things that Mark Harlan's done. I've heard good things about him, that if he gets word or if somebody says to him, get this fixed, he'll get it fixed. And then there are bigger problems that athletic directors have to deal with. Hey, we got a major issue. I didn't know that two of my coaches were working on a transfer portal deal. They're sideways with money. You know, we had a booster that promised this kid, the kid's not going to get his money. How are we going to fix this? And if you got an athletic director that, first of all, if you don't have an athletic director, it muddies the problem.
Yeah.
If you got a bad athletic director, it gets even worse, because then the athletic director will stomp down and pull in people that don't need to be involved. If you got a good athletic director, they call the booster, they have somebody contact the booster, they dig up the money, they fix the problem so that the kid's happy, and then they come back to the coach and they say, hey, we got to fix, go win. Coaches don't need those distractions, but people need to understand that the amount of problems I see these coaches deal with would make your head spin.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, just as a man, like just as a husband, I had a situation happen with a Florida property this morning, an air conditioning unit. And I got a call, and this is happening, and it's going to be this much. And it's one thing for me, one. And I'm like, my morning's destroyed. I'm sitting in traffic, and I'm cussing, and I'm like, I can't believe this has happened. How am I even going to fix this? And that's one thing. Coaches wake up, and they come into these office, and they've got 5 kids that have done this, and they've got a teacher that's called from campus, and they want this, and they've got a strength and conditioning coach that calls up, and he's like, he's 10 pounds over what he promised he would be coming into camp. And you're just like, and if you don't have an athletic director that you can turn to, you're lost. I'm just trying to paint the picture for how important it is.
That's the kind of stuff that nobody really thinks about, but weighs on the minds of coaches like crazy. And so if a coach is dealing with all this stuff, and go back to your beverage analogy,
yeah,
and you're like, look, I'm dealing with this academic issue. This kid's overweight. This guy's got issues with a girl that we're working through that with Title IX. I got this and this and this, and you show up to the plane and you still have Pepsi, and you're like, hey, I asked for one thing. I asked you for one thing. And it was a beverage, and we didn't get that swapped out. You can't help me with that, and I got all this other crap, and plus I got to go win a game, or else you'll fire me.
Yeah.
And all I asked for you is a little help with a beverage, and you couldn't come through for that for me. And I'm like, well, we're working on it, and there's contracts in place that we have to work. No, just fix it. Just fix it. And that's what Utah State needs. They need a fixer. They need somebody that fixes things and that can get things done and going in the right direction.
And somebody that will stay.
Yes, that would be nice too.
Like I want Utah State, I want Logan to find the consistency that Utah and BYU have had over the years.
Yep.
Just do that here.
Yep.
I don't know exactly how possible it is. I do think Bronco's in for the long haul.
Yeah, I do too.
Now find a president and athletic director that ensure it, that have the proper fundraising, to have the proper vision and understanding, because I do think Bronco will win here.
Our good buddy Jan Jorgensen is going to join us next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
People expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the 4th or 5th team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be 4th or 5th in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. If you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think that university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle
That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
I am still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are up today in Logan, where it is Football Media Day, and, well, essentially it's Jan Jorgensen Day. It's an excuse for us to talk to the Janimal.
Jan Jorgensen Day is November 28th.
Oh, that's right. You do have your own day.
So it is not Jan Jorgensen
I
Day
forgot.
today.
He's got his own day.
In Helper?
In Helper.
Nice.
The only people that now know about it is probably me, the mayor who signed it, and my parents and whoever I remind. But yes, today is not Jan Jorgensen Day, okay, Scotty?
Every day is Jan Jorgensen
So
Day.
what exactly does that key open? The key, like to the city, does it open like the high school or?
That's a great question.
I would just take the key and just see if it opens up some
see.
city buildings.
See what kind of like deep dark records I can find down in the basement of
Or,
City Hall.
you need a new TV. You're like, all right, let's see what we got at City Hall.
Hey, I don't want to do a who's more famous, but who do you think's more known, me and Weezer or him and Helper?
You and Weezer for sure.
I don't know,
For
man.
sure.
I don't know.
For
That's,
sure.
That's a tough one.
They don't
sure.
They don't have a Hans Day, but Fonz Candies was a big deal, and so I do have like family footing.
I actually have like a story about that. Can I tell it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it was just this last recruiting cycle, and we were recruiting a young man from Richfield and playing basketball, and I saw that they were playing down at Carbon, and I was like, oh, that'll be fun. So I took one of our other coaches with me, who I've become really good friends with, and I was like, hey, come with me. Like, we'll go to this kid's game, stay the night, drive back up.
Make it a whole thing.
You can see where I'm from.
Yeah.
And so we go, and I like to not be noticed as much as possible, so I'm kind of just standing in the corner, not sitting in the bleachers, just make sure the kid knows that I'm there to watch him. And I wanted to say hi to people that I really wanted to see and see who was just still there. And I learned how old I am because there was very few people that were still around.
It's close to 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. It's over 20 years.
Ooh.
So there was very few people there, but then so we're standing there, one of those high school kids who's the goofball and thinks he's cool. He will come walk up to us and start chatting it up, and so he's over there, and the coach that I'm with, he's like, "Hey, do you know who Jan Jorgensen is?" And the kid sits there and he's like, I think I've heard the name before. Who is he? And he's literally standing right next to me. The coach is right there who asked on the other side of me.
And he's dying
asked the
laughing,
question.
I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
The coach
And
set you up, dude.
He totally set me up. And I'm fine with it. Like, I don't like attention. I don't like it anymore. I may have at one point in time in my life, but I do not like the attention anymore. But it was a very humbling thing to know that not even people where I'm from know me anymore.
Yeah, just some dumb snot-nosed kid, though.
He really was. I wanted to slap the kid, even before the question was asked. But
what's crazy? People, you could ask people that are 40 and younger, maybe 38 and younger, who Merlin Olsen is. They don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
People don't know Merlin Olsen.
It's just the world these days.
Yeah,
how would they find out?
Yeah, I don't.
Unless there's 10-second clips on
exactly on Instagram,
whatever social media the kids are on these days.
That's all the only
Click
thing
Talk or whatever that thing is.
Hey, you
There's
want
something new every day.
There really is.
Yeah.
Just to make you feel a little better, do you want to hear a humbling story and talk about somebody setting up somebody the wrong way?
Okay.
So Scotty and I.
You going to talk about Amanda getting set up with you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. She
I
has
was
been
trying
humbled.
to set it up the wrong way.
She's been humbled and embarrassed. Scotty and I last week were at Mountain West Conference.
Oh, yeah, this is.
Okay. I can't wait to hear this one.
So we had this kid on from
Colorado State.
Good
linebacker.
Defensive line.
They had a good defense.
Oh,
last
no,
year.
D-lineman.
D-lineman. They had a good defense last year.
Yeah.
And at the end of the interview, I'm like, you know me, I like to do little things different and have a little bit of fun. And I just said to the kid, hey, before you go, guess our age and our weight. And this kid leans forward and he kind of goes, huh. And he points at Scotty. And he goes, 62?
4. 64.
That's messed up.
And then he looks at me and goes, 58. And I was like, oh, man. No, not
This kid
even
got
close.
you both wrong, but still, the 60s.
I mean, to be like 20 years off.
And then he points at Scotty and goes, 180? Which, I mean, he's about 25, 30 pounds off.
Yeah,
30 pounds
I'm
off.
about 165 now.
Go ahead.
He points at me and he goes, 220? I'm like, how could this kid be so far off with age and weight? I will never ask it again.
Yes.
It was demoralizing.
It was one of the worst things I've been through.
It broke our day.
It was one of the worst things I've been through.
So Jan, you're not the only one that got humbled, dude.
I mean,
it was painful.
I was going to try to defend the kid, but I can't.
No,
There's really no defense right there.
No, there's nothing. You deal with some dumb kids sometimes, but
Yes, you
let's
do.
talk about your dumb kids. No,
Yeah.
you love this crew, this defense.
Yeah.
How good could they be this year?
It's always wait to be seen, and the only thing I have to compare it to is what we had last year, right? And this group is night and day. I love those guys that I had last year, and they worked hard and they played hard and they did everything that they could. I think the kids that we got here came from a bit different starting point in where they were at with their mentality and just their work ethic and not having to make as big of a jump that those kids we had to get to the level that we had last year. So I think these guys, we could be solid. We could be better than solid. We could be, and if injuries happen, I think if we stay healthy, I think we will be a solid defense based on what I've seen. And then you never know, magic happens when you put the pads on and they click and everybody just comes together and you could have a great defense. I could see this defense becoming that. I could see us getting riddled with injuries and struggling and being able to do everything we can to give the team a chance to win. There's a lot of unknown that goes into when you take over a program. But what I love about this defense is these guys work their butts off, man. These guys work their butts off, and they really, really want to be good. And so that shows by their actions. So they're like sponges. They take everything in. They're doing the extra work. The attitude is right. And so when you start with that, there's good signs.
You really don't have an option to not work here, do you?
No, you really don't.
This is a high expectation crew.
It is. And it's for a reason, right? Like if you have low, people will rise to the level of their expectations, right? So if you have a certain expectation for your group or for a person, and it is a little bit above what they are, but capable of more, they'll raise to that and they'll sit at that, right? We want to have super high expectations so the young men that we coach can raise up to whatever their ceiling is. And there's no way to know what that ceiling is unless you have super high expectations for them, because they will raise as high as the expectation is.
Jan Jorgensen joining us, one of the many great defensive coaches up here. Inside linebackers? Is that
Edges.
Okay.
Outside linebackers, what we started with. Now edges, it's just a very gray term these days. It's basically your defensive ends. I'll explain the reason why you get it is because teams have become very multiple on defense now. Like most teams that you get around don't play just 4-3 or just play 3-4 or just play one. They have elements of both. And so you go in and out of an odd front. You're in a 4-down. When we go 4-down, my guys are defensive ends. When we go into an odd front, I coach one of the outside linebackers. So they call them edges.
When you look at the ability to get after the quarterback in this conference, you spent some time in the Mountain West. It's been a minute since you were a player in the Mountain West. How has this conference evolved over the last 20 years or so?
It's evolved a lot. It has evolved a lot. I mean, you think back, I really think when I played, and I'm not trying to diss it. I mean, I love the Mountain West Conference. I'm a part of it. We're playing in it. I think it's good.
But it was you, Utah, TCU. That was it.
Yeah, and I think we kind of played – those were like kind of the glory days of the conference when we had us, we had Utah. Don't mind him. I'm good with you guys. I'll stay with you guys all day. But
who's waving him out?
Doug and a certain O-line coach too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I really feel like we were in the glory days of the conference. Like you think about the players and the teams, the battles, the Utah teams that got into the BCS and the TCU teams too. Your Andy Daltons, your Brian Johnsons, your Alex Smiths that were there at Utah with us. Your Dennis Pittas, your Max Halls, your Austin Collies, Harvey Youngas, like those players aren't in this conference as much anymore. They're not, the amount of them aren't there. Like you saw last year at Boise State, running back and phenomenal player and, a transcendent player, but it seemed like the conference had 2 or 3 of those, 4 of those, not Heisman candidates, but like high level, could go play anywhere they want to play, NFL dudes all over the place. In those with, I think a big part of it is the transfer, the NIL, a lot of that. The conference is a little bit different than when I played. Still good, but just not the same.
Yeah.
When we were just talking about the standards that you guys set as a coaching staff, the good thing is you've gone through it. You played through this, and now you're coaching in this system. First of all, how much did that help you, or does that help you be able to set that standard for these kids and help explain what the standard is? And then secondly, is Bronco harder now or when you had him? Because when you had him, it was his first major head coaching stint, correct?
Yeah, it was. My first year was his first year as head coach.
Wow. So is he harder now?
I wouldn't say
when you first met him.
I wouldn't say harder. I would say he's different in some ways. He's different in some ways. Bronco will never be an easy coach to play for.
Yeah.
Because he has those high expectations. He believes in hard work.
Which is why my son committed to him.
Yes, and he very much believes in hard work and how that develops you as a person and as a player. And there's no replacement for it. For you to go out and do hard things, push yourself to what you think your limit is and learn to put yourself past it, there's no learning that can replace that. There's no explaining. There's no whatever. And he believes in that, so that's always what this program will be. How he does that has changed a little bit, but it's very, very much the same.
That's Jan Jorgensen. Always good catching up with you.
Always great talking.
I wish
to
I
you
had
guys.
another 2 hours.
I know, right?
Oh, me too. Fun.
We'll call it
chatting with you guys.
We'll call it Blue and Blue, and we'll have ourselves a good 3-hour show.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Hands to Scotty.
Red, white, and beef.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
It's hard not to sell the idea of BYU stock, so to speak, in football without knowing what the quarterback situation is. And when Joel Klatt is calling him Trayshawn Bourget and Bear Brockmeyer, then I think that is only an indicator of the fact that you have guys in there that you have no clue what you're going to get.
That's a problem.
For me, I get why he's selling it. I didn't necessarily agree with the defensive side of it. Jacob Robinson is a huge piece that goes missing.
And they lost their defensive tackles, but they brought in Keanu Tanavasa.
And I will say, too, this BYU defense is going to be still very good. You know why? They plug guys into their system. They're relentless about learning that system. And when you get that defense down, how many times have we heard it? Kalani's like, this is a defense that scheme-wise you have to get familiar with. And once you are, and you're plugged in, we can make it work.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, the Hans and Scotty Invitational coming up at Cedar Hills. All you have to do is go to Cedar Hills and get signed up. But we want you to play Cedar Hills just because it's a beautiful course, one of the most scenic in the state of Utah.
Yeah, and come be a part of the Hans and Scotty Invitational. We love it. And for those of you that have been a part of it, you know how much fun it is. Scotty and I will ride around in a cart. We'll come and greet you at the hole. We'll take a shot, a swing or two for you. We're going to feed you a good breakfast, feed you good lunch, have some fun. But that Cedar Hills golf course, it's unmatched. Up on the side, kind of the foothills of Timpanogos, right there at the mouth of American Fork Canyon, you got some of those gorgeous, gorgeous scenes coming off the first tee box, 250-foot drop. You overlook all the valley. It's one of those courses you have to play in Utah.
Go just sign up via email. It's really simple. Send Wade an email and say, "What's up, Wade?" wdoyle@cedarhills.org. They'll reach out to you and make sure you get squared away. But Cedar Hills, get there now, play a little golf, and be part of the Hans and Scotty Invitational coming up on August 19th, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the godfather of credit rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone up here in Logan. It's Football Media Day, getting you started, getting you ready for the start of the 2025 season. But we can always talk a little basketball as Jared Calhoun's hanging out with us. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
What's up, guys? It's good to be up here, man. You couldn't have picked a higher place, I'll tell you.
I know, right? That's why I always have to have the binoculars when I'm calling, because the vision isn't quite as good as I'd like it to be.
Is this where you call right
This
here?
is where we call the
Yeah,
games.
this is a neat view. You see it all.
Yeah, no complaints whatsoever.
There's not quite the view, not quite this high in the spectrum. I did make it out to a few of your games. I was able to bring my son out. He was being recruited here for the football team, so we got out to a few of your games. Then I came out to one or two just to kind of hang out behind Scotty and throw popcorn at the back of his head. But, man, what an incredible environment you get to play in here in Logan. Is the spectrum bigger and better as far as attendance and energy than you thought it would be?
Well, I got to experience it one time as a head coach and didn't get the full brunt of it because our team wasn't very good. We rolled in here, and I think we were 2-12 at that point when I was at Youngstown State. We were in the early stages of building it, and it was right around Christmas break.
Was that a Gosner thing?
I think it might have been. No, it was a regular season game.
All right.
But it was just one of those real weird games, Scotty, where nobody was here. But,
yeah,
to answer your questions, Hans, I mean, yeah, when you come in if the game's at 7, it's 5:30, and you're walking out of your office, about 5:40, and you come out there and you see all those people lined up, then you go in there, and then you're walking out for the game, and you're going down that tunnel. It's an adrenaline rush like no other, you know. So it's a pretty. I thought we'd say had some amazing finishes in there this year. Boise State, San Diego State. It was pretty unreal.
And every year, I called some of the Nemi and Sam Merrill games, and there were some incredible finishes there. And then Danny's crew had some incredible games, and then every year, and then last year you guys had some. It seems like every year it just seems like there's another level that it goes to, and it's just amazing the magic that's in that spectrum and some of the games that happened in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a credit to the fans. I think you're only as good as your fans. They've created this, led by our student body. There's so many herd members. Last night we had an open practice, and we come out on the court, and they're going crazy. And, I just got a kick out of it because I like to watch our new guys, how they respond to that. That's why it's really important. We're trying to get an exhibition game in there, not a scrimmage. Can't get anybody to bite on it. But, I just told Patrick, from the Ag Ship, we're going to play San Francisco. So you can beat them to that, Scotty, and break that news. But we're going to play
Toros.
We're going to play San Francisco in an exhibition game. All the money will go to them this year.
Okay.
Then they'll come back next year. Well, everybody's kind of went away from scrimmages, and they're just playing exhibition games.
Yeah.
And the athletic departments are letting them keep the money, for their rev share. So we're trying to get somebody here into Logan. So we'd like to go to San Francisco, bring somebody in here, because you need those game reps, right? We got 3 games last year in Europe, and that was really, really critical to our team's development, I thought.
So this doesn't count on
no records.
No records.
No, it's just it replaces the scrimmages.
The super secret scrimmages.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. There's nothing secret anymore.
I know, right?
That's nice, though. That's a great thing. That's a great way to work that out.
I think so, yeah. And San Francisco's a top 55 team in the country. They're going to be really, really good. So we're going to go play them on the road. And last year we got beat in a submission at Oregon. And I'll never forget, I was going to recruit the next day. And so I'm sitting in the Oregon airport, or this airport, and I called Coach Sprinkle, and he just started cracking up, and he said, I forget, they might have had a scrimmage like that or a game last year. And, he talked me off the ledge that day. And, come to think of it, was the best thing that ever happened to us.
Yeah.
You need some adversity, right? So I hope we have a lot of adversity in these 2 exhibition games, because we don't have the foreign trip, the 10 practices. You need to lose a little bit before the real thing, I think.
Yeah.
You were talking about just the crowd and how important the crowd is. I played 20 years of football or so. I've been in so many different college stadiums, professional stadiums. I've been to hundreds of college basketball games. I have yet to see a student body wear rubber gloves just to increase the sound of their clap. It's the weirdest phenomenon, but you go in there and you're like, they all have surgical gloves on. The first time you saw the surgical glove, you were like, what do we got here?
What is going on? I have 3 little kids, so they get a kick out of it. And they went to either the volleyball or soccer game, and they might have used some choice words, and they got in the car and they repeated those. And I said, We want to have that spirit sometimes of the herd, but sometimes we don't want to use those exact words. But, I have a friend in town. He brought his 2 boys. He's staying with us the next 3 days, and then they're going to go see some national parks. Even last night, he was at the open practice, and he's watching, our fans, and he said they're living and dying with every shot in the summer. This is summer basketball, and he's amazed. And I had another friend come in last week, Division III head coach, and anybody that comes out here is amazed with the views, the people, and just the interest in basketball. And there was a really good article yesterday in the Salt Lake paper. They talked about what Kevin's done at BYU. They talked about Utah State and all the excitement in basketball in the state of Utah. Once Alex gets it flipped at Utah, and now you got Utah Valley,
it's going to be wild.
It's a pretty neat time to be a high school basketball player. You're going to have great options to go to all these different schools. And as a fan, you can go on any given night and see great basketball. So I know sometimes the fan bases want to hate on each other and this and that, but I root for all the teams in our state, and I think it's pretty neat right now.
When you look at this team that you've got with some key players coming back and some key additions, it's hard not to get excited for this upcoming season.
Scotty, last Tuesday, one of the best practices I've been a part of, and then we were, we had 2 duds after that. It's amazing. Sometimes you can't handle success. And then yesterday, I thought we were awesome, right? So there's a lot of learning that's got to be done. There's a lot of concepts, different schemes. We are very, very deep, right? Does that mean we're going to get 25, 28, 30 wins? Who knows how many wins we're going to get? The chemistry's got to be there. I thought Chad Ford hit it on the head. A lot of people don't realize Chad Ford was a pretty big name for ESPN. Chad Ford is now a professor at Utah State. Came to our practice the other day, and he said, Coach, one thing that I loved about your team last year was the connectivity, the chemistry. We don't have that yet. We're a work in progress. We'll get to that. But we are deep. We are talented. We look different. We got some real size, and we got to just continue to build the connectivity of this team.
Your scoring leaders last year, Martinez, Falslev, it was really a unique, dynamic crew. Coach, kind of give the Utah State and the basketball listener out there an idea of the returning and an idea of some of the additions that we can look forward to.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Last year, if you study our team, our statistics, and we did a lot of good things, but we had 19 times we posted up and scored. Think about that, right?
Wait a minute.
Through the whole season?
Through the whole season. So the reality of it is you had this great offense.
So wait, just to clarify, because you just say posted up.
And scored.
So
scored.
So push down to the block.
And made a layup.
Back to the rim.
19 of them.
Finished at the rim.
Yes.
I think
19?
I think Osobor may have had 19 in a game the year before.
He might have had 19 in 2 games. So, Hans, you got to look at your team every year, and you got to say, okay, where can we, how are we going to get better? You know the league now, all those sorts of things. We wanted to make sure that we could post up, right? So I think Gary Clark is going to be able to do that. I think Zach Keller is going to be able to do that. David Aweezy is going to be able to do that. It was glaring to us throughout the year how we got a little bit pushed around on the block. Alban Gatoretsky, I thought, was one of the best pick-and-roll lob threats. Post, moves and that sort of was not his game. But that opened up things for Mason to throw lobs. That threw, we were one of the best lob teams there. So you got to kind of, give and take with certain teams. But the way we want to play is, number one, we play very fast. Defensively, we were not good enough. That was obvious the last 3 weeks of the season. So you have to address those things. And I think we've gotten better. I think our coaches have gotten better. I've made it mandatory every day. We're working out together for about an hour and 15 minutes. I think we're all trying to get better as people, as coaches, and our players have done that. Mason Falslev, everybody says, is he ready to be a number one option? Yeah, he's a guy. He's a real player. He's going to go down in this school's history as one of the best players to ever wear the uniform. He's gotten better, not just basketball, but his leadership. He's going to take that next step. Drake Allen, Carson Templin, Jordy and Tuck. Those guys have all gotten better. I think we've gotten better, in a lot of areas. And now, we've been going at this thing, Hans, for 7 weeks. We need to get out of here on Friday, right, where my family's going to go up to Yellowstone. We're going to do some things we haven't done out here, and we're excited about that. Players need to kind of hit the reset button for about 7 to 10 days. We'll come back in 3 weeks. They can't take 3 weeks off. They need to take 10 days off. And then we're going to get after it here in the fall. And, it kind of left a bad taste in our mouth, the way we lost to UCLA, the way that we lost to Colorado State and Boise. Just happened to be we played bad basketball for about 2 weeks, and sometimes that happens, and you live and you learn. There's no guarantees. We're going to have a very demanding schedule. We got VCU, the second game of the year. We've got South Florida, which I think will be one of the best improved teams in the country. Illinois State will be picked to win the Missouri Valley. You have to look at scheduling. You can't worry about what teams did last year. Everybody's new, so you got to look at analytically what they're picked, what they were, brought in. South Florida, by many experts right now, is picked ahead of us, and they're picked to be in the NCAA tournament. Nobody's picking us to make the tournament. So they're going to be much improved. Memphis Tigers coming into Logan, Utah will be electric. It should be picked up by CBS. It should be seen all over the country. It's going to be a massive game.
How'd that game come together, by the way?
We just we beg people to come to Logan.
Yeah, that's such a great game.
But a non-conference in February, I think, is pretty cool.
In Logan.
I think it's going to be incredible. I think it's going to be a major resume boost late in the season. Penny Hardaway has got it figured out. He'll play anywhere, anytime. I love his scheduling philosophy, and he wanted to come.
Love it.
You talk a little bit about Mason Foslev and being one of the greatest to put the jerseys on. Scotty and I just had a conversation with Bronson Olivau, who committed to Utah State out of high school, and he is just now moving into his 4th defensive coordinator in his time here at Utah State, and he stayed in Logan. You talk about Mason Foslev. One thing I love about the kid, committed to Utah State, stayed at Utah State. I'm sure had a lot of transfer portal suitors
he did
that were out there. How do you when you look at a guy like Mason and the transfer portals out there and the money's out there, what do you say? How do you talk to him?
Yeah, I made it pretty known with our, our major donors. We got an opportunity to make a statement, right? We knew we were going to the Pac-12. We've got a let's just call it top 3 player in the conference. Why would we let him leave, right? We cannot let this kid leave. Mason, is so much bigger than points, rebounds, steals, and assists. There's 145 kids that were at my camp. If we do a drill and we say, hey, which coach do you want to be a part of, they're all lined up to be Mason Foslev. He represents Cache Valley in such a positive way that you can't let those type of kids leave, right? We got to fight for our players, and we're going to have more battles we're going to have to win along the way. We're going to win some, we're going to lose some. That was one I was not willing to lose. I was not going to do that, right? I just, my wife and I were in a really good place financially. We just donated ourselves $150,000 to our retention fund to keep our players coming back. It'll be announced today.
Wow.
So,
Scotty, have you heard anything like that?
I have not, and you are I mean, that's a big-time check right there.
Lloyd, grab that cut, and we'll play that a little bit later. We got to talk about that. This is something you don't hear about often, Coach.
Yeah,
where a coach is saying, hey, look, I'm that committed that I want to make sure my kids are committed.
Yeah, Brian Kelly did it at LSU. There's been numerous cases, at the higher level. But, I think what we got to do is, number one, we got to have our players more – we have to have more access to our players, right? So we're going to do an unbelievable event September 10th that Scotty's going to announce it. We had an open practice last night. We got a practice tonight with our donors. My philosophy is this, Hans. We had to put our money where our mouth was, right? My wife and I, right? We're out really, really trying to get this community engaged and be forward thinking. That's why I think the next hire is – it's going to make or break our athletic department, to be quite honest with you. That's how I feel about this. This is one of the biggest hires ever, and I have told the people that are on the committee, don't screw it up. Jokingly, right?
Yeah, but
really,
Scotty and I have been singing the same song.
Yes, this is a monumental hire. We're in the Pac-12. Diane had a huge part in getting us there, but there's a history here of us pumping out NFL players and winning championships, and same thing for volleyball and all the sports here. We got to get this right? And one of the things is the revenue aspect. So I wanted to step up. I wanted to be a part of that drive, and now we got to continue to build. We don't need just people giving $100,000. We need people giving $100, $200. We got to generate more money and a better game day experience, whether that's at SD Center, having bounce houses for the kids and charging just, maybe $15, $20, or, now we have floor seats, right? I think that was genius, right? We've got to get this game atmosphere. We can get some revenue, because the reality of it is we're going to need a lot of revenue to keep up with Gonzaga, right? And Coach Mendenhall's going to need
Pac-12 is going to be fun.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of revenue to keep up with the Broncos, right? I mean, there's some big names here in this conference. We can't be all excited about it and then not have the pieces and the money to be able to thrive in it. That's what's kept me up at night, to be honest. We got 2 great hires coming up, but there's a chance to take this to the next level.
So September 10th, I want to talk about this event because Paul is your DBO has put in a yeoman's effort in putting this thing together.
Yep.
You've got Sam Merrill coming back into town. You've got Neemias Queta, and you've got the head coach of the Celtics, Joe Mazzulla, who was on your staff back in the day.
We got a lot of good things. We've always put on one huge event every year, everywhere I've been, and I think we've got to do more of this in Logan. We got to think outside the box. Everybody does golf outings. Yeah. Everybody loves to play golf out here. That's one thing I've realized. I mean, this is a golf state. I don't say I hate it, but I don't have the patience for golf, and I want to be, working or be in the office or be with my kids. So I'm against golf outings as a fundraiser. So I think people want to hear people's stories. They want to connect to people. Joe Mazzulla, when they hear this guy talk, he's a very interesting guy. His path to where he's been. And then, obviously, we got 2 guys that are playing at the highest level of professional basketball. We've got to do a better job, right? And we've got to really dig deep into this of how we can reconnect, bring people back, right? I know Bronco just did a call with his guys. We did that last year. We got to honor teams, right? We got to get these guys in the Hall of Fame quicker and faster. And we got to get them here as much as we can. Sam has been unbelievable. He jumped on board last year with the NIL, and it's just a neat story. I mean, these guys are in the NBA. That's hard to do. It's chances of guys making the NBA are very slim. So I admire these guys. I went out with Joe in the NBA Summer League and asked him to do this for us, and he loves Utah. Joe Mazzulla absolutely loves Utah. His brother lives in Utah, works with Danny and Will Hardy. He's on their staff, so it's going to be a neat night.
Coach, I think so much about this, and, you bring up the importance of this hire, and I went through a lot of things with Scotty and the listeners and stuff Scotty knows, but just kind of expressing the importance of an athletic director, just knowing what a coach goes through. And I was putting it in simplistic forms of it's just something as much as like having Pepsi in a cooler before kids get on an airplane. Well, who makes that decision and who gets it fixed? I don't want Pepsi. I want something better,
right.
And who makes it, who pulls the trigger and gets it done, and just how important that decision is. Let alone the fact that you guys are moving into this $20.5 million, world, the NCAA versus house. And how do you look at that as a basketball program? And you're like, all right, $20.5 million. First of all, what do we get to as a university? And we got to run all of these things to get there so we can get as close to 20.5. And secondly, well, where does my basketball program come in forms of percentage of take of the 20.5? And how do you deal with that as a head coach? And do you try to make a stand like I want 100% of it?
No, I think you have to understand that there's a lot more football players on a team than there is basketball, right? So I think at the end of the day, whoever gets this job has got to strategically come in here and connect to this community, right? I think it's going to be really, really important to connect. We have a real opportunity. I think there's a lot of momentum going into the Pac-12. But I do think the head coaches should have a seat at the table, right? We're not to make the hire. That's not our job. But we're going to have to work with this individual every single day. And it shouldn't be just Coach Calhoun and Bronco Mendenhall or whoever. It should be a collective group of coaches. should hear the final 3 candidates or 4 candidates. I think we're the ones that have to work with the individual. It's so easy to put a group of people together. They're not in it every single day. They're not living this ever-changing landscape. Whatever donor or whoever person, they're not living it. Now, we need our donors to have a seat at the table because financially we need them more than ever, right? So I think collectively it's got to be a group. There's been a million names thrown around, different levels, right? I'm a little bit old school, Hans. I like the AD that has kind of climbed their way up the ladder, but has also led a department. I think we're beyond the point of, we're in the Pac-12. This is where we're going to be, right? So we're going to be in this league. We're not leaving this league. We need somebody that knows the West, but more importantly, forget the West. We need somebody to connect to the people of Utah. Our fan base, our donor base is not just in Cache Valley. It's really big here, but we got a pretty big brand. We need somebody to continue to kind of develop the relationships and expand those. And I think it's going to be a really, really important hire that the coaches can really connect to this leader and work hand in hand as we try to figure out this ever-changing landscape. To me, somebody should be really excited about coming in here. You've got an unbelievable football stadium. You've now changed the landscape of the soccer stadium, right? I think the next phase is somehow changing the experience of the Spectrum. I'm kind of in Stu's camp, Stu Morrill's camp of let's be careful what we wish for with changing the Spectrum.
Yeah.
Right? I do think you can upgrade the top of it. But I don't think we need to spend all the money on rechanging that Spectrum. It's been pretty good the way it's been.
Mm-hmm. Hans and Scotty, Jared Calhoun, head coach at Utah State, kind enough to join us as we talk a lot of football, but basketball is going to be here before you know it. Coach, when you look at you worked with a bunch of different athletic directors.
Yeah.
You worked with a bunch of different presidents. I don't think it's unfair, and I'm not going to put, you kind of went down that path a little bit. I don't think it's inappropriate for you and Bronco and for Manny and Rob and everybody else that's on these coaching staffs to say, hey, look, we want to meet with the final 3. We want to be able to have conversations, and we understand it may not be our final say, but we certainly want our input. It's like the old Bill Parcells line. If you want me to make the dinner, let me help shop for the groceries.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Scotty, the reality is we work with them more than anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like whoever gets the job is going to, obviously Bobby Nash has left, and, they're going to have probably the right to do whatever they want with how they want to run the department. But at the end of the day, myself and Bronco and a lot of these coaches, we're under contract. So we want to be here. We have heavy buyouts, and we want to be the coach here. So we want to live in Logan. We want to raise our kids here. And so we just want that person that comes in here to want the same. And I think the way that we are structured right now, we need somebody that's actually led, that has done it for a few years.
This doesn't need to be a first-time AD. And I'll say that.
Yeah.
You don't have to say that, but I think Utah State's at a point where they don't need to hire a number 2 somewhere at a P4 and give them their first opportunity. This needs to be somebody who's been in the big chair, who knows how to make critical decisions, has made big hires, and have made tough decisions.
I think that's a really, really important piece. To me, leadership, connectivity, how you lead on a daily basis is everything. That's how your athletic department thrives, right? So I think we've got to look at that. We've got to talk to the coaches, right? Like dig deeper in whatever AD. If we were hiring a sitting AD, talk to those coaches. How does that person lead? What everybody talks about fundraising. Well, the reality is whoever we hire has not fundraised probably in the state of Utah. So if you haven't fundraised in the state of Utah, you got to have somebody on your staff from the state of Utah that can get you in some doors, right, Scotty, that can get you into the all the different fronts in the different places we have donor bases. So there's a million ways we can look at this search. But the reality of it is we're in a great place. You have great coaches. You have a great fan base, right? So you got to get a leader in here that's done it. I think you're onto something. I would prefer somebody that has led a department that has actually done it. I'm old school. I like the way we've hired in men's basketball here at Utah State. I thought Diana and her staff did a great job of doing the research, right? I think when they hired Danny Sprinkle, he's a guy that has done it. When they've hired Craig and they hired Ryan Odom, a little smaller level, right? But guess what? It's worked in basketball.
Yeah.
So I think you got to study some trends. We're not leaving the league. What do we need to, so I just want somebody that can do those things, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to connecting to people, right? And that's what we need.
And if I'm not mistaken, when you were interviewing for the job here, you met with the players.
It was unbelievable.
In the interview process.
I thought Diana did as good a search as I've ever been a part of. There's been searches, and that wasn't just Diana. That was a whole group of people, right? Whoever was on her search committee. I met for 90 minutes. After I met with the players, I wanted the job even more. If I hadn't met with them, I don't know. I didn't know that much about the job. I was still learning about it. But when I met with Mason Falslev, Carson, and Fish and those guys, they sold it. So I think the AD that comes in is going to want to meet with the coaches. Yeah. They're going to want to hear the current state, because I think the coaches know more than anybody associated with this search. I really do.
You got any suggestions for Coach on Bear World? Because he's headed to Yellowstone.
Yeah, I'm ready to see
this guy has shares in Bear World. He's
okay. So when you're driving up to Island Park and then into Yellowstone, there's this place called Bear World. And I happened to have young kids at the time, and so back-to-back years we did Island Park 2 years in a row, and we stopped at this place called Bear World, where these bears are just tranked out of their minds. I mean, they're just
harmless. You can ride them.
They're harmless.
Really?
They have you drive through, and all these bears are just lounging like it's a meth den, and it just
that's good.
And they charge you a crazy amount of money, but we did it because our kids love bears.
Is it worth it?
It's Lloyd's been there since I've been there. Lloyd, how much did you spend on it? Do you remember?
Oh, it's probably gone up. It was probably easily $100.
Oh, whoa! I thought it was like $36.
Yeah, it was $40
upward.
Coach is going to call up that fund and be like, I'm going to need some of that back.
I'm looking forward to it. I've never been there.
So yeah, are you going to Island Park? Are you going through Island Park?
We haven't made the final. We're like last minute people, Scotty.
Yeah, okay.
I just try to get day to day, but I know we're heading that way on Saturday. Okay. So we're going to go to Bronze Buffalo on Friday.
All right.
Rob, our volleyball coach, has suggested it, and so I'm gonna try that on Friday and then make our way to Yellowstone.
Nice. Well, if you do pass by Bear World, stop in. It's a bit of a tradition.
About $30.
Yellowstone is one of my favorite places I've ever been.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites all time.
Okay.
Yeah, the things especially if you're into just geographical things and crazy natural things. It's just an unbelievable place.
Yeah, it's some really cool stuff. Well,
enjoy it.
Enjoy it.
Guys, thank you.
I know you don't have a lot of time to actually get
awesome.
a vacation,
Love
so
it,
we
man.
appreciate it.
So much fun to hang out on here with you.
All right.
Appreciate your
time.
See
you guys.
Ans and Scotty, by the way, September 10th, go to UtahStateAggies.com and get your table for that bad boy. That's going to be a great event right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on the dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Wednesday on KSL, Amber Alerts.
The sooner a child is recovered, the more likely they are alive.
Designed to grab your attention and save lives.
That played a huge role in
bringing those kids home safely.
But what happens when an alert is issued by mistake?
What did we learn?
And why didn't officers have timely information the KSL investigators uncovered in minutes?
We went back and looked to see how can we improve.
KSL investigates Utah's Amber Alert system, Wednesday at 10.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to high elevation recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for another edition of the Top 60 in 60 watch list. We are in Logan, so let's stay in Logan. Our latest member of the watch list, Bronson Olivow.
Bronson is a dynamic playmaker at linebacker, really emerged a year ago as I watched tape at Utah State as a special teams player. He runs well, he handles himself well in space, he tackles well in space. Really an amazing young person in terms of consistency and leadership, and I see him emerging as a playmaker with lots and lots of volume from inside backer spot this year.
There you go. Bronson Olivow started to see increased time. In fact, if you go back a couple of years, he started the season really well in a game against Iowa and then got injured. Injuries have been a bit of an issue for him, but if he stays healthy, has a chance to be a dynamic part of this year's Utah State football team, and a son of an old teammate of yours.
Oh, yeah, and known around the state for the hit. It's the hit heard around the state.
Kautai Olivow. What a and in fact, we have a chance to chat with Bronson right now, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bronson, how often does your dad bring up that hit?
Oh, my dad never brings up the hit. It's always someone else. It's always one of his friends, someone I'm just meeting on the street, or my mom. You already know. My dad doesn't.
But he doesn't live the glory days.
No. My dad doesn't live the glory days. He's like, that hit was how many years ago? And people were.
So he doesn't ever accidentally slide it into your film review when you're doing some film review.
No.
Oh, how did that get in there?
No.
My bad.
Once in a while we'll pull it out and be like, hey, happy Father's Day, Dad. Here, do you remember this?
We joke and laugh about it because your dad's an absolute legend and a close friend of mine, Kautai Olivow. How's Kautai doing? What's he up to now?
Oh, he's a busy man. He's the head coach of my high school football team, the Highland Rams.
Uh-huh.
He's they're getting ready for their season, so coming up. So he's busy. Stake president.
I keep waiting for him to be the prophet because I know that's where
he's the stake president.
Yeah,
huh?
he's also the stake president of our Tongan stake. We're in a Tongan stake. We go to a Tongan ward back home in Salt Lake City, and then he works. He's a therapist.
Kautai's the best.
That's
Scotty,
so cool.
I'm just telling you, he kept the entire team in order.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, the entire team. And then anytime there was a fight, he would end it.
Oh.
Have you ever heard about the fight in Georgia?
I have not.
Oh. Let me just
tell me that.
Let me just tell you, your dad did not start the fight,
but he finished.
But he did end the fight. Ooh. Him and Coach Powell, Lewis Powell.
Yeah, Lewis.
Yeah, they ended it. And little Hans Olsen hid in the corner.
I bet. I don't buy that for a second.
Let me just tell you that one of our teammates nearly got thrown out of the league. He got fined because he decided that using a helmet in the fight would be a better way to go about the fight. But yeah, it's one of Kautai's teammates from the University of Utah.
I'm gonna ask him about that a little bit after.
Oh, it was a 3-team brawl because it was a training camp and we'd brought teams together to scrimmage and tensions went high, and then Lewis and Kautai went nuts.
And this was in Georgia.
It was in Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in Georgia, and yeah, you'll need to talk to him about it because your dad actually made national news. Yeah, CNN.
How do I not know about this?
CNN ran some footage.
This seems better than the hit.
CNN ran some footage, and they were like, "How intense do these camps get?" It was like, "Oh yeah, pretty intense."
You know, somebody out there is listening to this and going, "Hey, that's our stake president."
That's our stake president.
No, I just said he went in and ended it by being civil.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And bringing
with his
people
words,
yeah.
I'm sure. Yes, yeah.
Your dad's one of the best dudes I've ever known.
I appreciate you guys.
When you what's this camp been like? Well, I mean spring ball, and I know you're starting camp later in the week. But what's the Bronco Mendenhall culture been like? And has it lived up to as a kid that grew up in Utah? Has it lived up to what you anticipated it would be?
You know, I don't think anyone comes into Coach Mendenhall's program knowing exactly what to expect. But expectations are above and beyond. Like Coach Mendenhall's program, you guys have probably talked to him. This program is probably the hardest thing you'll ever do or ever go through. But it's to build young men. It's to build us to be men. A lot of life lessons, a lot of things, skills that you acquire. Just of course being around the game of football. But Coach Mendenhall has brought a family unit, high love, high expectations, extreme expectations actually. But to be around this program from the winter, going to spring ball, finishing summer workouts now, and then going to fall camp, we're anticipating a great season just because of how much work we've put in, and we know, he knows what it takes. Coach Mendenhall wins. He's a winner. He wins games. Look at his record, as his coaching history. He wins games, and that's what we're expecting, and we just got to trust his vision and go out and execute this season. So.
Bronson, you're gonna have to forgive me because it's been a long time now, but if I remember right, you committed to Utah State out of high school, right?
Yes. Yep.
See, this is a rare case that we're looking at right now,
yeah,
Scotty.
I know. Yeah.
Like somebody that's fought through and probably fought off transfer portal opportunities, and you've gone through head coaching changes, and you stayed the course as an Aggie.
Well, what year is this for
this
you?
is going to my fourth year.
Yeah.
So this will be your fourth defensive coordinator, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's stayed the course.
Yeah.
So Bronson, tell me why. Why have you stayed the course? Because I know for a fact, because I've had two people ask me about you, I know for a fact you've had opportunity. So why stay the course here in Logan?
Man, I think when it comes to this place, being here for 4 years, being from Salt Lake City, of course, all I've known, no one really knows about Logan until you get out here. But I've grown a love for this place, and this place will always be special just because I've been here for 4 years, and the self-development that's taken place for me as a young man. I committed here out of high school, but I went on a 2-year mission. Of course, I served and then came back and got here in 2022. And so the growth and just like the development over time, it's been special for me. And I think it's just the saying of the grass is greener where you water it. Not the grass is greener on the other side. So just trusting, and that's what's really helped me too, is there's doubts every year. Like the past 4 years, there was doubts every year with a new defensive coordinator, new coaching staff, but all I wanted to do was just be here and, water this grass because I love Logan. I trust this program, and I think Coach Mendenhall and his staff is the change that we need to be successful this year.
Tell me that's not a good breath of fresh air, Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear that a lot.
No,
in,
you don't.
This day and age of college athletics, and nobody would have blamed you at all had you decided to leave.
But I want you to understand, I mean, Scotty and I feel the same way about Logan.
Mm-hmm.
The Olsen roots are deep here. Scotty graduated here.
Yes, sir.
Like Logan was like a second home for me growing up. It's where all my family was. All of my grandparents and all my family's buried right across the street in the Logan Cemetery. Like this place is unique and it's incredible, and I know you can win here. So, with that being said, when you found out it was going to be Bronco Mendenhall, what did you think? What did Kautai say? What did your mom say? What did you guys think when you heard Bronco Mendenhall is coming over to take over the program?
My process of staying here was I think a blessing or a miracle from God, just for me personally. I feel like last year, the past 3 years, I didn't see the field much. I got hurt my sophomore year as I got a little bit of playing time towards the beginning of the season. And then last year I played a bigger role on special teams. And then as you go throughout the season, there's injuries. So then I also got thrown in on defense. So that experience really, gained my confidence as a player. And then I feel like I had a really good year on special teams that if I were to enter the transfer portal, I could end up somewhere, after last year, because we knew what to expect from last year's season and what was going to happen, that the coaching staff was going to end up leaving. So now being here, and then I faced that challenge of, do I stay another year here after going through all this change already? I talked to my parents. Of course, I prayed about my decision of making it, and one of the things was being here and then meeting with my Coach Hunter. Coach Hunter, he pulled me in. He was like, I want you to trust this program, this specific program of Coach Mendenhall. I want you to see it, and then you can make your decision from there. And when I got back into winter workouts, I don't know, but like how hard the workouts were was something crazy. But seeing the camaraderie of not just the players coming together, but the coaching staff. As you guys know, Coach Mendenhall's coaching staff are all former players of his. You know, Dante Wilkins at Virginia, and then you have Coach Shane Hunter, my coach, BYU linebacker, and the camaraderie that they have, and they were showing us, and they were telling us, like, trust this program. Like, this is where you need to be. This is what it will take to be a championship level football team, and also to develop you into amazing men in the future. And so ever since then, I just trusted it, and I just felt that confirmation that this is where I need to be, and this is the program for me.
I love it.
It's going to pay off.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Absolutely. When you and I know everybody's kind of hush-hush schematically on what's going on here, but from a scheme standpoint, you don't need to go into details, but how different are things going to look from somebody who sits in these stands here and what they see defensively?
I think instead of like seeing schematic changes, you're just going to see more of a different kind of tenacity to our defense. I think one of the things that we're going to really emphasize, and that not one of the things that we think, is total effort. Everything you got every single play. And I think you're going to see some maniacs to the ball on defense. You're going to see like a different demeanor in the defense this year, because we're just going to be flying around making plays. We've been working this whole offseason, from winter workouts to even summer workouts, on being in elite physical condition, and that's what we got to portray as we go into camp and as we go into the season. That's kind of what we're going to see, is running to the ball, 11 hats to the ball.
Is it kind of fun to think that a guy like Kyle Van Noy developed in this defense in your position?
Yes, exactly. I just look at the former players too.
Because there's been some real talent that has developed in this defensive system that's grown and sprouted in the NFL and done great things. So that's got to be exciting for you too.
Yes, I'm so excited. Again, trusting that this program is built for us to win, and of course, it's on us as players to go out and execute this season. So that's why I'm excited for the Aggies this upcoming season.
August 30th can't get here quick enough.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Bronson.
Let's go.
Thanks,
Tell the family hi.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Bronson Olivow, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Good conversation with that young man. Again, the latest addition to the top 60 in 60 watch list right here on the Zone. And again, all that information for you is available at kslsports.com. And that will lead us to the top 60 in 60 list, where we will essentially rank some of the best players at the end of the season. Can't do it anymore at the beginning of the season. It's just too damn impossible.
Yeah, can't even do it anymore. Man, Coach Calhoun was awesome.
Yeah, how great was that?
It was really good. If you missed that interview, I would suggest you go back and you find it. But excited because we still have a lot of people standing by. Excited to catch up with Coach Nick Howell and Coach McGivern. I haven't caught up with McGivern. I haven't caught up with Coach Acatelli on air.
Yeah, excited for that one.
Yeah.
Javen Jacobs, a running back who came from New Mexico. He will join us coming up a little bit later on in the 2 o'clock hour as well. Hans and Scotty. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
We're seeing people talk about Utah. The vibe has been, last year was an outlier for what we typically get from Kyle Whittingham, right?
How do they address the offensive issues? When's the last time Utah had an offense that's had 7 rushing touchdowns in a season? So you can understand how important it was to address this offensive situation, and I feel like what you're seeing right now is people like Joel Klatt and others look at what they did and what they did to address the offense, hiring Jason Beck, and brings that quarterback with him, and you're thinking, okay, you take that offense, you plug him into this team with that defense, just that alone is going to get you a winning season.
Right.
The question is now going to be, can Devin Dampier improve his passing stats and numbers to take Utah from flipping it to a winning team to a championship team?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you need help, any type of medical help, University of Utah Health is here for you. You start at uofuhealth.org. uofuhealth.org. You're going to be able to find the physicians, the men and women that are helping Real soccer players get back on the pitch, that are helping the Utah Jazz players get back on the court, helping Utah Mammoth get back on the ice. These are the physicians that are taking care of the top athletes here in the state, and you have access to them. I continue to press to people, don't settle. Get the best surgeons, the best physicians, and get the best care possible. And you do that at University of Utah Health at uofuhealth.org.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
SEC registered investment.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, you just heard Jared Calhoun, and as Hans mentioned, if you missed it, it's available for you at KSLSports.com. But Jared Calhoun, who is the head basketball coach at Utah State, mentioned he signed a contract, and his contract at Utah State is at $1.85 million. Now, a lot of that is taxable income, like, a country club. It's not actual cash per se. There's a lot of value, the car, all that stuff is kind of roped into it. So if people think that that's just straight cash, that's not necessarily the case. Plus, you get taxed on that. And so, by the end of it, he's probably looking at around $1 million, maybe a little north of that. And he said that he and his wife just donated $150,000 to the NIL fund at Utah State.
Do we get so numb to these big numbers that coaches are making that I think that we get a little bit numb maybe to their philanthropic efforts, but and not that this is philanthropy.
Yeah.
He's putting this in to try to retain players, but giving it to anybody, 10% of your income, that's wild.
Yeah. And maybe, depending on taxes and such, it may be a little bit north of 10%.
I mean, there's churches that ask for less. I don't know. Maybe not. I guess it is right around there, isn't it?
Yeah, 10% is about right. Now, I don't know if, the basketball gods will open up the windows and give him more blessings than he has room to receive them by donating that 10%. I don't know, but
I don't know if you're going to retain your spot in heaven. Or,
exactly.
Maybe, but that's a lot of money to give to a retention. But understandably, when you are looking at it, you're like, well, we got to keep Mason Foss up.
And look, how best do I earn that salary? Well, I have a team that can win. How do I get a team that wins? I retain my players, and I get even better players in. And it's all via NIL these days.
Did that shock you? 19 points from post-up?
Yeah, total on the season.
On the season.
Yeah, especially – but now I think about it, it shouldn't because they really had nobody who could play post-up basketball. Carson Templin – tries a little bit, but Carson's a little undersized. And Abin Gadarazzi, that wasn't his game at all. And so, they just didn't have that guy. And to go from Great Osobor, who lived with his back to the basket the year prior, and then switching to this year, it was night and day. So that's
It's shocking to me that Utah State doesn't have Utah or BYU on their schedule.
Yeah.
Didn't last year either, did
Nope.
they?
Nope. We just got to I don't know what we've got to do to get these teams playing each other.
I bring that up because he brought up the significance of college basketball here in the state.
Yeah.
He's like, do you guys kind of understand where we're at and the unique opportunity we've got in this state? It's like we should not lose a single high school player out of this state, which they're not for the most part.
No, I don't.
That I know of.
There's a lot of football coaches that come in and poach Utah kids. For the most part, I think the high school kids are staying put. All right, Hans and Scotty coming up next. You're going to hear from the coordinators, Nick Howell, Kevin McGivern, defense and offensive coordinator at Utah State. It's all straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Freedom Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day this Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You know, I've been hearing people tell quarterbacks to run less forever, but then all of a sudden they turn into below average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The reason that they're D1 starting quarterbacks is because they run.
Yes.
You can say, hey, we're going to need you to go out there and sling it and hand it off more, but that's not what makes him good. That's not why he's the quarterback at the University of Utah. He's the quarterback at the University of Utah because he can throw well enough and he ran for 1,200 yards. He's capable of that. I mean, get ready for it. I think the coaches are cheering for him to have 1,200 yards, I would guess.
Huh.
Yeah, why not? Go be dynamic. Go get 1,200 yards for a quarterback.
Yeah, of course. If you
think
do
Michael
that,
Vick in college.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. If he is getting 100 yards a game on the ground and can do anything to the air,
we're going to need you to be less productive, pal. No, come on, that's crazy.
No,
They're absolutely rooting for that to happen.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
A school wants to get to the Big 12 so badly. The Memphis Tigers want to get there so badly. I've seen different reports. $200 million was the initial one. I've seen as much as $250 million that they offered. Can we buy our way into the conference? It was a fascinating thing. What's crazy is just as quickly, those rumors were squashed. As soon as they came in, thanks but no thanks, immediately. $250 million turned down by Brett Yormark. That does not sound like the Brett Yormark that I know. Would the Big 12 brought to you by Memphis? That's in another conference.
Brought
That's
to you
what
by
they should
FedEx.
do. It should be the Big 12 championship game presented by Memphis University, the American champions of this season.
Our biggest sponsor.
They play it in Memphis. Memphis is not allowed to be in the conference. This is all great. But
We take your money, not your school.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hans and Scotty Invitational is back at Cedar Hills Golf Club Monday, August 19th.
$400 is going to get you a 4-person team with lunch, prizes, gifts at check-in. The shotgun starts at 8 a.m.
18-hole scramble style with prizes for 5 closest to the pins and the top team. Only 36 teams max, so grab your spot now.
Get registered at Cedar Hills.
Send an email to Wade Doyle, wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov. That's wdoyle@cedarhillsutah.gov.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first and second team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Counting you down to the start of the 2025 season, Utah State. It is a media day up here in Logan. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, as we get a chance to meet some of these new coaches and players. Nick Howell, defensive coordinator, kind enough to join us. And Coach, fired up to chat with you. What's it been like? I got to imagine, taking over a program, drinking from a fire hose. Not the first time you've done that, but what's these last 6 months been like for you?
It's been good. For me, Utah is home. So coming home, our family's been away from Utah for about the past decade. And so coming home and being able to be around my family and my wife's family, that's probably been the best part. And that's been fun. You talk about the football part. I'm not sure, with the transfer portal, it's like you got a new team pretty consistently until you can get that under control. And
Yeah.
so I think a lot of coaches, whether moving or not moving, are going through a lot of the same things every year in terms of rebuilding a roster or retaining a roster, getting new guys up to speed. It's a lot. I think that, coaching has changed tremendously. I think there's a little, can I say more pressure, but there's a lot going on in a shorter time period in my mind.
What's interesting to me is we were talking to Coach Acatelli, the offensive line coach, and he had not met Coach McGiven, and it's a unique relationship, and they're trying to meld and come together and figure things out together. On the flip side, you've been with Bronco a lot of years.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are on the same verbiage. You're on the same plane. How much does that help you as you come in and you're building out this defense and you're jumping into this conference and you're jumping into this state? Like, how much confidence does that give you, just that connection with Bronco over the years?
I think it's good. We sit in these staff meetings and Coach is really strong at culture and alignment. And, I've done this for a long time. And so I think that the alignment is already existing. I know what he expects. He knows what I expect. And, yeah, I think we can go fast. So that part's been great.
When you have guys that like Noah, some of these guys that come with you from New Mexico, how beneficial is that? Obviously, they're good players.
Yeah.
But how beneficial is it to know, okay, not just from a schematic standpoint, this is what's expected, but on and off the field, this is what's expected? I mean, can you use those guys kind of as pseudo coaches when you come into a new program?
Oh, for sure. It's like he's an upperclassman in our system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We've had a chance to work with him and develop him for a year. And so now him being around those other guys is kind of, whether he's an upperclassman or not, he is in our eyes. And it's been pretty cool to see, like, there's been comments around the program of younger guys are learning and just complimentary towards some of those guys like Noah or Javen Jacobs or, other players that have been with us. And the ability for those guys and to lead and help our guys has been really cool.
So the practices in spring have been really guarded and understandably so. You really got to keep talent under wraps nowadays. It just feels like the poaching is getting so bad. So we totally understand it. But we have not had an opportunity to see your position groups really perform. Who would you say is the most solid group across the defense, depth-wise, starters-wise? And what group are you going into fall camp like, we really got to get a grip on this?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything too extreme one way or the other where it's like, man, that group is far ahead of this group or this group is lagging far behind, to be honest, which is a good thing. We do have a couple injuries at a couple spots on the second level that, guys will be getting healthy as we get into fall camp, and we need those guys. So that's an area of concern, is just getting a couple guys healthy at the second level. I really like our D-line. I do. I think that Dante came in and kept the existing players that had played well and also added some guys that I think can really play. I think we have a couple guys that potentially could rush the passer, and then I like our secondary a lot. I think we did a really good job. I think Charlie, Mac, I think our other coaches, our recruiting guys, Pat and Evan and Jordan, I think those guys did a good job in the secondary. I do.
When you got the job and when Bronco got the job, a lot of people are like, well, what do you know? Because, I covered BYU back in the day, and my thought was, I think this staff will be very good for Ike Larson and his development as not just a player, but as a person as well. The Cache Valley kid, super popular, but I think last year was a struggle for him in a lot of different ways. How has he come along and how's he adapted to this system?
Yeah. I think that question is a really good one. I think it's accurate. I think over time, Ike has grown a lot. I think that his growth has actually accelerated probably since May faster than it did January on. So, this program is demanding. It's consistent, and I think that's what any player needs. And so I think you're going to see Ike play really consistent. I think you're going to see him play well. I think he's going to be happy. I think he's going to have fun. So, yeah.
Nick, you've been able to see things from different angles and different lenses, where you're at Virginia, you're at BYU, you're in the ACC there at Virginia, you're in the old Mountain West Conference. You've seen a lot of different angles. How is the modern day Mountain West Conference talent in comparison maybe to the ACC and some of those things?
That's a good question too. I think that everything is honestly leveled out. Like, I think that the Power 5 is a distinct level and pretty even. I think that the Group of 5 level is distinct and pretty even. I just think it's leveled out. Players are going to the level that they can play at. And so I think it's created parity in my mind. Like, when I look at the different levels of football, I'm seeing teams that are a lot alike playing teams that are a lot alike. And so when I look at the Mountain West, when we were there at BYU, I think it was top heavy in terms of BYU or Utah or TCU was going to win it, or when Boise entered, they were going to win it and it wasn't going to be anybody else. I think when you look at our league, you got to acknowledge what Boise State has done, and they're probably ahead of everybody else. But when you look after that, I think that anybody can beat anybody, and not to say that Boise State can't be beat, but there's a lot of parity in my mind.
If that's the case, it puts more emphasis on coaching.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Coaches have more influence.
Yeah.
If you're leveling out talent,
yeah,
then coaches should be able to influence the game more.
Yeah, no, like if you look at the portal, it's like, how fast can you get your guys to do the schematics well and the right things with your players to give them an opportunity to win? Use UNLV as an example. Those guys go in there 2 years ago. They implement a scheme with the right players, and all of a sudden UNLV, who hadn't been strong, is strong and on a level of everybody else. So I think that's correct.
When there's so much transition in college football, back in the day, I got to imagine you recruited players to your scheme. Now, when you just have to get the best players available, do you as a coach have to be more adjustable to your scheme to fit the players that are available for you that you can bring in?
I agree with that 100%. Like, in the ideal world, we want to bring in guys that fit our scheme, but we also need to take the best players that are available for us. And so hopefully there's a happy medium right there. But adaptability, to me right now, the thing that I'm thinking about is how fast can we get them to learn and get the experience they need to execute the schemes that we have. And so to me, it's like speed of learning and adaptability for sure.
What to this point, what's been, as far as just adapting and coming into Logan, what's been one of the harder things that you've had to deal with and had to work with?
Man, thinking about that question, I don't think of anything that's like been outside of the ordinary. It's just basically the process of doing this again after doing it at New Mexico, to be honest, is like we're going through that same process that we just went through, which was challenging, and we'll see what that result brings.
Trying to establish and get it going.
Yeah,
because I got to imagine even where Bronco comes into, it's like, all right, everybody, whatever was happening here before, it's a totally different show. And being able to establish yourself, that's got to be nice. I mean, at some point you're going to get into a second year and all the expectations will be established, and that should help a lot.
No, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
How, just from the human side, I think people look at coaches and they don't realize that there's families attached. And, I mean, the moves that you've had to make and, over the years, cross-country, from Albuquerque, to Albuquerque and then to Logan in less than 12 months, essentially. How difficult is that on a family?
It's challenging. So we went in the last 3 years, Virginia, Nashville, Albuquerque, Logan. And so just a quick, I have a daughter that's a sophomore and she's a sweetheart, but this is her third high school and she's going into her junior year.
That poor kid.
Well, poor kid, she's done well.
But kids adapt.
Oh, she does. Well. And the moving around and the seeing different parts of the country has been amazing. But yeah, there's challenges. It's like, before fall camp, coaches, probably a lot of us will go clean the garage or something, and there's stuff like moving boxes and things like that are still there. And so it's like, let's get established and let's be somewhere. And that's what our family would like to do is make something long term, So
at this point, have you taken a look at anything UTEP, or have you taken a look at anything Texas A&M, or is that in a coach's mind, or are you just like, we got to figure out who we are?
On my mind. You got to be able to do both at the same time. Like, we did a pretty deep study of 4 or 5 of our opponents in June, and now just personally while fall camp's going, like, I'm going to be on those guys, in my own time at night and things like that, because you got to give your guys a chance to be ready to go, and that's going to factor in. you have a style of defense that you want to play, but offenses are going to dictate to the certain things that you do schematically that you need to emphasize. And so we've got to get ready for both.
I've talked to a lot of players about you over the years, and the one point that they continue to bring up is he doesn't miss a thing. You're a film guy. From what I understand, this is what I've been told. You're a film guy. You see the details. Where does that come from? That design and drive and understanding film and ingesting film? Because I've watched a lot of film, Coach, and at some point you just feel like you're just watching a screen. And there's only so much I feel like I can get out of film, but there's guys like you that can watch film for hours and ingest it. What is that, and where did that come from?
Well, I think I've always been just fascinated with the game of football. Like, that's one of my passions. Is I love the way the game is orchestrated and played, and I love new ideas. I love to see people be creative, and whether it's offensively or defensively. And then I think just the overarching thing is, like, I'm competitive. I want to win, and it would be a shame if you went into a game and you didn't have your guys prepared the right way to give them, the best opportunity. When you look at these kids, and these dudes are training year-round, and they are giving everything they have. Like, who are we as coaches not to give everything that we possibly can to put them in the opportunity to win? And so there's a lot of different factors in that. But, yeah, I enjoy it. I'm passionate about it. And, yeah, it gives these kids a chance to do well.
Coach, appreciate your time. Good luck. Yeah. You're going to get tired of me throughout the season. I'll be bugging you on all kinds of stuff. But
it'll be good.
We'll have a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun season.
Do you want some of my grapes?
I'm going to go with – I'm actually a purple grape guy.
Are you?
I don't know why, but I like the purple grapes.
I feel bad. Feel free to grab a banana.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks for your time.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Hans and Scotty, great conversation. Nick Howell, again, defensive coordinator at BYU and Virginia, and then New Mexico, and now at Utah State with Bronco Mendenhall. He's been there. He's done it. He's seen it all, and it'll be interesting, Hans, how quickly he can turn things around here at Utah State defensively, because offense last year wasn't an issue for Utah State. It was defense in a big way.
Well, and I think to get to the bottom of that, we need to know a little bit more about the personnel that's on the field. So excited to talk to Coach Howell about the personnel.
Here, and so, again, that was a good conversation. Nick Howell joining us. Now it's time to hear from the offensive coordinator at Utah State, Kevin McGivern. Coach, does it feel like it's coming back home again, walking through this building?
Yeah, I think it was when it hit me in December. Coming back was flying into Salt Lake and kind of seeing the mountains, but really driving through that canyon. And coming down into Cache
We're not in San Jose anymore, are we?
Here we go. So,
how are your memories of this place? You got fond memories of this place?
I do. I think both of the guys that I was able to work for here in the past, Gary Anderson, Matt Wells, been in touch with those guys over the years, and they were both very meaningful in terms of my career and helping my career accelerate, and and so owe a lot to those two guys, and then this place. One of my decisions, that was a deciding factor in me coming back here. Obviously, the chance to work for Bronco, but also knowing that you could have success here at Utah State, and watching what they've done in this league. Since I've been here, and then what we were able to accomplish when I was here. The first time, we're kind of just getting it going and trying to build it, and then the next time I was able to catch, kind of the back end of that in 13 and 14, where we were able to be really competitive in the Mountain West.
So I know you and Bronco had a bit of a relationship on recruiting and the coaching connections, but this is the first time you've been on staff with him, correct?
Absolutely, yep.
What was it about? Because he has spoke incredibly highly about how quickly the two of you have been able to connect. What was it about Bronco that said, you know what, I want to coach with that guy?
Yeah, I was able to kind of experience him a little bit as a GA at BYU, and at that time I was like, really unique individual, just in terms of his approach. But I really had a lot of respect for what he was doing at the time, even as a coordinator at BYU, the things that he was trying to do culturally with our defense, the types of things that he was trying to instill in them, and so watching that as a graduate assistant, and then when you're kind of on the outside looking in, and watching what he did with that program, what he was able to do at Virginia, in a short period of time, and kind of, trying to get that thing turned around in New Mexico, you're kind of wondering what the secret sauce is, and other programs around the country that have, have had, patterns of success or consistency in that. And he's one of those coaches that has kind of found the recipe for that. And so you're always wondering what that is. And so being able to come in and, start to learn that and experience it with it, and, the staff meetings, the player development, the leadership that he instills, the work ethic, the expectations, it's something that kind of captured my heart, right from the get-go as someone that is still in this profession for the right reasons in developing young people. And so to me, it was very easy to align with that. So.
I love that. So, Coach, we talked to Mario Acatelli, your offensive line coach, and he had not had any previous interaction or relationship with you. I'm curious, with Kirk Garner, your running backs coach, Matt Johns, your quarterbacks coach, Denarius McGee, your wide receivers, and Ali'i Nuimatololo, how familiar were you with these guys, and how did you build this staff out?
Yeah, so it was kind of interesting because, first of all, going through the interview process with Bronco, it was like, when he offered me the job, it was like my immediate thought was, okay, cool. How am I going to build this staff? But then the next comment was, I'm bringing them all with me, and so I'm like, okay, let's go. If Bronco trusts them, then I'm going to trust them. And most of the staff is made up of guys that, have played for him or that he has experience with pretty extensively, and, that have already been through a lot of these things that the players are going through. And so I've been able to lean on those guys pretty heavily. Some of the additions, Denarius, and even getting guys in different seats, when we first got here and trying to determine the strengths of the program. Matt was initially going to be with tight ends, and I was with the quarterbacks. And then as I got to know him a little bit, it was like, okay, I don't know if this really fits the strengths of our staff. So we moved Matt into that chair so I could, kind of wander around, oversee things a little bit. And then seeing Lee, understanding where he came from and who he came from in Kenny and my experience with Kenny Niumatalolo, and realizing that he was fully capable. And then with Denarius, just as I got to see what was going to fit this staff and my experience with Denarius as a player when I coached him at Montana State, I knew that he was going to be exactly what we needed in the receiver room, but more importantly for our staff and the energy and the passion that he brings. And then Mario was he was a recommendation from Coach Johns. They had worked together at William & Mary, and I can't say enough about Mario. And just in the short time, just his buy-in, his development of that room, the way he's embraced those guys, the things that he's instilled in that room has been really, really impressive to watch. And then I've also discovered that someone that I can really, really lean on from a philosophical standpoint and a schematic standpoint.
I told Bronco this down in Las Vegas, but Bryson Barnes feels like a Bronco Mendenhall type of quarterback. Everybody's looked past him. Everybody's always tried to over-recruit over the top of him, and the dude just keeps fighting. What have you seen from him in spring, and what do you expect out of him this season?
Yeah, I was telling Bronco this just a little while ago, is that I don't know that there is any other quarterback that I would want to take the reins for us in year one. Than a kid like Bryson Barnes, just because of what you said. I feel like he epitomizes what a Bronco Mendenhall program is, in terms of his toughness, his grit, his work ethic, and bring some intangibles to the table that we were able to see really early on. His competitive nature as he went through the quarterback battle, seeing how much he was up in the facility, just how inquisitive he was, and how quickly he bought into this thing. And he's really taken the thing and run with it. But his leadership quality has been really impressive as well. So we knew we had kind of a natural born leader, where he was going to be, or people are going to be able to look into his eyes and be like, yeah, he's got this. And that's what you want to see in the quarterback position, outside of what, his physical traits are and his skill set.
5 quarterbacks in the quarterback room?
4 right now.
4 quarterbacks in the quarterback room. Okay, so
yeah. I guess with the Anthony Garcia would be the other one.
Okay, so do you have a depth chart? Is it obviously Bryson Barnes is projected starter, but do you have a number 2 that would kind of be in line? And I'm curious. Jacob Conover's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just give me your thoughts, because it feels like he's been around the state for a bit. Give me your thoughts on Jacob Conover.
Yeah, I don't know as far as depth. We're still kind of letting that sort itself out through fall camp, but but been really, really impressed with the guys in that room, and Jacob obviously being one of them. Very, very cerebral, and another one that has done everything we've asked of him. He's been a great leader for us. He's shown great work ethic. But really impressed by him in the meeting room and how quickly he was able to grasp the offense and to be able to go out and apply it. He may have been able to do that fastest in that room of any of them.
Jacob.
Yeah. And so, I feel like, Jacob is very, very capable, as a backup.
Well, he's coming out of that Dillingham offense, right?
Yep.
So he's been around.
There's been a bunch of really good running backs that have gone through this program over the last several years. Talk about your running back room, Javon, and what you expect out of that crew.
Yeah, probably the deepest room offensively, and really excited about what those guys present, and some of the skill sets in that room. I think one of the prerequisites that we always look for is versatility out of that position, and they're maybe not all the guys that can be every down type backs, but having a versatile skill set to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield, maybe do some things as a route runner, maybe, do some things as a fly sweep guy, and so I think there's some mixing and matching and some things that we can do by committee because of the depth of that room and some of the skill sets in there, and, really excited about Javen, and Miles has made really great strides since he's been here coming from BYU, talk about capturing people's hearts. He's really invested a lot this offseason and really changed for the better, and we're excited to see what he brings to the table as well.
Miles is a great talent.
Yeah.
And he was in that BYU system for 4 seasons.
Yeah.
I called a couple of his games, and I've watched him real close over the years. He had a really good season 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, had a really nice breakout season, but hits the edge well, big body. But he's come in and he's kind of taken some leadership role.
Yeah, really has. Just been really, really encouraged by what he's done since he's been here, and that was the feedback coming from the guys at BYU that we knew also that were really impressed by him. First as an individual, but also said that he has, if you can tap into it, that he's got a really good skill set and has the size and the speed and has some of the flexibility or the versatility that we're talking about with the running backs.
So circling back on Bryson before we let you go, I was joking around with him at Mountain West Conference Media Day because he came from Utah, which is a very specific system, and then last year at Utah State, which is a very different system that they ran here with the splits and everything outside the numbers and all that. And I know you want to kind of keep under wraps what you guys are going to be presenting when you play against UTEP, but I got to imagine probably somewhere in the middle to be safe with what he's experienced as a quarterback.
Yeah, and I think that, that's one of the things that is unique about Bryson, or some of the systems that he's been exposed to, and some of the experience that he has, and some of the success that he's had in those systems. But yeah, I would say probably somewhere in the middle. I've always wanted the offense to be somewhat mutable, especially in the days of the transfer portal and stuff like that, not knowing exactly what your personnel is going to look like from year to year, and what you needed to feature personnel wise, and what you need to do, what you need to be able to capitalize off on in terms of getting guys in the right spots and giving them a chance to be successful. But yeah, he's probably going to have elements of all of that.
How excited are you for this season, Coach?
Really excited.
Yeah,
these guys have put in a lot of hard work, and just continuation of the spring, or continuation of what they've done in the summer even, and just really excited to get going.
Well, Coach, appreciate your time. Good luck, and look forward to chatting with you a lot throughout the season.
Absolutely.
Go get those minors.
Yeah.
The UTEP minors.
The offensive coordinator at Utah State, Kevin McGivern, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I think we know what to expect defensively from Utah State. I know they're keeping things under wraps a little bit. But offensively, I'm really curious to see what this team looks like because, frankly, Bryson Barnes has got a skill set, but a lot of new wide receivers and not a lot of new running backs. And so based on your personnel, I'm not really sure what Utah State's going to look like coming into this season.
Well, this is what we do know. they've got a proven winner and a heart of a champion at the quarterback position.
Yeah, plain and simple.
And they've got a bit of mystery on their side, which is a really good thing to have. What I'm saying is defensive coordinator for UTEP or Texas A&M or Vanderbilt or McNeese?
Yeah.
They're all going to have to look at different film, and they'll look at the previous game. Like Texas A&M will look at UTEP, but things won't be the same, and it's just going to be a crapshoot. So that's a really good thing that they've got going for them. They've brought the leaders that they wanted to bring with them in certain areas.
Yeah.
So that's helpful. And then I know a couple of the offensive linemen that they've got. George Miley, Jake Eichhorn,
yep.
Trey Anderson. I know these guys personally, and they're incredible athletes and incredible players. So I've got high hopes, Scotty.
Hans and Scotty continue on in your 2 o'clock hour live here in Logan. It's Utah State Football Media Day right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
A lot of the big events of the summertime of 25 are in the rear view mirror now. We're approaching August. It is time to get the kids ready to go back to school, squeak in that last vacation, and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse would like to help. With their 2 locations, you can drop by for the meal of the year. It waits for you at 275 South on West Temple. All kinds of things to do right now in downtown Salt Lake City. And if you're going up for that big hike or just a shopping experience in the Park City area, there's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse right there at Hotel Park City. There's no need to go out and fire up the grill, go and buy the steaks and then all the side dishes and desserts. Then you have to worry about cooking that steak just right. I mean, after all, we know how expensive steaks are right now. It has to be cooked to perfection. The side dishes, everything else. And then there's the cleanup. Let Ruth's Chris Steakhouse take care of that for you. Wrap up your great summertime with an experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Peter, Hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
The wait is over.
After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, counting you down to the start of the college football season up here in Logan, getting to know a lot of these players and coaches, and new O-line coach here at Utah State, Mario Acatelli, kind enough to join us. And, Coach, it's fun to finally be able to sit down and chat with you. I've heard so much about you and what you've been able to accomplish in your past coaching history, but what was it about Utah State when Bronco says, hey, I want you to come take a look at this place? What was it about this program, this coaching staff that said, all right, that's where I want to make my next step in my career?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty easy decision. Obviously didn't know everything, but had a view from the outside world of what the program was. Mostly that was from being on the opposite sideline and seeing how hard guys in the program play and wanting to be a part of that. And then, I'd worked with Matt Johns for a couple of years. He played for Coach and also had worked for him, and so heard a lot of great things. But it was a pretty easy decision. And then got here, learned so much about the place, Cache Valley itself, Logan, and then, the program in more depth. And it's been great.
So as you get here and you start to get accustomed with the talent that you're going to be coaching, Coach, give us some of your thoughts, because it's a different group of guys. It's a different recruiting pool. Give us your thoughts on the talent that you're out there on the field with now.
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, you got to look at the place. And everything I've learned about Logan and Cache Valley, again, tough people, tough people got here to build this place. Mm-hmm. And so that's the kind of guys that we're looking for. We're looking for tough people. And you always have to develop in the offensive line world. You don't get ready-made products coming from high school ready to go play in the NFL. And so it's all about development, and that's what one of the things that Coach's program is great at. It's elite at, can be the best in the world at, and is development. And so, I think it starts with what we're looking for and then building from that. So we take guys that have the right mindset, that are tough people, that come from, great families and resilient people, and then build them from there. So you ask about talent level, and there's a certain level of talent, but also there's a certain level of mindset, and that playing hard is a skill that we're building. And the better we can do that, the better we'll play.
This was a system that offensively put up a lot of points in the last several years, but they played very fast. They asked a lot from a conditioning standpoint from their offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. I know that you don't want to let the cat out of the bag offensively as to what you guys are looking like this year, but has that been an adjustment for your crew going from what they went through last year to what you're expecting them to do this year?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you a whole bunch on that, but I do say, or will say, that our guys are going to be in shape. They're gonna be able to run and play hard and play fast for a long time. That's the program. That's not just our offense or anything else. That's Broncos' program more than anything.
So, as you look at your group, do you have the 5 guys? and then you start to work on depth, or is every position group opened up, even though you've gone through spring and now you're coming into fall camp with the expectations? Like, how do you manage your starting five and your depth?
So we have an idea of the starting five, don't know that for sure. And then depth-wise, it's guys have separated themselves in certain spots to be that next tier to this point. But listen, we've done spring ball, we've done winter workouts, we've done spring ball, we've done the summer, but now it's time to go play football right before the season. And so, the decisions will be made once we see the guys playing football. And so there can be some adjustments or tweaks to what we think, and that's what we have to do, right? If I think something is right, or I think this guy's the best player, and then we watch it on film and it's not the case, we have to adjust and still build guys up. So while we have an idea of who the first five might be, it's not set in stone, and at the same time we do have to continue to develop a lot of depth behind that.
So I did not play college football, so I'm coming from the outsider's perspective.
Sure.
And so I'm broad brushing, but a lot of times when people talk about what they think of an O-line coach, sometimes you guys get thrown under the bus as kind of being the unhinged, crazy guy on the staff that's throwing things right and left and can use the F word as a preposition and as a noun and a verb and everything else.
Really articulate guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But no, I'm just saying that seems to be the stereotype. Sure. What's your method of coaching? And if somebody comes into your room, what's that like?
Yeah, so it's a process. I'm going to be myself. I'm going to be authentic with it. But to do that and to do the things that you have to do to listen, you got to know your guys' trigger points. You got to know what makes them tick, what makes them go, and then be able to use that and leverage that in the moments that you have to. To be able to do that, you have to build a relationship with them to where they know that you care about them and you're just trying to help them. If you don't have that first part, you can't do the second part without damaging something. And so that's been the process so far, has been a lot of that first part, and then, getting to know everybody as well as I do now, which has been great. And, being able to use that now and help them.
Did you have any previous relationship or interactions with Coach McGibbon before you came in and started working in his system? And then if so or if not, kind of walk us through the initial setup of the scheme and how you've been able to maneuver and build out your O-line in his scheme.
Sure. No, there was not a previous connection. It was started with a couple phone calls and kind of built from there. But I'll say this about Kevin, like he is the most collaborative offensive coordinator I've been around.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, and he is like the ego is not like it's not like this is my way. He is okay. This is going to be our offense. How are we going to build it? And taking the different masteries that everybody else in the room has, because there's a lot of smart coaches in our offensive room. But like Coach Mendenhall talks about, it's always the who first and the what. And so that has been the primary goal, is figuring out like who our guys are, what they're best at, and then it's our job to have a versatile enough system to put them in positions to do the things they are good at and still attack a defense.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us, and good luck this upcoming season. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Go Aggies.
Hey, don't be a stranger on the headset.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to
–
we got to get some offensive line talk through the season.
And,
I'm for it. Let's go.
And you're sending some emails to New Mexico every now and then just to check in on our guy.
Yeah, there's been a couple texts, and I need to get his email address to do that for sure.
Yeah.
It's probably better.
Yeah. Or just let him stew out there in the New Mexico heat.
No. I'm sure he'll come back a changed person with a lot of growth, and it'll be really cool.
Oh, he's going to be changed.
As we talk about in our program, like doing hard things has benefit for multiple reasons, and that's a hard thing. So he'll come back with a renewed probably love for football, but also just he'll have strong foundations of things. And our goal is to utilize that and not just try and force him back into what he was before, but use that momentum.
That's awesome,
love it, Coach.
That's great. The offensive line coach at Utah State, Mario Acatelli. And Hans, you've been around a lot of coaches, and I've heard you talk off-air about coaches, and some of you like, okay, that guy knows his stuff, and then sometimes you'll be like, that guy doesn't really know his stuff. You told me very quickly, because Rock was in the middle of recruiting when there was the coaching change, and so I know you were had a vested interest on the qualifications of the O-line coach. And you vetted him very quickly and said, this guy knows his stuff.
He is. He's great. Mario he's actually, it's funny that you brought up kind of the cerebral side of things and how offensive line coaches can come across. And did you see how he checked you?
Yeah.
that's because he's considered very intellectual. Like he's more of a forward-thinking offensive line coach than most. A lot want to just grind out production. He'll think out the production if he can. If we can think of a different angle or a different way to approach a block or a different way to approach a blocking scheme off of a certain play, he's just very progressive thinking in his blocking schemes, which is very unique for an offensive line coach. It served him really well at William Mary. We'll see if it serves him well here. Because, again, Scotty, the proof is in the pudding. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you built some really good offensive linemen where you were. You got a recommendation from a quarterback's coach. You got a big opportunity. What do you do with it? Well, I do know that he's brought in some really good offensive linemen, and now it's time to see it. It's proof in the pudding.
Yeah.
This offensive line has to produce. Give Bryson Barnes a little bit of time. Give him time, and he's going to wreck you.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. No doubt. Hans and Scotty will wrap things up coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett Ciancia, Pick 6 previews. Where did you have BYU when you thought Retzlaff was going to be the quarterback, and how far did you drop him once you realized, okay, they're going to be breaking in a new starter here?
I had him as a fringe top 25 team in that 25 to 30 range, and then when the quarterback uncertainties came about, that really shook up the room and the offense. Now you're turning to two former non-AQ guys and Bear Bachmeier, who I think might end up winning the job. I think he's got the highest ceiling, and he was getting some first-team reps at Stanford before he transferred, so I'd probably go with him, but you're still talking about an 18-year-old true freshman. That's such a tough ask, especially without a spring ball or a winter conditioning. He's coming in with really 6 weeks till kickoff. That worried me. I got them right around 40th, but a little bit lower than I expected.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Shamrock Plumbing, we are serious about plumbing. We want you to know that we hire only the best plumbers. We want the guys who are the best at what they do, even if it means they are boring. As a matter of fact, once we interviewed a guy who came across as just a little too charismatic.
So he says, "Do you love me?" And she says, "No, but that's a real nice ski mask."
Right. When you call Shamrock Plumbing, we dispatch one of our experts. We promise they will not be entertaining. No jokes, no smiles, no charisma. Will they be male models? Sure. But no unnecessary jocularity will be sneaking its way into your toilets when Shamrock Plumbing is on the job. Just listen to our commercials. Solemnity is in everything we do. In fact, Solemnity was my great-grandfather's middle name. Ernest Solemnity Flannery. What a guy. So I guess you could say it's sort of in our blood. Shamrock Plumbing, we're serious about plumbing.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health. official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here in Logan. It's Utah State Media Day as the Aggies get set for the upcoming 2025 season. By the way, big shout out to Doug Hoffman, the Sports Information Department at Utah State, reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? Here's the red carpet. We'd love for you to come up here and talk to our players and coaches. And this is fun, man. I always love coming up here. And I know there's a lot of Utah and BYU fans out there like, okay, when do you come at our schools? When they invite us. If they want us to come down there, we will be there tomorrow. Yeah. And we'd love to do the same down there. But it's always a pleasure getting up here. And the access they give us here in Logan is second to none.
And big thanks to Doug for having a little foresight, realizing that we just did a 30-minute segment with Bronco Mendenhall last week and making sure that Bronco is not forced onto a headset with us for another 30 minutes. But Bronco took the podium and had some really good opening comments in regards to camp and the team and how they're going to move forward. So appreciate him, and then appreciate these coaches' time and these players' time. Scotty and I, throughout the show, we've been watching down on Merlin Olsen Field. They have been running conditioning.
Yes.
Which maybe I'm not supposed to. Is that giving up too much?
I don't know. I don't think so, but who knows? Bronco be like, wait a minute, those guys talk about conditioning? By the way, I wanted to bring this up earlier on the show with you as a former player because Bronco in his press conference mentioned this because the roster has been released and it's got the players' names, it's got their weight, their height, where they came from. You know what they do not have is their number, because not a single player on this team has a number right now. This is true. So what happens, and Bronco explained this, he said, look, what will happen is we will, the first week and a half of camp, we will establish our leadership council. And then our leadership council, those players, coaches will not be involved in this whatsoever. The players then will establish the order, essentially, of the group, the order of players in which they get to determine their number. And so then they will have a draft. And they'll have all the jerseys 1 to 99 or 0 to 99 laid out. And based on the order established by this leadership council on basis of performance, of work ethic, of all this stuff that they're supposed to take into consideration, they themselves then get to rank the players. And those players, based on that ranking of their peers, will then get to go up and pull out their jersey number, and that's the jersey they'll have.
Man, it's crazy. It's military.
Yeah.
It's very military. And I say crazy in a good way.
Yes.
It's full of structure, and that's what you need now. You need structure. You need kids to buy in and believe. And when there's a little bit of reward at the end of this, then I think it's meaningful. I wanted my number 72. It meant a lot to me. The number meant a lot to me. It had family ties. And I would have done more. I would have pushed harder if I needed to get to my number.
Yeah.
I think. So it's very creative.
Interesting, to say the least. All right, back with you tomorrow. Hans and Scotty, thanks for making us part of your day. Hey, you ready for a little Kenny J's barbecue? We're going to be talking to Kenny and Mrs. Kenny coming up tomorrow on the show. Kenny J's barbecue right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Eric Church and the Freedom Machine Tour, October 23rd at the Delta Center. Find your tickets on SeatGeek and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day this Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro Refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro Refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OEC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Hillstead has played. Bachmeier has not played. So you may not actually know how some of these guys look until they are taking live snaps in an actual game. Maybe Hillstead looks more experienced and seasoned, but Bachmeier's upside is higher. So maybe he gets to play the second half against Portland State, and then you end up with this bleeding into week 2. And I think that's always the danger there.
There's no putting it to bed in week 2. It's going to be weak all year. I've seen it a zillion times. The star Frosch doesn't get the job. The guy that's a little bit more senior, but you're not really sure of. The conversation is always there until the Frosch replaces the upperclassman. And then you know what happens, Ben? The freshman struggles.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the year, you're going, well, maybe we should go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
Tale as old as time, Ben.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. JJ, what's up, man? Everything good in your TV world, TV/radio world, TV, radio, TV world?
All that's great, and I mowed the lawn today.
Look at you.
So I've already won Tuesday.
Do you get, because, like, it is nice to pass off things to teenagers or kids, right?
It's kind of tough right now. Football season started.
I get it. But isn't it kind of nice too? Like, because the other day when I was like wanting to mow, I was all, you know what? I want to mow the lawn. I like those crisp lines, man.
No mohawks at my house.
No, and I asked. I made the mistake of asking my teenager to also mow underneath the trampoline. No can do. No can do. I can't.
A little too.
It's a bridge too
complicated.
far. Bridge too far, Dad. Why is that? Because I have to like get under there. Well. Yeah, and I like the lines.
I've never met a kid, well, rarely have I met a kid that likes to, quote, get under there.
Yeah.
That's not something that, especially teenagers, have any interest in.
I said, and you got to get under the trampoline, and he goes, no, I got it. I get home last night. I mean, it looks like a hayfield underneath there compared to the rest of the yard, you know?
You need to have somebody in the area that has a horse.
Come on.
Come by
I go, come on, man.
Have at it.
What are you doing? He's like, oh, my gosh. You seriously mad about that? I go, it was the one conversation we had about the lawn mowing. That one part. So
I needed you to do one thing.
Hey, just a reminder.
You couldn't get under there, could you?
Just a reminder for anybody who needs to hear it. The draft order, or what your third or fourth grader gets drafted today, is not an implication of what type of a person you are as a parent. All right. So I don't want you to worry too much about it. I don't want you to get all worked up about it. All right?
I love youth sports. It's so much fun.
But
there's the phenomenon that I love, and you don't see this with other sports, at least not to this extreme. Like parents, not only do they go to the games, but they go to every practice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And watch.
I mean, good for them. I wish I had that kind of time.
I applaud you. No, don't. This is not a knock. I'm just like blown away and amazed at the dedication of the parents that won't even miss practice reps that their kids take.
No,
it's incredible.
When you show up to practice with the camp chair, that's a different level. I'm there in my car sitting, waiting at the very end to pick you up. That's the intense level I'm doing.
I now do it out of guilt because all these parents are amazing, and if I don't sit there and watch my son, I suck.
Yeah. Well,
I'd much rather just go head over to Swig or something.
I know. The problem is,
you know what I mean?
I don't know if you're like me too. I've become pretty antisocial, and so
no, I like talking.
I
to
like
people.
talking to people, but at the same time, like there are moments where I'm like, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to engage in a conversation right now about this whole thing and the drama of the sports league and all this. So anyway,
all that stuff.
I don't know who needs to hear it, but like I said. You're not a bad parent because your kid gets drafted 17th in tonight's draft.
It's okay. Hey, and if your son's on like the B1 or B2 team,
hey,
that's amazing.
By the way, even better. Yeah,
better reps, more reps,
and you don't have to worry too much about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know who needed to hear it, but just remind yourself that your parenting is not going to be based on whether or not your kid gets drafted high up in the Pee Wee football draft today. All right, JJ, we got lots to get through today. We got lots to go. We love our jobs, man, and we're getting closer and closer to college football season, which means the conversations are awkward right now because they're not football related, and yet they are so close.
Guess what? You know what tomorrow is?
Week -2. Week -1.
No.
Week -2.
No, I mean the football season's in 32
Sure.
days.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going camping tomorrow.
Hey!
Camps underway across the state. BYU, Utah State, Weber State. I assume Southern Utah and Utah Tech.
Yeah, why not?
Snow College. We're all underway. Everybody in the state is going camping starting tomorrow.
So my question is, and I know that they get reps without their coaches in, but what's the reality on how much work these guys are getting in before camp starts? Because camp is when we actually start to, in BYU's case for the quarterbacks, like at least Devin Dampier got, you kind of know he was going to be the guy anyway, but at least he got spring work. But if there's a guy like who weren't taking ones, none of the BYU quarterbacks were really taking ones reps in spring at all. None of these guys have taken ones. And so my question is now what changes? How much do you have to figure that out in the next couple of weeks? Or is there a part of you that goes, no, we looked through the binoculars we watched some iPhone footage. I don't know what the level of like being able to participate that the coaches have, which is next to nothing, or at least they have to pretend like they don't know what level these guys are at.
Okay.
But I don't know, like I don't know what the rules are in terms of what they can and can't do prior to when camp actually opens up, which is when the coaches are going to get the quote unquote first looks at these guys.
Yeah, the players have had to do their own stuff throughout the summer. Okay?
They're at Orem High School.
So it's not like A-Rod's out there with the mustache and Groucho Marx glasses on.
No, he has the mustache. He does have the mustache, but
he's already got that already. But you got to make sure it's dark, otherwise we're going to know who he is. With the goggles looking in the back where they're practicing, it's not like that.
No.
And that's fine. He doesn't need to do that because here's the reality. He recruited these guys. He's already coached these guys in spring. Bear Bachmeier is an exception, but he's extensively scouted him or they wouldn't have offered him a scholarship. And I'm sure he knows what was going on at Stanford as well. So the idea that they have no idea and it's a clean slate and they're coming into camp tomorrow with no idea, not a clue who they're going to pick is baloney.
But that's also
that doesn't mean that what happens on the practice field Wednesday, Thursday, Friday doesn't matter or couldn't change their mind. It's just they already know where these guys are coming in. They've already made evaluations. They have an idea of where they want to go. They need confirmation of it, and it needs to be earned in camp. But trust me, they already have a guy that they think is going to be the guy. That guy's got to back up what they believe, or somebody else has got to change their mind.
All right. Well, we'll see how this thing works out. And, of course, it's going to be limited views for the media.
And I say that because his job depends on it.
Yeah.
If your job depended on getting the right guy,
you'd be pretty good.
You're going to be prepared on the first day of camp and knowing who you're going to pick because there's too much at stake for you and for the program.
Yeah. I don't know who your team is out there, whoever you're rooting for, but life is a lot better as a college football fan when there's not a quarterback battle. I'm telling you. Like that's the angst that causes all angst for all of these different players across.
Yeah, who feels better about their team right now?
Everybody,
BYU fan or Utah fan?
100%. It's got to be a Utah fan, right?
Because which is crazy how quickly that flipped. Simply
in 6 months,
because you know who your quarterback is.
It's not just you know who the quarterback is. There's this. It's up against the backdrop, JJ, of the desire to of hope for something way better, right?
Yeah.
That you're going to get something out of this team that is going to erase the feelings from last year. So I think that it's Utah fan who's got to feel a lot better right now. I'm saying that with 100% truthful about it. I think BYU fan is much more excited, or a BYU fan is much more nervous about everything right now. Not just because of the Jake Retzlaff thing, but because you don't know. You can't. Maybe you see. Maybe when they start taking reps and you go, "Oh, I like that guy." But even then, you also have in the back of your head, like, "Yeah, but it is fall camp." You know what I mean? When we see those clips that the social media teams are going to put out on your team, Take them with a massive grain of salt because they've picked and chosen those exact moments for you to get excited about the team. And so is it really a fair shake on how this thing is going? When you start getting Trace and Bourget video out of camp, and you go,
what's been floating on Twitter all summer?
He's slinging it. You know what I mean?
I saw more than enough Trace and Bourget workouts this summer.
I don't
and
know.
I know there's a reason why they leaked. I get it. Totally cool. We'll find out, though, where they stand here in a few days.
All right. Let's officially get the show started. Sorry, producer Alex. We're just going already. Hey, that's a sign of good things, man. We got lots going on. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. We'll get into that and much more, but we've got tons to break down. And so let's get into the cut right here. Let's start talking about some of this college football stuff that gets us excited. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I mean, my goodness, even Utah State, I don't say that like to be rude. I'm saying Utah State fans are in a better spot when they're going, dude, you got Bryson Barnes back there.
You know what you got.
You don't have to worry about it.
You know what you got.
So you know who's getting those reps. There's a certain amount of confidence that goes with that. And again, reflected off of the hope that is out there. New coach, a quarterback who's got lots of experience and could bring you some amazing wins. He could personally win some games for you that on the list they're not going to win, according to some people. So that's a good thing to do. We'll jump into that, of course, a little bit later as well. This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. So there's a list that's out there of teams that could make a bounce back in college football, in the college football season, and what it looks like to go back. And the idea is which team is a breakthrough or a bounce back in the 2025 season, because you've got all sorts of interesting looks as to what teams could do, the projections, the preseason rankings, all of the things that kind of go into this. But they do this thing where they break this down, and they do this every year. I think it's through ESPN. I think ESPN does it. Yeah, Bill Connolly ends up doing it. And even though Bill Connolly gave us the weirdest coaching ranking in the history of planet Earth yesterday, we still like to look at some of the breakdowns. So last year, when they start talking about the gains that they made the year before, it's about sustaining that gain. So, for example, they have this long kind of list look at these teams and what they've done over the past few years. So, for example, Oregon over the last 2 years, or last 3 years now, you've got yourself a 2022 where they were 10-3, a 2023 where they were 12-2, and then, of course, their projected wins going into last season was like a 10.5, and they ended up, of course, exceeding that and being in the tough Big Ten conference that they're a part of and running through that thing. They, of course, had a really, really good year, but it was all for naught because they ended up getting the college football playoff and then losing immediately in their first game of the college football playoff, which is a massive letdown. And yet, at the same time, again, this goes with our Dan Lanning conversation we had yesterday. How does this guy not get more respect? This is a coach who has inherited a program that, admittedly does really well all the time in recruiting.
Yeah, you have to suck to lose at Oregon. You really do.
So when they put this list together.
Same in Notre Dame.
You have the breakthrough team, the one that was able to get to a spot last year that they kind of, in the Big 12, for example, Arizona State and Baylor are teams that are looked at as breakthrough teams and kind of, I think, teams that you're supposed to look at and see some sustainability. Can Arizona State sustain what they had going? I think Baylor, speaking of quarterback conversations, Sawyer Robertson's a guy who could carry that team and Dave Aranda to another really, really good year because they found something mid-season. It took half the season, but they found it. So if you were to look at these teams across the country, where is it that, and I think the big question with the teams locally, obviously BYU, is that where do they fit in all this? Where do they look like a team that could be in that version of being able to maintain what they had done last year? And I think that the answer is yet to be seen because you don't know what the quarterback situation is. But it's interesting to see what these teams could do. Can Miami maintain and try to be an ACC contender again? Is Illinois fake? Is Indiana fake from last year?
Illinois could be this year's Indiana in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and look, they already had success last year. I just look at it, and this is why we love college football. This is why we play the games also, is because you want to see how these teams are going to do. For me, though, the thing that matters the most in college football is to be able to have parity, and it's not the same type of parity that you get in the NFL. You'll never get that with 100 and something teams. But when you start to have years where Arizona State could get on a run, Baylor could be good again, Illinois could be good, could Pitt get back on top? That was one of the teams that was on the list as well. I think it's important for teams like that to be good so that college football can be respected and not just hey, these 5 teams win the national championship every year.
Right. New contenders need to emerge, especially in the 12-team playoff era. There's more opportunities. There's more availability. There's access for more teams, more than ever before. So we should see more teams have a chance, right? We should see new blood because of the opportunity that is there. At least that's what we hope. I think that's what we all wanted with the playoff, right? What was the biggest complaint about the old systems? It was the good old boy network, right? It was just Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, an occasional Big Ten team like Ohio State or Michigan. I don't even know if Michigan you could throw. I mean, they obviously 2 years ago won it, but before that they didn't win a national championship since the 90s, right?
Yeah, 97.
So it was mostly the SEC and a couple ACC teams running the show. Florida State you can throw in there as well. So you want to see something new. You want to see, as you're saying, a program like Illinois would be interesting. I know they're in the Big Ten, but when has Illinois won anything? It would be interesting. I thought Indiana last year was interesting. I didn't mind seeing Indiana do what they did. Did they do it on the backs of a easy schedule? Yes. Was it easy going into the season? No. Did it turn out to be? Yes. But that was fun. That was refreshing. Arizona State was a really good story.
3-9 the year before. They go 11-3 last year.
If you're listening and you hate them, good. That's how this is supposed to work now. You should hate Arizona State. That means they're relevant. If you're a Utah and BYU fan, you should feel, I can't stand Arizona State. I want to beat them. Yeah, you do, because they're the champion. Same with Baylor. Baylor was a really good. We talked about last year's Dave Aranda's in big, big trouble. And to see that program finally get the right quarterback in there and then make flip that switch and go on a run, that was good to see. You know, Utah and BYU got the best of Baylor last year, but after that, they really turned things around, and that's a team that could win big this year. TCU was in a national championship game 3 or 4 years ago. Why can't that team win the Big 12? You know, so it's good to see. And Texas Tech, obviously, is a team we're talking a lot about. There could be that new blood. Maybe Utah's that team. Maybe Dampier works out perfectly. The defense gets back to forcing a lot of turnovers. That offensive line with 2 All-Americans on it ends up just absolutely owning every team they play in the trenches. And Utah ends up being that team. That's the fun of it. I want more teams to have a shot. I want more teams to have a chance. I want the talent spread out more. Why do you think the NFL is so popular? The Chiefs have kind of been that dynasty, and there have been dynasties in the past, with Patriots and the 49ers and the Steelers, but ultimately there's a lot of teams and a lot of fans around the country going into it think their team has a shot because there's so much parity in the league.
We always talk about how, the would you rathers of would you rather have a team like does Florida State as a program, is college football better when Florida State is really, really good? Think about a couple of years ago when they got held out of that college football playoff. By the way, you think about it now and you go, that's insane. They were 13-0 and they didn't make the college football playoff.
But without their quarterback,
right,
it would have played out just exactly how you saw it.
And that's so weird where the college football playoff committee goes, yeah, but your quarterback's hurt. And so I don't know. And then they really don't care anymore. And then they go to the Orange Bowl and they lose to a Georgia team who also doesn't get in the college football playoff. And they lose one of the worst blowouts in the history of bowl games.
You know what was craziest about that? Florida State is a blue blood. Florida State was on the in. We thought.
Yeah.
For them to be left out was shocking because we thought they were one of them.
But I think that there's no version of one of them if you're not in the SEC or the Big Ten anymore.
And
right?
that's what we learned.
Right.
I think that really drove that point home, and you're exactly right.
Is there one
Even
of them?
if Florida State is on the outside looking in 2025.
Could you imagine the ghost of Bobby Bowden at that college football playoff committee looking over those guys' shoulder and going, "What the hell are you doing? You're not writing down the Seminoles? Like, come on. How on earth? Is there a version of somebody who is on the in that's not in the Big Ten or in the SEC?
Notre Dame.
Okay.
Maybe Clemson.
It was a trick question, I guess, because okay, maybe Clemson, right?
I think they've been getting the benefit of the doubt, and they played their way in last year. Give them credit.
Here's the truth, Big 12 fans out there. There's not one Big 12 program that's part of that.
And that's why we discussed that, and that's why there's that narrative we discussed at Big 12 Media Day, is until somebody in the Big 12 goes out and becomes that team, it's going to be a problem for the league. Even Brett Yormark admits they need a couple bullies in this league. They need somebody to replace Texas and Oklahoma and run this league because that's how you become big. The SEC doesn't have depth. It doesn't. And I'll challenge anybody on that. Baloney. That league is run by 2 or 3 teams and has been for decades. And you know who those teams are. There's no suspense in the SEC. It's Alabama, it's Georgia, and occasionally LSU, with the amount of talent they're able to get, will pop up every 5 years and win big. Who else?
I think when we were talking about how
Texas now. Okay.
Well,
yes,
a transplant.
Let me update that and add
transplant Texas and you transplant Oklahoma in there.
Oklahoma has no chance to win that league.
No, not this year, for sure not.
And not for a while.
Why not? Oklahoma, you don't think Oklahoma could one year just absolutely be, I mean,
when's the last, since Baker Mayfield graduated, what have they done?
But it's not about that. They have more recent success than Texas does in college football. Like, they have, when you talk about relative short history, Oklahoma was the team that went to the SEC that everybody looked at and said they could probably have lasting success better than Texas could. Right? I mean, I don't know. When you talk about the teams that have won, and that was the thing that Rhett Lashley ripped on the SEC today at Media Days, right? Rhett Lashley brought it up. He goes, there have only been 6 teams that have won the championship in the SEC since 1964. 6.
Right.
And I was like, oh, my goodness. And then I started to look at it, and I go, I don't know if I could name all of those teams. You ready to do it, though?
I'm almost there.
No, don't do it yet. I've got it in front of me. I got it in front of me.
You want me to try to do it without seeing the list?
Without seeing the list.
Okay. Teams that have won an SEC championship. There's only 6.
There's only 6 since 1964 in the SEC.
So it's obvious. Alabama, Georgia, LSU.
Got it.
And so that's 3 of the 6.
That's 3. You've got half in the first 3 that you just mentioned.
Auburn. They won a national championship.
Got it.
So that's 4.
Got it.
So I need 2 more. It's not Vanderbilt.
It's so stupid.
It's not Mississippi State, right?
So stupid. No, of course not.
It's Florida.
Okay.
Okay, I got 5 of the 6.
Okay.
Who am I missing? It's not South Carolina.
Since 64.
Since 64.
This one.
It's Tennessee.
You got it.
Okay.
That's it.
I got it. It took me, 45 seconds? I had to work some things through my brain, but I got it without looking.
Because you forget that Tennessee's in the SEC for a minute.
Because they've been pretty down until recently.
Yeah. Because they
went through a period of about 10, 15 years after Phil Fulmer where it was like, meh.
Well, I mean,
right?
So the honest truth is that they haven't won anything since 98. So we're getting to the point of almost 30 years of them.
Exactly.
Right. So really, it's in the past, since 1998, it's only been 5 teams. And in the last, let me see here, Georgia, Alabama, and LSU snuck one in from 2011. They snuck one in 2019. But since then, it was just Alabama, Auburn, and Georgia.
Right.
For the past 15 years.
Yep.
So 3 in the last 15.
That's not parity. That's not depth. That's top. That's a top-heavy conference.
So when you say that it means more.
You can't argue that.
When you say that it means more, it actually it only means more to like 4 teams down there, right? And in the Big Ten, I don't know what the list is. The thing about the Big Ten is that they have,
until recently
they went a stretch of not having a conference championship game, and they went,
Wisconsin
so
snuck
weird.
In there recently for a few years, but ultimately it's Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. Michigan State had a year or two where they broke through, but
Texas and the Texas of that conference is Oregon now. who
Correct.
comes in and suddenly becomes a player immediately.
It's not USC. It's not UCLA. It is Oregon.
But Washington, when they got to the national championship game,
This was the last year of the Pac-12.
That was the last year of the Pac-12.
Yes.
And then they immediately get to the Big Ten, and they last year. And by the way, they're
5-7 last year.
They're listed as one of these teams that could be a bounce back team who went 14-1 the year before. I don't think they're going to get back to those ways, but I do think that going better than 5-7, it actually might be a taller order than they think. But everybody goes, "Oh, they're going to be right back at it," and you go, "Why?" Look, and I'm a Washington guy.
Can't name their quarterback.
And not only that, you're like, I know Jed Fish is the coach there, but I mean, he just got there, and we're already kind of going, is he any good? Right? So
outside of a nice year at Arizona,
don't know who these teams are going to be.
Hasn't shown much.
So here's the reality is that I do think that, weirdly, the irony of all this is that the SEC is the best conference in all the land, and 4 teams run that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any given year, 2 teams run that thing. And the weirdness about the Big 12 is that they're all pretty good, but none of them are good enough. You made that point many times. They're all pretty good, but none of them are good enough.
Until that changes, the Big 12 is going to be stuck where they're at.
Okay. All right. One team absolutely missing off of this list was Utah, though, right? Why wouldn't Utah be on this list?
That seems like a team that's poised for a bounce back.
A bounce back.
You could certainly make a good case for why.
And I have questions about whether or not Arizona State is going to be able to sustain what they did last year.
They went 6-2 in one score games.
So
is that going to happen again?
Yeah,
6-2.
No, that's the way BYU.
You know how hard that is. That's what BYU did. You're right.
That's what BYU did. Yeah. So they could have easily been. And ask any BYU fan who is being honest with themselves goes, boy, that team could easily go 8-4, 7-5 last year.
Yeah.
In some of these close games.
Well, what happened the year before? They went 5-7 because they lost all those close games.
They also had some blowouts that they had no answer for.
Right.
All right. We'll take a break now. We'll come back. We've got more to go when we return. Matt Baiamonte, host of Cougar Sports Saturday. Of course, fall camp starting up for BYU, so we're going to keep our eyes on what's going on down there in Provo. Matt's going to give us a little bit of an idea of what to expect. I'm interested to see what Matt thinks about this quarterback battle. So many people think that this thing's already kind of in the bag before it's even started up. What do they know that we don't know? Stay right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Burgay, and we'll sneak a couple first and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown, next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offers something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh Flavors' iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Wednesday on KSL, Amber Alerts.
The sooner a child is recovered, the more likely they are alive.
Designed to grab your attention and save lives.
That played a huge role in bringing those kids home safely.
But what happens when an alert is issued by mistake?
What did we learn?
And why didn't officers have timely information the KSL investigators uncovered in minutes?
We went back and looked to see how can we improve.
KSL investigates Utah's Amber Alert system, Wednesday at 10.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, good tune getting us going on a Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. It is Tuesday, but tomorrow is a Win Ticket Wednesday. Across the entire station all day long on the KSL Sports Zone, you can win tickets. This week it's to Eric Church and the Free the Machine Tour coming to the Delta Center October 23rd. Find those tickets at SeatGeek or listen all day long tomorrow. You don't have to worry about the whole SeatGeek thing, all right? KSL Sports Zone all day long. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Don't miss it, as usual. We were just talking about how different the Big Ten would have been last year, and the SEC conversely would have been if Texas and Oklahoma don't, well, frankly, if Texas doesn't make that move,
right?
If Washington and Oregon don't make that move, isn't it funny how UCLA and USC just aren't even a part of that conversation because they didn't threaten a thing last year? I say Washington is in that same conversation too. Oregon and Texas went in and changed the trajectory of some of the old school teams in the SEC. And you can look and you could be grumpy about it if you're the powers that be, right, in the SEC. Because Texas, Texas didn't actually win the SEC title, though.
No, they fell short. Lost to Georgia. But that turned out to be a blessing for them.
Yes, it did. And Georgia ended up falling off the planet because
They didn't have a quarterback.
Carson Beck got hurt and whatever. And so it's interesting to see how these things play out now with these new added teams to the conference. When you are additive and you bring in talent, it changes everybody around you. Because we talked about it, Illinois had a really, really good year last year. They don't lose to Oregon if Oregon's not in the conference, and they probably end up going to the Big Ten championship game, right? Unless Ohio State doesn't lose to Oregon as well.
Unless they lose to Minnesota the week after the Oregon game.
Which they did.
All right.
So what I'm saying is that look, the SEC hasn't had a different champion out of the 6 that they've had since 1964. Out of the 16 teams in the conference, only 6 have won the title in the last 64 years. Now, this is kind of the way it is with all the conferences, because it's not like you look back and went, look at the old WAC. People didn't look around and go, man, New Mexico State, man. Back when they were a power. Wait, were they ever in the WAC? Yeah, they were for a minute.
After the WAC mattered. They got in way too late, just like Utah State.
So teams that win their conference titles, it is a handful of teams. And the
Rest in peace, by the way, WAC.
Oh, it's no longer with us?
It's
hanging on by a thread.
It's going away.
It's got a great basketball future ahead of it, right? No?
Not so much.
Joining us on the program right now, he covers BYU. He hosts Cougar Sports Saturday with Mitch Harper on KSL News Radio. He knows everything about BYU football. He's Matt Baiamonte. What's going on, Matt?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
The WAC, I think the WAC is actually merging, at least the football side, into some new league.
Oh.
Yeah, you saw Southern Utah and Utah Tech bail. Utah Valley's leaving to go to the Big West. So football and basketball programs are going elsewhere. I don't know all the details or how
Western
it all shakes
Athletic
out,
Conference, we hardly knew ye.
We'll miss you.
Yeah.
It's sad.
It was a good run.
The WAC, it was a good run. It's just such an iconic conference name, and it's gone. It's kind of sad.
It's not an iconic conference. It's just an iconic conference name. All right, that's it. Matt, well, let's talk about it. The big question, obviously, that looms as camp starts up tomorrow. This is your Christmas, man. Everybody getting excited about how this thing is going to go. Media observations, we don't pretend like they're going to be more interesting than what we usually get, but at the same time, everybody is on quarterback watch at BYU, and it's not 1, not 2, but 3 different QBs that everybody thinks are going to be in that running. What's the reality of the quarterback talk down there in Provo?
Gosh, the reality is how quickly can you get this competition down to 2, and then does someone separate themselves? Kalani, throughout his tenure, he's been very consistent about winning the job. And then also, if you do win that job, though, it's not usually revealed in advance. Like, I think the earliest they ever announced a starting quarterback competition winner was Jaron Hall. And that was after camp had concluded, when they were starting to transition into the season prep. That's when he was battling Baylor Romney and Jacob Conover. So I'll be personally shocked if they announce a starting quarterback before Portland State. But I think the most important thing is how quickly can you whittle this down to 2? We talked with Max Hall last week on Cougar Sports Saturday, and I thought he brought up a good point, which is when he was starting, and I think a lot of great quarterbacks feel this way, you don't want to give the backup any reps. Every single rep is important for the starting quarterback to be ready and prepared for any given week. And I just don't think there's enough time to let this be a long, drawn-out 3-man battle. I think relatively quickly you have to identify 2 things. Number 1, is Bear Bachmeier ready to hang with the experienced guys? And if that's not apparent, obviously, within the first week, I wonder if they shift that a little bit more towards McKay and Trayson Bourget. And then also, can Trayson or McKay establish themselves rather quickly? Because in a perfect world, someone jumps off the page, they're ahead in the playbook. They're scoring touchdowns. They're keeping drive alive. They're keeping turnovers low. Those are all going to be critical components to whoever wins this battle, because that's what A-Rod has set as benchmarks in previous battles. And if someone wins, give them that job ASAP to get them the reps. But that just hasn't been the motto in the past during these battles. So I'm really interested to see how they sort through that, because 3 reps split evenly, that's not a lot of reps. for any guy to get ready for this season.
Another thing that's interesting, Matt, is, they knew in spring that Jake Retzloff was the guy. And so when that's the case, the backups do get a lot of reps. And Bourget and McKay Hillstead battled out to try to win the backup job, but that was never settled. Did you get any indication that maybe it was, or who had the edge in spring that would give us a hint as to who might, wink, wink, be their guy, at least entering into fall camp starting tomorrow?
There was no indication that McKay or Trayson was ahead of the other at the end of spring. And quite frankly, I don't know how much quality work there was done in the spring because you were missing so many players. And now you're asking these guys to be working with the ones when they got little to no reps with those people in the spring. That's why I think how they divide the reps and how quickly they trim down the battle is maybe the biggest storyline to me in the quarterback room, because Chase Roberts wasn't there in the spring. And the guy that got a lot of work is the wide receiver number 1. He plays in South Florida now. And there were other guys that they weren't sharing time with. LJ didn't get a lot of reps. And even at the offensive line position, Andrew Gentry wasn't healthy. Isaiah Jota was getting some work, and Bruce Mitchell was there, but I don't think he spent much time at all with McKay and Trayson Bourget. So there's a lot to work through. It was to answer your question directly, it was not evident that anyone had a lead on that backup job at the end of spring. But so it's quite frankly, this is unprecedented for BYU. All three of these dudes, they're starting from scratch. So it could go any way. I don't think there's much carryover from spring, and I don't think any guy has a lead as of today.
Because of that, could you see this bleeding into the season? Because we all know who they're opening with. It's a game where you can get away with playing 2 quarterbacks and giving them the reps and then hopefully getting some clarity after that. Or would that be a negative thing for the program?
I think that's a negative, personally. I think you want to have someone established by the Portland State game. Now, one thing I think would benefit BYU is, and again, to come back to Kalani, he's always been very much, you got to earn it every single week. And there's cases where that's rung true under Kalani. So I don't necessarily think that's coach speak, but whoever wins the job against Portland State and Stanford don't look good, go to the next guy. And if that guy doesn't look good, go to the third guy, because you're looking for someone to be the starting quarterback for the next 2 years, and you have to perform right out of the gate. So I don't think it will be a 2-quarterback situation against Portland State, but if no one clearly separates, you do have that luxury with the schedule to see game footage. You could go that route. I think that would not be the best move, but when you have their first 4 games, I include Colorado in here because I don't think Colorado is going to be that good. I think you have 4 very winnable games that you can get a little experimental before things really get dialed up in October.
Matt Baiamonte hosts the Cougar Sports Saturday, covers the Cougs, and he and Mitch do a phenomenal job on those Saturdays. Let me ask you this, Matt. On the obviously, there's the hand-wringing part of like, oh boy, what's going to happen on the offensive side of things? But the defense is set to be able to really return a lot of great guys and have another really good season. It was the number 1 defense in the league last year. What are the question marks there? Obviously, the defensive backfield, replacing a guy like Jacob Robinson is tough, but what are the real fears there, or are there any, or is it the defense that's going to carry this team for a minute while the offense tries to get figured out?
I don't think there's many storylines or question marks out of the defense. I think it's pretty set. There's 2 positions that I find interesting. The cornerback room isn't as interesting as you might think from my vantage point. You look at the absence of Jacob Robinson and you wonder who's going to fill that, but really there's 3 guys. 3 guys for 3 spots because someone's going to play some nickel too. So I feel like we know who those guys are going to be. It's going to be Maury Bamba. It's going to be Evan Johnson, who had a great year last year, and then Trey Alexander. He being the wild card, does he take just a huge jump from freshman to sophomore year? Now he's been in the program longer, spent a full offseason in the weightlifting program, conditioning program. Does he just take a huge jump and maybe vault to be a starting guy over an Evan Johnson or a Maury Bamba? That could happen, but those 3 are going to play. So I don't see much surprise at the cornerback position. The 2 positions to me that are going to be wildly interesting in camp is defensive end, because you have a couple of veteran guys, Logan Latui and Bodie Schoonover. Is it their time to shine, or do some of these young transfers push them for playing time? That being Hunter Clegg, the Utah transfer, Tassili Akana, the transfer from Texas. Do those guys bust in and maybe show up in a big way? That could happen. And then the safety room, I think, is interesting because you only play 2 at any given play defensively, but they have like 6 that could start. Like, it's incredibly deep, and they have a lot of guys with experience. So does Tanner Wall, Raider Demooney, are those your top 2 guys, or does a highly recruited Palatau Satawala, does he break through? Tommy Prastis, what kind of improvement does he make as a sophomore? And then we're Talon Alfrey. He's gotten praised in the offseason. He's been in the program for a long time. There's a lot of dudes at safety. How does that depth chart set at the safety position? But linebacker, they're set. I think defensive back, you know who's going to play. And defensive tackle, they got some great experience there. The defense is definitely going to have to carry them the first half of the season.
And on the offensive side of the ball, I think we look at the receiver position, and, well, they got Chase Roberts. He might be one of the top 10 receivers in the country, and think, they're good there. But they need more than one guy. Who else can step up in that position to help out this new quarterback?
The dude that I think is primed for a massive jump is Parker Kingston. Bessie Satake raved about him in the summer. He also raved about the whole group. He thinks this is the best wide receiver group that he's ever had, and he's been at BYU for a minute now, so that's saying a lot. He coached Puka Nacua and that group with Jaron Hall, and he thinks that this group is the deepest and most versatile group they have. Parker Kingston, I think, will take on a larger role. He won't just be the shifty slot guy who's in on trick plays. I think he'll get more snaps. And then opposite of Chase Roberts, I think JoJo Phillips is someone who had a good offseason. He's primed for a bigger role. And then after that, you've got a lot of highly recruited, high upside wide receivers. Which one of those dudes can break in? And then you got Stanford's transfer, Tiger Bachmeier, who is highly productive for the Cardinals as well. So they have a lot of depth. They have a lot of versatility. And I think that's the biggest key for success with this group is you've got big guys like Chase and JoJo. You got fast guys like Tiger and Parker. And then you've got dudes kind of in the middle like Cody Hagan, Tana Nakua, who are fast but also have size. Like, it's a really talented group. And I think whoever wins that quarterback job is going to be the one who probably meshes with that group the best, because they can't be solely relying on the run. You can't be one-dimensional. They have to throw the football, and whoever wins that job has the luxury of having a really talented wide receiver group.
Matt Baiamonte. Matt, we look forward to you guys' updates from camp as they get going down there. We always appreciate all the info that you bring us, and thanks for hanging out with us today, man. And keep us updated if something wild happens. I'm expecting a text from you, and then we're going to get you on the horn, man.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
There you go.
Right, thanks,
Matt Baiamonte.
It all gets started tomorrow. Things get serious.
I love the media observation. And it's like, they're like running sprints. Oh, he looks so good. Did you see how fast his wind sprints were? On that third one, especially. When he was doing that third gasser.
Wow, the third string guys we saw go. Saw some really good things there.
I'm hearing some good things about fill in the blank for a name you've never heard, and then we just go down that weird rabbit hole.
I get why they do it.
I know.
It's not a knock.
I know.
But it doesn't give us much to work with. And that's by design. And again, that is okay.
Yeah. You know what?
We just want you, the listener, the people that consume media in this market, to understand your teams don't want you to know anything about them.
Listen, we're going to wring every bit of information out of everything we hear. Every rumor, I'm running with it. All right? I'm going to go with it.
We're going to start making crap up.
Absolutely.
How do you know it didn't happen? The teams get mad at us. Hey, I heard so-and-so.
Well,
I mean, I can't see it, but I was told.
Confirm for me. Is he going to be injured is he injured or not? Oh, okay. So he's not. Well, is he the starter then? Gotcha. Try to get the coach. Come on. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. We got a Would You Rather up next. Don't want to miss it. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
people expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the 4th or 5th team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be 4th or 5th in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. If you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think a university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. as JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Hey, Kenny J's Barbecue is going to be right here at Broadcast House tomorrow. Catering a company get-together.
Yum.
When they sent the email out and they were like, "Hey, we're having a company barbecue." Hans and Scotty are going to be broadcasting from the company barbecue as well. Noon to 3 tomorrow. So check out the catering menu for Kenny J's Barbecue for that next event. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited about that. Hey, I know it's a shock, but today's Would You Rather was inspired by our producer, Alex, who has gone to the dark side, which is talking about food is just as important about talking about sports now for him. So that's where we've gotten. We're proud of you, kid.
Isn't that all of us?
We're proud of you. You made the turn. You made it look easy, man. Alex brought up to me that today is National Chicken Wing Day. Now, he only did half of his homework. Because today is also, because this is the way we do things. Any given day, by the way, is a national fill-in-the-blank day. There's multiple. They don't have, I'll give you an example. Today's also National Father-in-Law Day. You know, you're going to, I don't anticipate giving my father-in-law a call. You know what I mean? To be like, hey, thinking about you on National Father-in-law Day.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I think he understands.
Then he hangs up on me. All right, I'll assume this didn't happen.
Hey, Dad.
I'll pretend like this never happened.
Just thinking about you.
Click.
Don't call me Dad. And don't call me ever again.
So today is National Chicken Wing Day, but today is also National Lasagna Day.
Well, that's a choice.
And the fat guy in me said, hey, listen, if you have a choice to really go at it, is it National Lasagna Day that's more important to you or National Chicken Wing Day? Now let me give you an option here, okay? Because
I like this option.
Let's say you just have the straight up, like you can't beat the classic timeless buffalo wing. Okay, they say chicken wings, but the buffalo wing is there. And look, I can have a good garlic Parmesan.
Here's an important question.
Yeah.
Bone in or boneless?
Oh, bone in. Come on.
I'm with you.
There's no... Boneless is kind of for our producer Alex's generation, if you know what I mean. Oh, the headset goes on like it wants to defend himself.
Too lazy to take the chicken off the wing properly.
I don't like that bone. It's got that kind of gray color on it.
I was just about to say I prefer boneless.
See?
I prefer my chicken processed and smashed into a log.
I like the consistency that I get. Get out of here, all right?
It's easier to keep the sauce on it.
Okay? So a classic buffalo chicken wing or like a 12-layer lasagna a la bolognese, like something insane. Like the best version of both of those things. Which one wins?
Chicken wing for me.
Really?
I know that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Like, oh, you're an idiot. That's fair.
I don't know about that. But
that's fair. No, it's fair.
A good
I just
lasagna,
really love wings.
Like a good lasagna, and part of the reason is because we can have wings like kind of to the I can have a lot of wings on the Salt Lake fat loss.
And I'll be honest. Well, I'll be honest.
I can do that.
Look,
lasagna is a carb.
As you all know, if you've listened to the show, lost 40 pounds in 60 days. That's fatloss.com. Because of that, I try to shy away from those things that lead you to.
That's what I'm saying.
Gain that weight
but
back.
That's why
chicken wings do not do that. Lasagna, in one day, I could eat a plate of lasagna and weigh 260 pounds again. I'm not going to do that.
Here's the other thing too. I can eat lasagna cold. I can't eat chicken wings cold. I will eat lasagna like it's a handheld food the next day, right?
I do enjoy lasagna, but maybe it's just because of my health history. I prefer the chicken wing.
So happy National Lasagna Day. Happy National Chicken Wing Day.
There's a lot of deals out there right now. I'm not going to promote any particular outlet, but there's a lot of deals on wings today. A lot.
And happy National Father-in-Law Day for those who celebrate also. So there you go.
But don't call him. He doesn't want to hear from you.
I like a lemon pepper chicken wing.
garlic parmesan.
Alex just told
Jamaican
us. Our
jerk.
producer Alex just told us basically he prefers chicken nuggets. That's what he said.
Oh, you like chicken nuggies?
No, but that's what that is. That's what boneless freaking wings are.
Do you want some nuggies?
With the ketchup. Don't
With
forget
the-
that.
With the ketchup.
Oh!
Like you like the
forget
dino
the
nuggets?
ketchup.
Is that what
Ketchup
we're
is-
talking about
Ketchup
here?
is my barbecue sauce.
Through college, man, come on. That's all I could
You're
eat.
throwing the dino nuggets in the
Dino
air
nuggets
fryer?
Not even the air fryer, the microwave. I couldn't get them. I couldn't get an air fryer.
Oh, my gosh.
They weren't allowed in the dorms.
I like them a little bit sweaty on the bottom of the nugget. That's what I like. All right.
Oh. A
We'll
little
take a break.
cold inside.
Stop
Not
it.
cooked enough. Gross.
We'll take a break. We'll
Do
come
better.
back. We have more to go around the corner. We've got some more conversations to have. The college football conversations that we've had already a little bit of today. But let's jump in. We've got more to go around the corner. Plus, we can hear some sound straight from Logan. Coach Bronco Mendenhall, Utah State, giving us some sound from the first showings up of camp. And we'll see how this thing goes up at Utah State. We'll hear from Bronco Mendenhall next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Hey, it's Jason Smith, ready to level up your skills and stand out in today's evolving workforce? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can gain real-world skills in leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Explore programs that apply emerging tech like AI and data science. With more than 135 online degrees and certificates, UMGC, an accredited and affordable university, offers skills-based education that can help move your career forward. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee at umgc.edu.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You guys got that Ozzy Osbourne clip I sent you, right?
Yeah. That's so classic Ozzy.
He was obviously high.
No doubt.
Shocker for a 1980s interview. You don't need to find the audio.
One of the rare times I've seen him without long hair.
Oh, I know. He's like a buzz cut, but he definitely had the eyeliner on.
Yes.
And if you weren't a rock star, what would you be? A burglar. But his face looks like he's a burglar.
It's so funny.
And what exactly would you burglarize? Women's underpants. This guy. Anyway, may he rest. That's why when they do the pictures of them going to heaven and hugging the other weirdo artists, you're like, all right, maybe we back it off a little bit.
These dudes, while we appreciate their art, may not have been the best human beings.
What?
Shocking, I know.
The crazy stuff that
Probably
happens.
shouldn't worship them, but just
Okay.
appreciate their art.
Did you send, by the way, JJ's move is to send out another, did somebody else die today? I thought JJ sent out.
Well, Ryan Sandberg died yesterday.
That's what it was. Ryan Sandberg passes away. And I was waiting, literally, I'm waiting for JJ to send me the,
Well,
I guess we're going to get another 2 in the next couple days. I was like, gosh, dude.
Hey, we lose one more athlete today, and then there will be a third tomorrow.
You know, Ryan Sandberg, this is how old we are. I watched that guy throw so many guys out. I saw that guy play for the Cubs so many times. I saw him at bat so many times. You know why? Because I got WGN as a kid.
We all did.
And so,
isn't that crazy?
People were either Braves fans or Cubs fans. And Ryan Sandberg was one of those guys.
If he played for the White Sox, is he in the Hall of Fame?
Well, that's a good question. He was one of those guys who just every day, man. Years on end.
He was good.
So,
10-time All-Star, 9-time Gold Glove, 1984 NL MVP. Only got to the playoffs twice.
And we can't get Dale Murphy in the freaking Hall of Fame?
Don't get me started on that.
Hey.
What a joke.
Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Bring you the best protein bar in the market. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other places in the refrigerated section. Let's jump in with the cut this hour. We're going to get some sound from Logan, the brand new head coach of the Utah State Aggies. Bronco Mendenhall, his first camp has started up, and we get some comments from him. So let's get to the cut right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. The Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Do business with folks that you can trust. Let's get going. Doug Smith Dealerships. Bronco Mendenhall started with an opening statement, and then obviously it's a lot of work up there. It's something I think that he's looking forward to, something that we've been looking forward to, too, to have Bronco Mendenhall back in this market. Here's where he started things with camp opening up in Logan for the Utah State Aggies.
Yeah, it'd be great. Just barely finished a staff meeting in here as well. So, man, the context shifted pretty quickly from getting ready for practice to now talking about our program on a broader perspective, which I'm happy to do both. Later today, 3 o'clock, my team will be in here, which is my favorite part. So no slight against any of you, but I love the development of young people. It's my absolute passion. And I get to do it through really good football, which is super fun. That's been my career's work and my life's work. I think some in the industry, they love the football part and they just use the players for that. I would flip the script. I love the development of young people. I use football for that part. That doesn't mean just any type of football. Winning absolutely matters. Championships are fun and are expected. But I also love a style of play that reflects effort and grit and resilience and camaraderie and a culture that's formidable and something that when you witness it, you sense that's being played differently. So it's not only what we do, but it's how it's being done that resonates. I've always admired this valley, the type of people that are here. Wow, to settle the valley. Strong, tough, resilient, independent. And I think there's an element of blue collar and hard-nosed and resilient and self-reliance, and that is manifest and always kind of has been on the best Utah State teams that I've seen and played against. I'm anxious to do my part as a steward of the program now to lead that program that reflects the identity of a place, not just a team at an institution, but a style of play and with young people that truly kind of honor something bigger than that and the heritage of a particular area. So really excited for the beginning of a new era. And again, it's the beginning. We're not midway. We're not at the end. We're at the beginning. And so I'm anxious for that and all that comes with it. I'm also super passionate about transitions and taking on hard things and taking on organizations and helping them become better. And I believe that's happened at each place that I've been able to coach. And that's something that's really important to both my wife, Holly, and I, that not only is the program better, the community itself, the conduct of our players, the institution itself, the grades, which have already been the best in school's history since we've arrived. Change matters to me. Seeing young people change, seeing institutions change, seeing the community become better because of a football team. Some don't think that's possible. I think it's ideal and it's totally worth pursuing. So that's what you can expect, at least as a starting point. Certainly glad to take questions now from anyone that has them.
Talk about what they're signing up for. So what do you want this team's identity to be? And were you able to build and accomplish that also with the new additions from your transfer portal?
So we certainly have selected against the criteria I have, which are extreme expectations. By program design, again, my passion is the development of young people. That happens when they're asked to do things beyond what they've ever done. And when they reach a new level, they're asked to do something else that they'd never done or that's more challenging. And when they hit that level, and it just keeps going. And it ends up producing, our system and our program ends up producing resilient, capable, confident, and responsible people. It just happens through sport. And so we select against telling someone as a recruiting message, this will be difficult every single day, but it will be great every single day. And who you'll become will be something that you couldn't have been unless you took this on. And so that doesn't sound like a typical college football program, and I don't want it to be. And I would hope when we play, it doesn't look like typical college football. And it might be plays being run, but how they're being run, with what commitment level, with what passion, with what culture, with the sideline support, with the unity, I'd like all that to be just dripping off of our team. And usually it becomes noticeable to the people that watch that something's happening here. Yeah, we're playing football, but the way we're playing it, there's something different happening. If that doesn't show, then don't feel like I'm doing my job. When it does, regardless of outcome, because, well, in my life, I've tried really hard at times and felt good about the effort and didn't have success. Yet I was good because I knew, and that was everything I had. And I wasn't as strong on that day as what was needed, but I learned and I could move forward. And I like young people that carry themselves that way, where they did everything they could do. My job is to help that be enough for wins to happen too. And that's how I get to stay in Logan. And if I don't, then I don't.
When you bring players with you, like Noah and some of the guys from New Mexico, how important is it? Obviously, they're good players, but how important is that for players that have experienced those expectations and that to come in and be kind of helping guys within that locker room also know the expectations, what the payouts can be for those expectations?
Yeah, I love just the train of thought. It's one of the reasons. I'm going to expand a little bit further on that. Rather than just the players coming from New Mexico, the group I was just speaking to before I'm speaking with each of you were my staff. They're all former players of mine. So the modeling, and we just addressed this yesterday in a staff meeting, and a real cool documentary and a study that I won't go into now, but the effect of modeling on young people. And a great role model for a young person that's deciding the speed in which information can be diffused by not necessarily even words, just seeing what it looks like day in and day out. Man, is that powerful. Some of us had that with parents. When coming to a new program, I have a whole staff now that has been part of my program, and their position groups look at them and like, oh, that's what that looks like. That's what we're to look like. Now, when you put a sub level in there of players coming from a program I've just coached who are still active, and let's say they're the highest performers currently, and our team is watching them, oh, that's what that's supposed to look like. Or I see that, and it's just day after day after day. There's momentum generated because the players can see from an older level of staff, man, I would like to be like him, meaning their coach, or man, I would like to be like him. That's another coach. And then they see a level of player, wow, that looks like that guy, except younger. This program, there's a credibility that's generated through the models that they see that is really important for speed, because in today's world with that many roster changes, the expectation is still to have success. It accelerates the speed, but if anything else, it creates alignment and a motive to where they're not wondering if it's going to work. They're seeing, oh, that this works, not only in the individual and who they're becoming, but quite frankly, and usually the number of wins at an institution, it manifests.
How has your relationship with James Jorgensen kind of evolved from when you first met him to now, and how much did you keep up with him when you went over to UVA and now prior to that?
Man, that's a really good question. So Jan, nicknamed Janimal, when we were at BYU, led the Mountain West Conference in sacks, and just a really good player, and fierce and tough and resilient and capable and really aggressive. And just a great player to have in our program. And as the defensive coordinator and as a defensive minded coach, the mindset in which he played really resonated so many of the values that I was espousing and wanted to have as part of our program. When I went to UVA, I watched from afar, and there was cage fighting, and there's marriage. Those things might not seem to go together, right? And there's a raising of a family, and there's the passing of a child. And a former coach of mine was working there at the time and giving me kind of narratives on who he was becoming through all of that. And so, yes, I was watching from afar and paying attention. And then when having a chance, as I re-entered football at the University of New Mexico, I had followed enough, thought enough, not only before as a player, but during and watching who he was becoming, that I thought that would be a great mentor / role model for the next generation to see. And when you put the fighting with the playing and the parenting and the loss and the maturity, I was just, man, a young person would be lucky to be in that meeting room if he was their position coach. And so the competency was there for sure. So that box was checked. But also the compassion box was checked, which is interesting because of how aggressive and how the physical presence at the same time. So it's this imposing package physically with all these cool other traits of integrity and substance blended in there. And our players are the ones that benefit. And I saw that before he was hired at New Mexico, saw that there, and that's why he's now here.
Coach, Jason Turner from the Herald Journal. Wide receiver room was kind of one of the biggest question marks coming into fall camp. Not a lot of guys with starting experience. So I just wanted to ask you, how did that room come along during spring camp, and who really asserted themselves heading into the fall camp?
Yeah, part of inheriting a new program, you assess what the roster looks like as best as possible, as fast as possible, and then you work to select and assess players to address your needs, and that position certainly was one of them. And wow, we've done a nice job, meaning that the players we've added have done a lot of times in the recruiting process, especially in a transition and especially under a tight time frame. A lot of that time or a lot of those circumstances usually lead to inaccuracy or not enough depth to truly have gone deep enough to know what you're going to get. And so anyway, we added a young man with the last name of Pagan, right, from UCLA. And wow, as he performed at a really high level. We added a young man with the last name of Boyd, right? And he's coming from another Division I program, and he's performed at a really high level. Demeek Starling played for me at Virginia. Who would have guessed that he'd still have eligibility, right? Went to another school, and now he's here, but a different version and an older, more mature version, but chose this program twice. He's done a really nice job. Then Corey Thompson from UNLV, currently battling a shoulder injury. But I guess my point is, when we went for experience to address the lack of starters, I believe we went 4 for 4, not only on the quality of player, but the type of person. And that's really helpful. We've also added high school players to the existing players that were already on the roster, which I like, the existing players in the room, but added 2 freshman receivers as well. And so we now have tiering, right, of upperclassmen, existing players in the program, and then younger players. And so the room has become healthier pretty fast. We're not as deep as I would want yet, but we're on our way. And so I think we've done a nice job with the time we've had.
Coach Tanner Tripp, KSL Sports. You talked about how a community can change with a good football program. How have you seen that through your career as you kind of rebuilt these programs, and how do you think Logan can change and rally around a good football program?
It's a really good question. Each community has its own identity already. And I think what a great football program does is just highlight and accelerate that existing direction. And sometimes it could ignite past values that maybe were there but have just become dormant. Other times it's a celebration of the identity of the place. And so I don't know if you take programs, or it could represent a faith, right? So I've been part of that at BYU, a good football program. People walk into church a little happier on Sunday. Now that doesn't mean it should be, right? But is that the case? I've watched it. And how could that be? It's football. And how should that tie? But it kind of does, because it represents, at least there, right? If you were to say, I don't know, if you've ever been to in North Dakota, at North Dakota State, and just say, man, does good football matter there? Absolutely. I guess my point would be, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Washington State comes in as a top 20 team. New Mexico hadn't beaten one of those teams in 80 years. I saw people in the stands, literally they're crying, former players that I'd coached the first time, and they're wearing their Letterman's jacket, right? But it's not, I mean, they're wearing it like, and they're just different in Albuquerque because of a success. If the program is aligned and worked to align itself with a community, then it reflects which highlights the existing cool values already. Logan, I think Holly and I, we knew we would like it here after being here before, raised in the state, playing games here. Man, called lots of names here for sure as a former coach of a different place. But the community itself, we always thought, man, how come we're not there? That would be a great place. Total underestimation on our part. This is a magical place. And the value, the people and the values, I just think with the coach in a program that's trying to reflect those values through a game, and certainly it will take success. I'm responsible for that. But when that comes together, it's just, I think the identity is enhanced, the community is tighter, and everyone just is a little happier that they get to live here. And it's one other cool thing. I think maybe the mindset, but also this is probably too strong a statement, but to some extent the well-being, right, of a community is like based on outcome, which is you wouldn't think would be possible, but I watched it. And when you start seeing all the businesses flying the colors of their team, not only for football, basketball, other sports, softball, soccer, there starts to be the sports programs at Utah State are actually part of and embedded, and it kind of isn't now separate. It's like one thing. And I think we're still a ways from that, but I've seen it before here and anxious to relink if possible.
Bronco Mendenhall. That was only a portion of the 35-minute media availability that he had earlier in the day. Too long, didn't read. Likes to be at Utah State. JJ, let me ask you this. Bronco Mendenhall is going to be coaching at Utah State in 5 years. Bronco Mendenhall will be coaching at Utah State in 10 years. Which one is true?
Both.
You think he'll be there? I
think he'll end his career at Utah State.
This is the end of the road here.
Yep. He turns 59. He is 59. He turns 60 this year, and I think he'll probably finish this decade as the Utah State's coach, and that'll be it.
Could you imagine him being 70 years old? First of all, Bronco's 70 years old. First of all, 60. He does not look 60. Am I wrong?
That's my point. I think as far as his energy for it and his longevity, I think is more than other coaches, because I think he's really driven and propelled by the right reasons. And I think going to Utah State in a place that's where there's not as much demanded of you to win at the highest levels of college football, right? There's a realistic expectation of what Utah State is, and embracing what that is while at the same time growing the program and helping it improve. I think that will energize him and drive him for the next decade. And that's where he'll finish his career.
Most Bronco Mendenhall things said in that entire interview, I want my team dripping with unity from play to play.
I didn't know unity was so moist.
Oh, you somehow made it even worse. There you go. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. JJ and Alex, stay right here with us when we come back. We're going to jump in here. Yes, I know that it's a shock, but Major League Baseball, who gets literally tens of millions of dollars from their gambling partners every year, is shocked to find that maybe one of their players could be involved in betting. I know it's a shock, but we'll bring you a little bit more of the details next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Stretches of slowing on both the west and east belts heading to I-15, with the slowest section southbound on I-215's west side between 35th and 47th south in Taylorsville. Once you get to I-15, expect the usual delays from southbound Murray all the way down to Bluffdale. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Satake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs, you know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Parker McCullum.
Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need?
Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. And Mike, we talk about Replenish Compost itself, but it's your soil blends, I think, that most people should have in their growing areas because it's going to help immensely.
It will, yeah. We have a variety of soil blends, a topsoil blend, a Ute-like garden mix that adds some soil conditioner in it to keep the soil loose, and garden box blend.
And Greg, it doesn't matter if that means flowers or maybe your vegetable garden, it's going to work in both spots.
That's right. Everything regarding success in the garden or in the yard starts with the soil, and you won't find any better soil blends than what we carry.
And of course, as we have told you before, you can pick it up here yourself in bag or in bulk, or Mike, you can have it delivered.
Yeah, we deliver it in bulk or bag, or the super big bag as well, the 1 cubic yard bag.
You can always find them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. Give them a call at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. You know it, Replenish. It's good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Every week, we honor the Hercules Hero of the Week. How do we get those nominations? Well, you send them in. Go to KSLSports.com/contests and listen every Thursday. We read off the winners for the people who do an awesome job as the volunteers in the youth sports programs where you live, and the team mom that does that awesome job, the guy who donates, not just time, but actual stuff, so the kids can have a better opportunity to be able to play these youth sports. We know who these people are. You know who these people are. We want to get to know them by you just nominating that person, and they can win the Hercules Hero of the Week award, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both from which they get an awesome prize every week. So there you go. And JJ, we were just talking about this. We have to lean heavily on people who coach our kids all the time. And this is one of those years. This is one of those days. My kids are going to be going to their football practices tonight. And I'll be there to pick them up, but I'm not going to be there to drop them off. And some moms and dads are just taking extra time so that my kids have a better opportunity in youth sports. And that's why we honor those people. So there you go. The Guardians' Emmanuel Clase is on leave now over a gambling probe. And here's how wild it's gotten. Have you seen the video clip, by the way, of these two pitches?
I'm just glad it's not an alien probe.
He'll be here all week, everybody. Actually, no, he's missing Friday. By the veal.
Be here Friday.
By the veal. Have you seen the clips of these?
Yeah,
of these
I
pitches?
have, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's how crazy it gets. What happens is you have these whistleblowers who will pop up. No, they're not whistleblowers. They work. This is the job that they have for the betting houses. They look and just see where there's some irregular betting going on. That's the number one indicator. You get movement on an SEC baseball game on a Tuesday. That's why what team was that from? Was it the Mississippi State coach who was like, there was something going on, and then suddenly there's like tens of thousands of dollars on a midday Mississippi State or some, SEC game that's going on, and everyone's like, why is this happening right now? It's the same reason.
It was in Alabama, wasn't it? Brad Bohannon?
I don't remember. Either way.
Fired in May 2023 following a betting probe.
Yeah. Well, nobody wants those probes. But guess what? When it's pretty easy to see. This is why Arizona State, remember the point shaving thing in basketball came up?
Yes.
And they don't have the same technology, obviously, that they're able to follow these guys with. Back then, they just noticed that a lot of people were walking into casinos across town and putting tons of money on this really obscure game, and a really obscure bet. Well, live betting creates a really interesting thing where you're able to go and look and go, "What's going on here? Why did it fire up right here? Why did this blip go up?" It was because inside of these two pitches on July 3rd, or I don't know when it actually was. But he's on paid leave, non-disciplinary paid leave. They're investigating it. So you're on non-disciplinary paid leave. It means you didn't do anything wrong, but we're looking at some stuff here, man. And if we find out something's going on, you will not be playing baseball checks notes ever again if you're getting caught doing something like this. Am I wrong? Baseball has a history.
Yeah, and obviously with Pete Rose, rest in peace, I think that's the precedent that has been set. Here's my problem with that. Major League Baseball, if they do so, is being hypocritical.
Oh.
Because.
Beyond.
Don't they have betting partners? Don't they have deals? So you're going to punish a player for getting involved in a betting scam, but you're involved in betting.
Okay.
Doesn't seem right.
Did
you know what?
Did you put this little blip in here?
You know
at the
what?
bottom of
It seems like it'd be a good time to mention bet $10 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win by using bonus code CLAUSE at FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball.
So his name was attached to a FanDuel promo, right?
No, it's a joke.
I'm just kidding. Here's the reality.
But it could be.
Well, here's the reality of it.
Why not?
Here's how it worked. There were 2 balls thrown, and on those 2 balls, side bets were suddenly placed about the, these in-game betting that happened in that very moment. And this is how degenerate gambling goes. You have to bet on every pitch, and you go, I think he's going to throw a pitch. I think he's going to throw a strike here. I think he's going to throw a ball here. Now, Major League Baseball pitchers throw about 75% of the time. They throw strikes. And so obviously the tougher bet or the more money on the bet would be for you would make more money, presumably, by this guy throwing a ball. And these two pitches where a bunch of money came in suddenly were, and you've seen them, they're in the dirt by about 15 feet.
Yeah. Something you don't see very often from one of the best closers in Major League Baseball.
But it's not uncommon that you see a guy who's got a hardcore curveball that sometimes skips the thing to the plate. It happens.
Yeah.
And you see these pitches all the time, and you don't think anything of them. But that's the idea, is that it's a crazy thing because they look at it. I mean, you've got Luis Ortiz, all right? You've got Emmanuel Clase, these guys are under investigation now because of activities of whether or not these balls and strikes are being. It's crazy because the side bets, the prop bets are live and in game. And as you see it right now, you're showing me a picture of something here, and I can't see
Well, on
it.
the social media, Cleveland Guardians, they tweet out their lineup, and what does it say at the bottom? Powered by Bet365.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing, Major League Baseball?
It's
what are
hard.
we doing, NFL? What are we doing?
It's hard because
NBA?
you get somebody who approaches these players who are already making millions of dollars. By the way, if you're a really, really good closer, which Emmanuel Clase is a great closer, and by the way, you have to be a phenomenal pitcher to be a closer. Let's say you're a closer and you're making, $13 million this year to come in for a half an inning some nights, and some nights not to come in at all. Maybe at most you're pitching an inning and a half or 2 innings. It's pretty easy when somebody approaches you and goes, I'm not asking you to throw a pitch so that the guy hits a home run. You're throwing one ball. Can you do that? Oh, yeah. And we'll send some money to your family.
You can make a guy a lot of money.
It's crazy. It's that easy. It's also pretty easy to see when it's happening. So that's why I don't know why people think that this wouldn't get caught, and why now the Guardians have not one but 2 players who are being looked at for this type of behavior.
But again, Major League Baseball has an official sports betting partner.
Yes.
You're profiting from this industry. So you're going to turn around and punish a player because he allegedly got caught up in this industry that you're profiting from. This isn't 1980 whatever when Pete Rose got busted for betting on his own team.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball wasn't in bed with FanDuel back in the 80s and 90s.
So, no, and here's how different it is that now, in the last set of agreements that they made, Major League Baseball players have a licensing agreement with a sports betting platform. And I think the idea is 2 things. One, that they can use, I know this was a joke about, using Clase as your promo code, but there's a reason why that these Major League Baseball players signing a licensing agreement with a sports betting platform means that they're the face of that platform, and they're told to never do it, though. How dare you? You're going to get paid on the side here, so you don't need to bet because you're getting some licensing agreements. But what's a few $1,000s on a licensing agreement versus getting, tens of thousands of dollars on one pitch?
Right.
It's so easy. It's
easy.
easy.
That's got to be a great temptation for somebody who maybe, while they are having success in Major League Baseball and does get a nice contract, they got a lot of people that around them that are struggling and need money. And there's always that temptation to say, well, if I just do this, I can get this. You also have these guys who are professionals for a reason. They're trying to make a lot of money. And the temptation to make a lot of money by simply doing that may be too much.
So Clase signed up through 2028. Well, he has a player option in the 2028 season, but he's good for $13 million this year, $12 million next year, 12.5 the year after, and then a 12.5 in 2028. So yeah, man, it's crazy. No, I'm sorry. That was just off of the that was just the payroll hit that he takes. You ready for this? He signed a 5-year, $200 million contract, JJ.
Wow.
That's bonkers. That is crazy. So good for him, but at the same time, you can see why this could be a problem. How about the guys who aren't making $200 million? How about the guys who are not? And baseball contracts are guaranteed, by the way. So it's nuts. Okay. But you could see two guys out of baseball, right? I don't know what Rob Manfred's going to do, but if you have two guys right next to each other in the same pitching staff who are in trouble, which is what you have with the Guardians as they're being investigated, if they find any improprieties, these guys, they will make an example out of them. Because you can't have this. They're going to have players go, dude, why are you being so dumb? The NBA is battling this right now, and they're trying to do it quietly. No can do. You can't do it. You can't hide it. Your guy's getting in trouble. You've got players who are addicted to gambling who just got out of the game and they earned $106 million in their career. Marcus Morris Sr. You've got guys. So whose responsibility is it? I know it's ultimately on the person, but where does some of the responsibility lie with these leagues who have gotten their players into gambling and said, don't gamble? You know what I mean? It's a hard thing.
You can't have a partnership with these betting platforms and then turn around and go after these players. I'm sorry, you can't do it. Not with a straight face.
So weird.
We're all going to laugh at you.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a break. If you watch those pitches, it's crazy because you wouldn't think anything of them during the game. But Major League Baseball has 2 pitches they're looking at from that game. And when you watch them, you go, oh, yeah. Well, that one definitely went into the dirt by about 15 feet. So did the next one. So if you're betting on somebody throwing a ball and you get it and you get a payout, they're going to pay you. And if big money was spent on that, then it's easy to find. So on the one hand, these players are dumb. On the other hand, what did Major League Baseball or any of these other professional leagues think was going to happen? They knew it. They know it. And some of this is the fallout. And they tell their guys, you get paid a lot of money, so don't gamble. Yeah, right. Some of these kids grew up, that's all they did. That's how they made side money. Was betting.
And betting is very competitive, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how a lot of these guys, that's why so many sports figures we've talked about, Charles Barkley, Phil Mickelson, they all get caught up in gambling because they love it's similar in a lot of ways to what they do as athletes. Is, you see guys in the NBA make bets with each other. Can you make that shot? I mean, it's a competitive nature thing. And there's a belief, a lot of people that get caught up in gambling believe, especially sports betting, believe they're smart enough to, because they watch so much sports, to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they learn the hard way that that's not really how it works.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have more to go around the corner when we return. We've got a top 10 here for you. I've got some things that producer Alex and JJ can try to answer for me and try to get a 10 out of 10. This is a very gettable 10 out of 10 list, by the way, you guys. No pressure. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The delays continue on southbound I-15 from Murray to the Point of the Mountain and in Utah County from American Fork to Linden. Construction is contributing to northbound slowing on the I-215 West Belts heading from the 201 highway up to the airport. Deseret First Credit Union is turning 70, and now it's their turn to say thank you with special member giveaways happening all year long. Visit dfcu.com to learn more. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You know, I've been hearing people tell quarterbacks to run less forever, but then all of a sudden they turn into below average quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The reason that they're D1 starting quarterbacks is because they run.
Yes.
You can say, hey, we're going to need you to go out there and sling it and hand it off more, but that's not what makes him good. That's not why he's the quarterback at the University of Utah. He's the quarterback at the University of Utah because he can throw well enough and he ran for 1,200 yards. He's capable of that. I mean, get ready for it. I think the coaches are cheering for him to have 1,200 yards, I would guess.
Huh.
Yeah, why not? Go be dynamic. Go get 1,200 yards for a quarterback.
Yeah, of course. If you
think
do
Michael
that,
Vick in college.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. If he is getting 100 yards a game on the ground and can do anything to the air,
we're going to need you to be less productive, pal. No, come on, that's crazy.
No,
They're absolutely rooting for that to happen.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Salt Lake City fat loss. We just talked about how we're going to avoid lasagna on National Lasagna Day. That's an easy one for me. You know why? Because I don't make it a habit of eating lasagna just on a regular, Tuesday anyway. Old me would find an opportunity to eat lasagna every time I could. But the reality is that you can indulge in certain things and you can still maintain a healthy weight. We started this program, JJ, on the reduction phase. I dropped 65 pounds. You dropped 40 pounds in those first 60 days. And the average person does drop between 15 and 20% of that body weight. But the reality is the keeping it off part. The skills that you've learned across the whole program so far has been the real success in Salt Lake City fat loss.
The knowledge you gain, the instruction you receive, the support you get, no pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy workout plans. They really simplify it for you. And each and every day, you know exactly what you need to do to lose that weight. And it comes off quick. And that's really motivating when you're having success. And you're not starving yourself to death, but you're learning how to do this process. And those habits will stick with you if you really apply yourself to this program. And why wouldn't you? If you're going to do this, you're dedicated to lose that weight. You're listening right now. If you're ready to lose weight and you're serious about it, this program is for you. You will get results. You will reach your goals if you follow the path and the instruction. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about this program. Schedule a free consultation. They'll answer every question you have. And if you want to do this program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. They'll give you $200 off. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com.
Life moves fast. A new home, a new baby, a new chapter. But without an estate plan, your future's still vulnerable. With Trust and Will, you can name guardians, start a trust, create healthcare directives, and more. All online in about an hour. It's attorney-designed, state-specific, and built to protect what you love. Plans start at just $199, and every plan is safe, secure, and kept completely private. From families with young kids to adults caring for aging parents, Trust and Will makes it simple to take control, without a law office, paperwork stress, or court delays. Go to trustandwill.com and use code RADIO to save 20%. Start your plan today. Don't wait for life to force your hand. Estate planning is one of the smartest, most loving things you can do. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us on the program. Our producer, Alex, bringing us back. You're an old soul, dude. Don't pretend like the chicken nuggets with the ketchup. Don't try to throw people off the scent.
He's spinning a lot of oldies, isn't he?
I think he's an old soul. You gonna accept that title?
I'll take it.
All right.
I like music from your guys' era.
Your guys' offends me, all right? JJ's way older than I am. Good 2.5 years. I mean, my goodness. Your guys' era, we should be offended by that. Because that was a slight.
You know what's crazy?
Music from your
is
guys'
now they're
era.
playing Led Zeppelin on the oldies radio stations.
Yeah, well, the classic rock stations are playing Pearl Jam, so I want to die. They're like, and this classic Radiohead creep. And you're like, oh my gosh.
Am I that old?
Shoot. Yeah, man. 35-year-old tunes. Think of what was 35 years old when you were a kid.
Isn't that crazy?
Think of what was 35 years old when you were a kid.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons.
I know. And like that was that doo-wop time frame of music, by the way.
Motown.
No, Motown's great. But like the shoe up, like the diner.
Oh my gosh.
I hated that
Barbershop
stuff. Yes. I hated that stuff. And like I told I would make fun of my parents at least with that and be like, you guys, this music stinks. With your poodle
50s
skirts.
music wasn't generally good.
No, we went through a bad phase. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I've got a list for you guys. Ready for this? Now, this is a generic, just straightforward. This is going to be one of the easier ones you've ever had to do, okay? Today, there was a article that was put out about how the popularity of sports across the world, okay? The most popular sports in the world by fan bases. So, don't
popular sports or teams?
No, sports
by fan bases.
By fan bases.
Okay.
Sports by fan bases. So, there's a lot going on here, but
do you mean leagues or just sports in general? Okay.
The sports themselves.
I can do this.
The ones that have these massive followings, right?
Yeah.
So, without further ado,
that's our top 10.
Our producer, Alex, fires up the button here with the 60 seconds, and then you guys start making your guesses. On your mark, get set, go.
Soccer.
Ding.
Cricket.
Ding.
American football.
Ding.
Baseball.
Ding.
Basketball.
Ding.
Hockey. Lacrosse. Handball. Wrestling.
Wait, what was yours?
Tennis.
Ding.
Wrestling.
Wait, what kind of wrestling are we talking about? Are we talking Hulk? Or are we talking
like just
like Russian wrestlers?
Greco-Roman, I don't know. Golf?
Ding.
Okay. What are we missing?
You guys are short 1, 2, 3 sports.
What else is there?
Badminton.
Badminton.
Ping pong. Table tennis.
Ding.
Track and field. Swimming. Gymnastics.
You're just lacking 2.
2 more sports? What else is popular out there? What am I missing? Rugby. Oh.
I know.
No rugby?
Nope.
What else is left?
Nothing, because you ran out of time. Disappointing you guys.
Oh, no.
I would have thought F1 would be on the list.
Car racing.
They don't count it as a sport, which I thought was rude. It's fine.
So racing.
We'll take it. Racing's out. Horse racing out. Also not on the list.
Interesting.
The 2 you guys missed, by the way, table tennis was number 6 on the list at 850 million fans. Okay, on a weekly basis watching.
We all sit around and watch.
Televised table tennis, okay?
Oh, I thought you were talking about beer pong.
Number
That's popular
number
in colleges
10,
across the world.
Number 10 is American football at 400 million.
Okay, good. Glad I
Worldwide
said
fans. Golf, 500 million fans. Baseball, 550 million fans. Basketball at 900 million fans. Table tennis at 1 billion fans.
Wow.
Apparently that it draws.
More popular than American
Table
football.
tennis is more popular than basketball, baseball, and American football. Take that, America.
Wow.
Volleyball.
Oh.
Number 5 on the list at 1.1 billion.
Oh, no.
Tennis is 1.2 billion. Number 3 you guys missed at 2 billion fans. I had no idea. Field hockey.
What?
I know. I didn't see it coming.
I feel bad about volleyball. I never would have guessed field hockey.
No, I didn't either.
I missed the boat on
I think
volleyball.
somebody on the field hockey lobbyists are doing a great job.
What
Because
do they play that in India and China?
I'm assuming.
Why is that so popular?
I'm assuming. I will say in Argentina, field hockey was a big deal.
Okay.
Fine. Cricket at 2.5 billion and football at a rock solid 4 billion fans worldwide. Got at least one right here in our studio.
Football is life.
Not just for, I mean, it's far and away the number one. So
That's obvious, and I knew that. And
Yeah, we
cricket
knew
was
that.
easy too because
but
of its
American
popularity in India.
football, baseball, and basketball, and golf, all behind table tennis and volleyball.
Who knew?
And field hockey. So there you go. All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. When we do, we got ourselves a conversation to have around the corner with our guy, Stevenson Sylvester, former Utah Utes linebacker. We'll start talking about how this team's looking with fall camp and the attitude that's surrounding the program. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, AnyHour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from AnyHour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, AnyHour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters? Those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. finance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sale and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You need cooling. Baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Way down inside. Honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love. Oh, want a whole lot of love. Want a whole lot of love.
Oh, rocking the oldies, I see. Our producer Alex heard the words oldies and Led Zeppelin and decided to take it to the next level.
No
Make us
longer
feel
classic rock and oldie.
Oldie but goodie. It's all good. Hey, our program, as always, is brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section. Let's get things started off here with the cut. That's how we get things going with our program. Top of the hour. Let's get going. We've got Sly standing by. Let's get it going right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, joining us on the program, former NFL linebacker, former University of Utah linebacker, and he joins us on the program right now. Sly, everything good in your world, brother?
Man, it's hot. Today, the last couple of days, been hot, huh?
Yeah. That's what happens in July. Breaking news. That's what happens in July.
I don't know if you knew that.
You know, I moved away from Vegas, so it wouldn't be as hot, but it's getting closer to 100, man. I don't know what's going on. Am I bringing the heat, or, like, what's the deal?
Yeah, we hope you do. That's why we booked you as a guest today. Sly, one of the solid pieces of this broadcast that we always have is Sly's opinions on anything football-related, anything sports-related, but also today. It's a good one because now fall camp's going to fire up here for the University of Utah. I would think that hopes aren't just high just because of Devin Dampier and him coming in and the possibility of a new offense for the Utes and what Jason Beck could bring. But I think that there's also just the natural human element of, hey, I want to forget everything that happened in 2024. And so the hope goes even higher because you're expecting to just forget totally what happened last year with the 5-7 Utes. Is that where fans are? Are people optimistic? Because day after day, we tend to get a little bit more excited about this Utah program because of how Kyle Whittingham is known to coach, but also because of the pieces that they brought in during the offseason.
Man, that's a great question. I haven't really talked to anybody, but I can attest to what I feel. I feel those exact sentiments, man. It's a lot. It's kind of like when you're putting that 1,000-piece puzzle together and you're missing that one piece, and you're just frustrated. You can't stop thinking about it for days, and then you get that piece, and you're just like, you just feel this whole sense of relief. And I think that's Devin Dampier. So that's the piece, and I think that's why it's so focalized, is because he's been that missing piece. As we talked about all offseason, we go through the games and we're just like, if we have that offensive piece, that dynamic offensive piece, that Tyler Huntley, the Travis Wilson get out of the pocket and make a play, the Brian Johnsons, the smart plays, the Alex Smith, those type of plays from the offensive side of the ball, everything else is there. We have the defense. We had assets as far as skill position. We now have one of the top 5 offensive lines in the entire country. We have always never questioned our defense. Your special teams is always up there. That piece was the quarterback from last year. So, yes, let's forget about 2024. And the guys down south are struggling with their little quarterback situation because Utah fans know what that feels like. And so they know that their rivals are going to be going through that this year. And so there's a lot of excitement here on the red side, man. And so I feel it. As I said, I ain't talked to nobody, but that's what I feel. I feel very excited for this year. I was actually just walking through the facility today, and I haven't seen that many smiles in the facility in a long time. So the training camp is upon us. First practice is tomorrow. I cannot wait.
So there's a good vibe, good narrative coming out of Utah as they begin camp. And look, you mentioned it, Devin Dampier is the reason why. Are we hyping him too much? What are the realistic expectations that we should have for him, that you have for him this season? Are his numbers going to be better than they were in New Mexico, or are they going to be a little less because he doesn't have to do as much?
That is a great question, JJ, and it all depends on the type of player that you're talking about, right? Is he, and this is what we don't know because he is new, is he the type of player that thrives under the pressure? Is he the type of player that needs motivation? Is he the type of player that's like, look, leave him alone and he'll do his own thing? What type of player is he? And that's just what we don't know yet. But, what's the Spider-Man quote from Uncle Ben? With great power comes great responsibility, right? And I think he's been granted great power being the quarterback of the University of Utah here. And so there's great responsibility with that. Responsibility, these fans are going to show up. They're paying these season tickets. They want to show up and see excitement. They want to see the Rose Bowl lit up 40-plus points by the Utes, offensive, defensively, just having a ball, just making the UCLA Bruins look like crap on August 30th. That's what Utah fans want, and that's kind of the expectations, and hopefully Devin Dampier is the guy to make that happen. So I hope the coaches are doing a great job of assuring him to block out the noise out on the outside and focus on himself, because everybody else is doing the talking, right? He doesn't have to do any talking. He doesn't have to do any tweeting to put his team in the polls. He doesn't have to do any of that. You got to focus on one play at a time and getting into the end zone, putting points on the board, and putting your team in the best position to win every single game. That's all he has to do, and the rest will be taken care of. We're doing the talking for him. He doesn't have to do anything.
Sly, one of the things that we obviously see is that Morgan Scalley can, just sort of plug and play with whatever guys they recruit in there. They know what the system is, and they know what they expect out of this system. But one thing that happened last year was you had a defense that was playing at a pretty high level, one of the best in terms of the numbers. But, I think at some point the losses stacked up on everybody, and it got to the psyche. And a guy like Lander Barton, we look at and we go, okay, what's a version of Lander to where he gets back to the best version of him? What do you expect out of guys like him who they had a good defense last year, but they didn't have great performances individually necessarily. And I think that guys like him can't wait to get that leadership position back and to get back on the field and not just play good defense, but also have the wins that go along with it.
Man, you hit it right on the head. You said that, it made me think of the Steelers, right? Plug and play, right? You just lost Minkah Fitzpatrick. All NFL, all pro, just a hell of a defender, and you trade him for Jalen Ramsey. But, stuff like that happens, and the defense is still the defense. The Steelers' defense will still be a top 5 defense. top 10 defense, to still be collective defense even after those dynamic players are gone. And that's what this defense is, man. They've recruited, they've taught, and that's just what I feel like the Coach Whittingham, Ron McBride tree has done, is they've done a great job of developing guys. Sharif Shaw, you guys know, you guys have been to a practice and see the way and the attention to detail that he, Coach Schwan, Lou Powell, Luther Ellis, that they put on their positions. And it just brings the best out of each athlete. I've thought about it a lot growing up, and it's just like there are so many athletes out there, but how can you bring the best out of each athlete, whether it's the situation or what? Because, I've been on the Steelers, and I don't think that we had the best players in the entire NFL, but collectively we were the number one defense, right? And that's exactly what Utah does. They collectively put guys in the right position to make things happen. I mean, you look at last season, you were talking about Lander Barton. He started off slow. But you look at it, there was a few guys that'll be 100% to start the season that started off slow. From Nate Ritchie, he was slow at the foot a little bit, but he looked good at the end of the season, right? You got Jackson Benny, who got playing time and being able to be a playmaker at the end of the season. That huge block punt in the Iowa State game, and other plays that he made in spring ball, and how he's coming up. There's a lot of guys that are going to come up. Levani Demooney missed all of last season, very productive the season before. He's coming in fresh, healthy. Is he going to be lost a step or what? Jonah Hall came on at the end of the season last year. There are going to be a lot of guys. Logan Fano got his footing back. There was a lot of defensive guys that really got their footing at the end of the season. And it didn't matter what the offense was doing, whether they were, turning the ball over, putting them in bad position, the defense was stepping up at the end of the season. Hopefully the defense takes that mindset into the start of the season, and you have a complementary offense. That's just going to be trouble for the opposing team, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So, Lander, everything that we've heard and seen and what I've seen from him is that the guy's confident, he's ready, he's healthy, and he's ready to lead this football team.
Kyle Whittingham did bring this up, though, at Big 12 Media Day, and it's something he wants to see improve dramatically on the defensive side of the ball, which you're right. We always talk about how the defense is going to be great. We just know it is. But there's one thing they weren't great at last year, Sly, and it was forcing turnovers. Mm-hmm. They were not disruptive enough, not enough sacks, not enough turnovers. They were in the middle of the pack nationally in those categories when usually they're in the top 20. You played in this defense. You know how it happens. How does it work? How do you create more of those opportunities? What do you have to do schematically or with your coaching or with personnel to increase those opportunities to get sacks, to get turnovers, tackles for loss, disruptive plays?
Man, it's not as crazy as you would think. It's more of just being thoughtful, right? You have to be thoughtful and be thinking about it, right? I don't think we were thinking about it at the beginning of the season. There was so much hype with Cam Rising in this offense. There was a comfortability that was set in mentally, and so it just wasn't a thought. The blocked field goal against Baylor was absolutely awesome. But, we didn't see that dynamic thing. I just think that towards the end of the season, we saw 80-yard pick six by Lander Barton. We saw the block punts. We saw interception by Smith Snowden in the UCF game multiple times. We've seen a lot. It was more of a thought at the end of the season, right? And so it's on the coaching side, it just needs to be implemented. And every single play, it's got to be a conscious thought, right? From when you're playing 7-on-7, even when you don't have pads on, you're saying strip at the ball, yank at the ball. So it becomes a motor movement, second nature movement, natural movement to strip at the ball every time that you make a tackle, right? It just wasn't a conscious thought at the beginning of last year. It turned on at the end of the season. As we said, the players turned on, the turnovers turned on, as you guys seen in the last 3 or 4 games of the season. Those things turned on, and it was more of a conscious thought. So that's literally it. JJ, is it just needs to be a conscious thought when I'm in there that I got to get off the field. Let me get off the field. The faster way to get off the field isn't 3 and out. It's making a turnover right now. If I can make a strip sack instead of just a sack, it's a conscious thought. And, for me, I lived with the best strip sackers, right? With James, I played with the best strip sackers, James Harrison, Lamar Woodley, Troy Polamalu. Those guys were it was just conscious that every time that I got around the quarterback, I'm swiping at the football because, one, you swipe at the football on a running back, he stops his feet to protect the ball. You swipe at the football on a quarterback, he's now thinking of protecting the football instead of throwing the football, and now the defense is able to swarm them and make that happen. So you swipe at the football is making things happen, but the defense just needs to make it more of a conscious thought, and the coaching staff just needs to make it more of they just need to speak it more into existence on every play in practice.
Sly, what's the worst part about Camp Witt?
Being a freshman or a sophomore.
Wait. So explain what goes on when you're the new guy coming into Camp Kyle and what he does up there on the hill. I mean, it's one thing to be like, oh, coaches are tough and two-a-days are tough, but explain a little bit for people who might not understand how rough it could be for those for the newbies.
Alex, you're talking about days that don't exist anymore, buddy. You know, there's no two-a-days anymore.
Yeah, what do we do now?
Don't know what it's like.
I just think, right? I think two-a-days
Back
are just.
in my day, we had three-a-days.
They right. They get pudding pops at the end of period 8. You know, it's cake work out there, man. They get their own little ice packs to put on their head. Like, no, man. I think the worst part is it's like spring ball, right? It just comes to a point where it's like, man, I am tired of hitting Zane Beatles. I'm tired of hitting the same person over and over and over again. He knows my moves already. I've been doing it for 2 weeks. Like double practices, I've been doing the same spin move, the same rush, the same stutter step. He's got a beat on it already. And so, like, it just sucks because of the repetitiveness at that side, but also the newbies, man, because man, you get Scally, you get Sharif Shaw, you get some of these really hyped coaches, and even when Coach Witt gets pissed off, it's just no fun because you just don't know how to handle it. You don't know what it is, and you just don't want to be that guy to make a mistake. And if you are that guy, it's just the pads are heavy. You just gotta do a lot as the young guy. So the older guys, the seniors, it's pretty lax, it's pretty chill, man. No more two-a-days, just a lot of walkthroughs. The sucky part is the days are long, and then you just get tired of seeing the same guys. You know, you just want to slap somebody sometimes.
Well, that's why people end up getting slapped, and that's why the little fights break out in camp. I always love those little videos. You know, if it's the NFL, if it's college, and these guys are the one guy won't let go of the other guy's face mask, and they're popping each other, and I go, you know what? Maybe we let these guys hit somebody else, in a couple of weeks, and that's why you get excited about it. That's
man, but look at
funny.
that. There's more fights at the very beginning, because everybody's so excited, and then at the very end, because everybody's so tired. Like, stop touching me. Just stop touching me.
Well, you get that at camp, and that's part of the dynamic, but you also need to get some questions answered. So I wanted to ask you, what are the questions that you want answered in camp for Utah?
Same thing. I mean, I didn't see enough in spring, right? I've seen a couple practices, some scrimmages in spring, but I didn't see enough on the offensive side of the ball, right? I want this to be more than just hype. I want this to be more than what the coaches are telling us, right? The coaches are going to tell us everything's glitz and glam. This guy is fit for this position. I've never seen a guy with this type of talent anymore. Giving you the whole salesman pitch when this guy's got a missing muffler. And so
got to check that Carfax report, Sly.
Yeah, right. You got to check the car history. And so, like, that's what I want to see. I want to make sure that we're not all talk, right? But that's what I said, like Devin Dampier, man. Let us do the talking. We'll do the talking. We'll do the hype. We'll do the prospecting. We'll do all of that for you. You guys don't need to do anything. In your interviews with us, be humble, get through the interview, go on, and let us freaking talk about it, because we're going to talk about it anyway. So you don't need to give anybody any ammunition. Focus on you, because football is hard enough as it is, let alone trying to control a narrative at the same time. So I don't respectively don't care what the coaches are saying. I want to see the product on the field. I want to see these receivers blocking. I want to see this running game reignited, because that's Utah football. Everybody talks about how physical Utah is, this and that, and at 2024 sucked because guys were like, they're not physical, they're not this and that. That's to me, I think that hit Coach Witt more than anything, is guys had that type of mentality against us, and even he did. He said it in a couple post-game interviews. And so I want to see this run game reignited. I want to see these receivers blocking downfield. Luca Caldarella just blowing guys up on a crack block, and Nakiri Rogers and Parker, Wayshawn Parker getting loose in the open field. And as I said, man, I just want to get this running game reignited. I want to get this highly touted, highly talked about offensive line. I want to see pancakes. I want to see double-digit pancakes every single game from this offensive line. I better not see a defensive line push us back the way that we're talking about our offensive line. So I want Utah, essentially, to sum it up, sorry, a lot of words, walk the walk, bump all the talk, but I want to see you walk it. Walk that dog out there, man, and go out there and fight, man. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to slap somebody in the mouth, and I like my specialty, my touch. I like to go talk some smack. I better see on the TV, on the replay, they over there talking smack to the other team, letting them know who's here, and I'm going to be here all day. Better pack a lunch, fat boy.
Can't turn it off sometimes.
Sorry,
I love it. No. We both.
I would love to know.
I've heard that enough myself, and so it felt normal. It felt very. This feels like when we normally are having a discussion.
So, which
you and I.
BYU Cougar did you call Fat Boy, Sly? That's what I want to know.
The entire offensive line, but mostly Dallas Reynolds. I know he and I.
Dallas Reynolds.
He talked a lot of smack, man. I know me and him went back, especially in 2007. We actually had laughed how much crap we were talking to one another. It was funny.
My goodness. Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, always good to chat with you. When we actually get some camp in the books and we actually get some eyes on what's going on, as if we're actually going to know, it's going to have to be game 1 and 2 before we actually really know what's going on. But we'll still dip in with you and kind of get some ideas. But good luck, man. We appreciate you coming on, and we'll chat with you soon.
Love it, man. Appreciate you guys.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Sly.
Stevenson Sylvester, everybody.
Great stuff.
He couldn't turn it off there at the end, huh? It turned into
legit.
He
he went back to 2008 Sly real fast.
I was looking at Alex, our producer, and I'm looking at the dump button in there.
It's a little nervous moment there.
I'm watching, I'm going, okay.
I mean, he didn't say anything bad.
You know this guy well enough.
And he did drop a Fat Boy, which I appreciated. And he was willing to admit who he called Fat Boy. And I hope Dallas was listening. They're all going to get a chuckle
That's what we
out
have
of
to
it.
do. That's what we have to do is get Dallas Reynolds on the horn. Like a phone call between the two right before the that's when you got to get really close to that dump button there, guy. All right? Okay. Appreciate Sly joining us. We've got more to go around the corner. We've got our NFL Blitz. You don't want to miss any of that. Tons of NFL news, and so we've got to get through at least some of it. So let's get to it. We've got more to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Adding to the usual troubles, there's a southbound I-15 crash just before 72nd South in Midville, part of a long stretch of delays throughout Salt Lake County. Over on the I-215 westbound, northbound and southbound traffic is just poking along between the airport and the 201 highway. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Brett Ciancia, Pick 6 previews. Where did you have BYU when you thought Retzlaff was going to be the quarterback, and how far did you drop him once you realized, okay, they're going to be breaking in a new starter here?
I had him as a fringe top 25 team in that 25 to 30 range, and then when the quarterback uncertainties came about, that really shook up the room and the offense. Now you're turning to two former non-AQ guys and Bear Bachmeier, who I think might end up winning the job. I think he's got the highest ceiling, and he was getting some first-team reps at Stanford before he transferred, so I'd probably go with him, but you're still talking about an 18-year-old true freshman. That's such a tough ask, especially without a spring ball or a winter conditioning. He's coming in with really 6 weeks till kickoff. That worried me. I got them right around 40th, but a little bit lower than I expected.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is Hanson Scotty.
Let's do it.
Kalani Sitake, what is the most you've paid for a concert ticket, and what concert was it?
For me, MC Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I had the parachute pants, you know, all that stuff ready to go. I mean, don't get me started, guys.
No,
you
we
can
won't.
still listen to the stuff right now. It's good, clean, wholesome music.
Exactly.
You know, the whole family can have parachute pants and go out.
That's true.
And then do their dances and stuff like that. You know, Can't Touch This. I mean, he even had some slow songs. You know, songs about praying.
Pray.
You know, come on, man. Like, he's got it all.
What kind of a show is this? Catch Hans Olsen and Scotty G every day from noon to 3 on 97.5 1280 The Zone, powered by KSLSports.com. Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, if you've got a business that you want to get to take off, how about you partner with the KSL Sports Zone? JJ and I would love to endorse your product or your company and get that thing absolutely popping. Let's go. So many companies have had massive success bringing themselves on board with the KSL Sports Zone and for having us to back that product, and we want to be able to have that be you next. So just text the letters JJ to 57500. That's JJ to 57500. Our sales staff will get a hold of you, and we'll tell you how we can partner up, and you can watch your business grow big time. This sports talk radio audience loves a good deal. And if you've got a great product, they buy it, man. So just text JJ to 57500, and we'd love to start endorsing that product as soon as possible, man. Let's get it going. JJ, we just read this now. I mean, it's the NFL Blitz, and that means we've got some NFL stories. It looks like Trey Hendrickson with the Cincinnati Bengals is going to end his holdout. Contract negotiations went well, I guess. They extended him.
Checks notes? No.
Oh. So this is being viewed as a boy. It's complicated, right? The war of the two worlds of the ownership and the players. It's a weird thing. So, according to sources close to the Trey Hendrickson camp, it's viewed as a good faith gesture that he wants to be with the team. They're going to look at it like, good, we got him, sign him up for as cheap as possible. Right?
You want to know the real reason why he's reporting?
I'm here so I don't get fined.
I don't know this. I'm assuming this. You are correct. It's $50,000
Hey,
a day. Now,
there you go.
You miss a day or two. You're an NFL player. You can afford that. You get your point across.
You can get that back by throwing a couple.
$50,000 a day adds up fast.
Look, you could get that back by throwing a couple balls in the dirt if you're in Major League Baseball. Oh, terrible.
Which reminds me, bet $10 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win by using bonus code Hendrickson at FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
That sounds too real. Hey, that was a spoof, okay? Sounded too real.
We don't endorse betting sites.
No, we don't.
We're
But-
just playing around.
But these guys want to get paid. They also don't want to lose money. And the owners, they know they have that over them a little bit, right? That's the reality. So, by the way, the New York City shooter who shot and killed 4 before taking his own life was targeting the NFL headquarters, according to sources now who say that in a letter what they found on the shooter, claimed to have CTE, was targeting the NFL's offices. And I thought, is this a former NFL player? The answer was no. Former collegiate player? No. This was a guy who was obviously dealing with years of mental health illness that he blamed on CTE from his time when he played football in high school. What's tough about this is all the families that are affected after the fallout of something like this.
Yeah.
You had a federal agent, you had a off-duty police officer, and then you had 2 others. And those people lost their lives. And it was a person who flew out from Nevada to try to make his point. And that's a tough deal. So when we found out that, there was a shooting in Manhattan, and then you would find out what they were trying to do and trying to target, very weird. And the NFL, obviously they've had their own demons to deal with the CTE stuff. I look at this as a one-off individual who was struggling, and I don't know what the NFL would be in terms of, in terms of feeling like they'd be responsible for something like this when a guy who had played in high school comes across the country and does kind of a one-off, like lone wolf.
This has nothing to do with CTE. This is just a sick person that did a horrible thing. It's awful.
So there you go. Now that we knew the what the details were, it's very weird. Very weird. Jerry Jones labels his first-year head coach Brian Schottenheimer as a gem.
Oh, no.
I think what he actually said was he thought his name was Jim.
Come on, Jay. Jim Schottenheimer.
I like
Big fan of Jim.
I like what Jim does. Good guy. I think he's going to get Michael Parson in there. He's going to be a
great hire, Jim Schottenheimer.
Oh.
Yeah, we got to figure out something with Michael Parson, but we really like Jim Schottenheimer as our head coach.
Sorry, did you call him a Jim? Well, yeah, I call him Jim.
Yeah, of course. I always call him Jim. What do you want me to call him, Mr. Schottenheimer? I'm Jared Jones.
So then the
call him
reporter
Jim.
just goes, I guess I'm going to report on him calling him a Jim. Yeah, sure. Here's the thing, though, too. Either he gets the wrong name, which obviously we don't believe. On the second side of things, it's how can you call this guy who's never been a head coach a gem? What kind of a gem is he? What are we talking about here?
He's just trying to talk himself into the situation.
It's because this is his pick, right? And for a moment, Brian Schottenheimer is going to benefit from the fact that Jerry Jones is loyal to the weirdest situations ever.
It's ego-driven. He doesn't want to be wrong.
Ask, what's his name? The redheaded Princeton quarterback used to be the head coach.
Yeah, he coached way too long.
What was his name?
See? You don't even know.
Jim.
No, he works for NBC now.
I know. Why am I blanking? Jason Garrett. Jason Garrett.
Because he wasn't a very good coach, but he coached there for almost a decade.
For the last 5 years of it, it was like, is this guy still? He's going to still have a job, right? Like for as long as he wants.
They
right?
underachieved. They had Tony Romo and all kinds of great receivers and good defensive players, and they didn't win much.
Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam decided.
Speaking of great owners.
Decided to weigh in. You love this. Okay, first of all, the reports are that he's going to have to the reports are that they're going to have to they're going to have to cut one of these quarterbacks, okay? Before week 1. So you've got Shedeur, you've got Dylan Gabriel, you've got Joe Flacco, and you've got Kenny Pickett. Did I get them all?
And technically, you still have Deshaun Watson on the roster.
Okay, well, you're not going to trade him.
Good luck.
You could release him, right?
Yeah, which of those guys gets cut? Because how many are you going to keep?
Yeah.
Three max, maybe just 2.
So you brought Flacco in for a reason, and you're not going to move him. It's either going to be Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, or Shedeur Sanders. And my gut tells me that it would be Kenny Pickett because, hear me out, he'd actually be the most valuable of those, but they feel like they could probably get a combined effort that would be Kenny Pickett-esque, I think, as a Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders as your second option, I think, there.
I think they were going to cut Kenny Pickett anyway, but now that he's banged up, he's definitely in trouble.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they're cutting their first-round draft. They're not first-round. There's no way they're cutting their draft picks.
Not even their 5th-round draft pick that might not necessarily be performing that well?
They didn't take Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders to cut them. Year 1. And those guys are cheap. They're keeping those guys. Kenny Pickett's toast.
Ooh, Kenny Pickett toast.
And then they're going to they'll let Joe Flacco play to try to win some football games. And then in the meantime, they're going to let Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel battle out to see who their future quarterback is.
Are you going to take the over/under on the 0.5 torn Achilles tendon on Joe Flacco this year?
Oh, it's definitely over. That thing's going
to... it's listed as...
That's going to pop like fireworks.
They've listed Joe Flacco's Achilles as a 0.5. He's going to lose 0.5 Achilles this year. I'm going to take the under. You took the over?
Pop like popcorn. He's toast.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Hey, guess what? You got 28 local college athletes who've been named to the East-West Shrine Bowl 1,000 list. Does that mean 1,000 players are on this list?
Oh, my gosh. Are you serious?
Let's go through the couple hundred that are here in the state of Utah next. Stay here, 97.5.
I do not like these lists.
The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
people expect Texas Tech to maybe be in the running this year because of the talent they've added through the transfer portal.
I love that Texas Tech is getting all this run. I don't think they're going to be good. Maybe they're okay, but Bozo's going to bozo, dude. I don't know. I guess BYU basketball is an example where you can have a huge cash influx and really take a giant step, but football and basketball are different.
And BYU's always had really good culture. But along those lines, I just think it's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to shake being the 4th or 5th team in line in that state. It's just always going to be the reputation.
Well, they're going to be 4th or 5th in the league. I'd bet on it.
Right.
That's where they always finish.
Right, that's what I think too. If you end up at Texas Tech, it's not like they're out recruiting Texas.
Texas has had every advantage in the book.
Yeah, it was finally good last year.
And was good once in the last 20 years.
So you're always going to kind of have that reputation as being lesser than, and generally I think you play that way.
I think a university is dysfunctional.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Let me give you that website one more time, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. You can save $200 on the same program that JJ and I use to drop me, in my case, 65 pounds, in JJ's case, 40 pounds. Dropping that weight has been significant. Great, awesome. But the more important thing is we've kept it off. We started this program back in April of 24. Here we are almost to August of 25, and I've kept that weight all the way off. Never had success like this with a weight loss program. It's going to work for you. We know it because we're just normal guys.
For all of you listening right now that want to lose weight, that need to lose weight, do it. Figure out whatever it is you need to do to make that happen. But let us suggest to you trying this program because it's a lot easier in a program. It's not easy to lose weight, but it's easier in a program that's going to give you the knowledge you need. They're going to guide you through the process each and every day, tell you exactly what you need to do to drop that weight. They're going to give you accountability. They're going to give you support. And that's what you need in this weight loss journey. You need help. It's okay. I needed help. I've tried a lot of different things, keto diets, all this kind of stuff, lost some weight, had some results. Weight comes back when you try to get back to eating a normal diet, right? Because you consume too many calories. You got to figure it out. You got to be able to manage your calories. You got to have an understanding of how much calories are in your food, all those things. Just a little sample of some things you need to learn and understand when it comes to your weight loss. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss will have a program that's going to help you with all of those things. They're going to help you lose the weight, and then they're going to help you keep it off for good. It's been more than a year since we lost that weight. Are we putting it back on? No, we're keeping it off. That's awesome. We want you to have similar results. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com, to learn more about it. This could be your ticket to lasting weight loss. Go to the website right now. Get a free consultation, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Planning a party or an office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, we've got your event covered with slow-smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the homestyle sides your crowd craves. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue that speaks for itself. You bring the guests, we'll bring the fire. Zone listeners get 10% off their first catering order. Just mention the Zone when you book. Visit us online at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a flavor-packed celebration.
Parker McCullum. Get the man I am. What kind of man do you need? Live 2025. Friday, August 1st, 7:30 p.m. Maverick Center. Multi-platinum selling artist Parker McCullum. Special guests Cameron Marlowe and Hudson Westbrook. On sale now at Ticketmaster. Parker McCullum Live.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this, Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Hans Olsen.
What is your timetable as far as approaching the quarterback deal?
Whether they say it or not, PK, they've already got their guy kind of circled. And inside the first week, if he doesn't answer that circle, then they'll uncircle him and they'll open it up a little bit. Right now, I assume it's McKay Hillstead. Everybody's kind of looking at, like, let's make sure that he's the guy. He'll be with the first team, but then we'll sneak a couple first-team reps in for Bergay, and we'll sneak a couple first and second-team reps in for Bachmeier, and we'll make them feel like we're opening up this competition. I don't think it'll be announced for 3 weeks. I mean, we might not get an announcement until the week of game preparation for Portland State, but I know that Roderick knows who he thinks it is, and we'll just see if he keeps the circle around his name.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. The oldies, as I like to call them.
Oldies but goodies.
Listen, is there in terms of classic rock, Led Zeppelin's got to be number one, right?
I'd be okay with that.
I wouldn't hate it.
Rolling Stones are in the conversation. The
yeah,
Beatles.
Well, Beatles are, I feel like, in their own category.
Van Halen?
Van Halen is 80s hair, big hair rock.
Black Sabbath.
May they all rest. I'm assuming they're all dead. Sorry.
Well, we know one is.
I know.
And AC/DC.
I'm surprised.
I think some of those guys are dead, too.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not a good classic rock band if you don't.
If you don't have
members.
If you don't have a lead singer who's a guy from Chicago and he's 29 and a half now. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's how it works.
Pretty much how it works.
Let me see here.
If your lead
JJ.
singer didn't die of an overdose. Well, that's grunge.
Well, that's how you got on the list. That's how you got on the cool list. And then it was like, yeah. But then we needed somebody to sing that was going to be alive for a few decades. So they brought in those people who were like part of the, yeah. I mean, honestly, Australian Pink Floyd, as good as Pink Floyd. No joke.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
How's
It's
that
super
possible?
Good. I don't know. They're just very good. They jam, dude. Let me see here. Best and worst brought to you by.
Is Leonard Skinner still as good? Is the new Leonard Skinner as good as the old Leonard Skinner?
It's just called Lenny Skinnerd.
It's just called Skinnerd. We didn't have the Leonard part anymore. We just had to stick with Skinnerd. I don't
Best and worst brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork.
That was the worst.
In Linden.
Sorry about all that.
The Doug Smith Dealerships. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, so 28 local athletes named to the East-West Shrine Bowl 1,000 list.
Wait.
If you have 1,000.
Look, congratulations to all these guys. They're all great. 1,000 players in the list.
4, 5, 6. So they've got
what
6.
What are we doing?
The Aggies have 6 names. The Weber State Wildcats haven't even one of their offensive linemen made the list. The Utes have, I don't know, that might be a dozen guys they mentioned. BYU, same thing, around a dozen apiece. So each team, if you're at the FBS level, and heaven forbid we look and see what Alabama has, they probably have 25 people on that list by themselves.
If you're a senior in college, you're probably on this list.
So the East-West Shrine game, I get it. Obviously, you want to get invited to the Senior Bowl, the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Senior Bowl. The East-West Shrine game, it's a nice second option for you. For the local names here for BYU, you've got Will Farron, Andrew Gentry, Isaiah Glasker, Garrison Grimes, Jack Kelly, Parker Kingston, Waylon Lapuaho, LJ Martin, Chase Roberts, Keanu Tanavasa, and Tanner Wall. There you go. For Utah, it's Lander Barton, Devin Dampier, Lavani Demouni, Spencer Fano, Logan Fano, Teo Johnson, Jaron Kump, Caleb Lomu, Michael Mokofisi, Smith Snowden, and Tanoa Togiai. So there you go. And then the Aggies have Bryson Barnes, Brock Lane, Ike Larson. Ike Larson's still playing, huh?
Yeah.
Good for him. Tyree Morris, and then, like I said, Gavin Ortega from the Weaver State Wildcats. So there you go. I just named off 100 local players out of the 1,000. Good night, everybody.
You could have just read the team's rosters.
I wanted to make sure everybody got their due, man. I didn't want to, short anybody. And I didn't want to be like...
Well, apparently that's how these lists work, too, because they want to make sure everybody gets their due.
My favorite... Oh, Naki Fahina. Sorry. My bad.
So you didn't even give Naki his due. You're trying to give him his due, and you didn't even give him his due.
There were a lot of names. It was a cold read of a lot of names on here.
You skipped Naki Fahina.
But here's what I was going to say. Congrats to all those who celebrate National East-West Shrine Game 1000 list.
College football list day.
There you go. Well, you know how it is. Over the next few days, we're going to get bombarded by all the athletic departments of the preseason list and the watch list season.
Maxwell and Bolitnikoff.
Well, they're going to have, but they're going to have new ones that we weren't aware of that they added during the offseason that were like, this one celebrates the people who work at food banks during the offseason.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to get those kinds of things. And God bless you. Thank you for doing that. But, we don't need every list. We don't need every list. The reality is there somebody in this state that can win a major award right now?
Spencer Fano.
Spencer Fano could get your Outland Trophy.
Absolutely.
He's legitimately on that finalist list.
I think he's the best shot in the state this year to win a major award.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool to bring an Outland Trophy to.
They haven't
to
had one at the
Utah. Let's go. All right. And then the worst is, I saw this today and I was like, what are we doing? You asked the same question. I told you the story and you go, what are we doing?
Why are we still talking about Connor Stallions?
Connor Stallions in the news again.
Oh, my
The
gosh.
sideline scandal, of course. And the cheating scandal, the NCAA decided, you know what? We weren't really able to do anything to Michigan. They've got good lawyers. Who else could we get here? Hey, Bob, how did they get on the field with Central Michigan? I think you've got something there. We could find him. Central Michigan now is now legitimately under investigation, has gotten an NCAA notice of possible rules violations. And the allegations are stemming from Connor Stallions being on their sideline. You know, because Central Michigan's gets a call from Connor Stallions and the Michigan Wolverines, presumably, and it went something like this. Hey, Coach. Oh, thanks. Anytime anybody from Ann Arbor can call me, I'd love it. Please, anything I can help you with. You want some sideline You want some sideline tickets, shooter? I'll get them for you. You want to go to Red Lobster? So Central Michigan is being investigated for allowing Connor Stallions on the sideline or not doing enough to prevent him from being on the sidelines? For helping Michigan cheat? I don't know what it is. We've gotten to another weird level on this thing. And here we are.
Connor Stallions lives on. What a legacy.
With those Meta glasses, wearing those Facebook glasses.
Jeez.
I don't know. I picked up a couple of these really, really good shots. Hold on. Let me get a little closer here. He was wearing those glasses. He looked so stupid. Oh, my heavens. Okay. We'll take the break here.
Connor, please retire from everything.
Well, no. He's like a defensive coordinator or something like that at high school level. Yeah. No. He's coaching at a high school, isn't he? We looked it up. I thought we looked it up. Connor Stallions, or maybe he was asked not to coach anymore at his high school alma mater or something. I don't know. Yes, high school coach.
He's coaching high school football.
Yeah.
He most recently served as the offensive coordinator at Belleville High School.
There you go. And Belleville High School All the players walk
Coaching
around
the nationally ranked #1 recruit in the country, Bryce Underwood.
Come on.
What?
See? All right.
Same Connor Stallions?
We'll take the break. Oh, he did. He went to Michigan. There you go.
Oh, no.
Come on. Get those glasses on. If you watch the documentary, you know if there's one thing he loves, it's some Michigan football. All right? All right. We'll take the break. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right. When it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors, it's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb.